All right, fuck it. I'm not finishing the song. Um, you're right. It is overplayed. I think we're just gonna start the stream. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? We're just going for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again on this beautiful night of November 12th, 2024. Um, I'm pretty sure there's like a homeless guy fighting crack demons outside. So just don't bother or if you're screaming in the background, you know. So, fuck, dude, nothing was going on tonight. So, I quickly arranged some topics with the help of Lumpy Willie. He did pick a lot of mid topics, so we had to filter some of that out. But we've got a lot to talk about here tonight. And by the way, anyone who's banned from chat, I try to unban you. I literally have no way of doing it. Like, there's a glitch right now where you literally like can't see banned channels. I don't know what the fuck it is. Did I see the Cheeto allegations? Well, that's it's funny you bring that one up, buddy. It's very funny you bring that one up because that's what we're gonna be covering. It's exactly what we're gonna be covering. So I tweet out on my lovely Twitter account. You can go follow it at ExileDayton, number 8th biggest streamer in Latvia. Very true. I tweet out, not that one. Here it is. She don't know you, little bro. 144 likes, but this is in response to this. So this girl, I think that's a girl. She tweets out a meme of like a shrine she did to Turkish Thomas, where essentially, I mean, you could see the image for yourself. Very strange, but you know. So Achita replies to this with, "Recreate this with my shit right now." And she goes, setting a reminder. He's like, "Here's the reminder. Do it right now." I gotta go to bed, man. It's almost midnight and I get up at 4. Who employed your ass? Nobody. I have no job. All my money goes towards ink cartridges to expand the Tom Shrine. From what you described, I quit your current situation in the most fucked up looking dog in a dog adoption commercial. No offense. Heart, heart, heart. Yo, Shawty, deadass got problems. Now somebody said, I don't think there's anything like bad going on here, but he just looks pretty desperate. Somebody said this person might be a minor. I don't really know what the deal is here. But yeah, pretty cringe, I will admit. Ichito was ducking the debate. I asked him to come on stream. I did not get a response, both in DMs and on Twitter. So it seems like he is running from the debate. Very interesting. Aiden sweeping for sensitive society. I heard he might have involvement. Can somebody link this to me? You have my server. Go to topic suggestions or general and link it to me. I didn't see anything about sensitive society. Apparently she leaked some DMs. I didn't see that either. What did he do? I'm not sweeping for the guy. Show me, like, what did he do here? I don't see his shit. She used to have it in her bio. You guys can link it in the server. You know that, right? His picture is right there, bro. Am I missing something? Where I literally don't see anything in regards to sense of society on here. So if you guys can like link that, that would be great. I don't know. This is a little weird. You have my server. Link it to me on my server. Let's see. Do you guys link it? Oh, I got a link. Cool, cool, cool. So she makes another shrine. Can you make one of those, but with me? Thank you. Oh shit. Okay, well he did it too. Pretty awkward. Pretty awkward. Listen, I'm not sweeping here. I didn't know this, okay? You guys gotta tell me these things. Alright? I'm not some all-knowing being, okay? So, I don't know, dude. But apparently, were there also DMs linked with Sensitive Society? If somebody wants to link that too, I couldn't find that. So if you want to link that too, that'd be sick as fuck. I know, great preparation. Best streamer alive. Back at it again. So we also, while we're waiting for that to see where that went, we also have the video I talked about the other day of Nick Fuentes. There were pictures. He apparently got into a confrontation with some woman. Okay, that's not actually the video. Never mind. I don't know why that was linked. Is it here? The video apparently got leaked. And we don't have it. Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, that's not even the real video either. Where did the full video get leaked? Here we go. Got it.
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing?
Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so here's what I don't understand about what just happened. So she's ringing on the doorbell. This is the only context we have, so I don't know what she was doing before this to make herself known as a threat. To be fair, it is threatening to have a random person on the internet show up to your home. So I'll give him that. But what you could do, and this is the same thing I said to Boogie the night he was DMing me before the Frank Hassel shit, you don't have to go out there and confront them. You could keep the door locked, and if they stay there and refuse to go away, you can call the police. You can tell them to go away through the door. You don't actually have to fucking go out there. So I don't know if this was the only context where she knocked on his door and then he pepper sprays her. I'll admit this woman is a fucking moron. First of all, why go to his house? Okay, totally wrong. I agree. But when she's knocking on your door, right? Like, I think it's a little excessive to immediately go out and pepper spray her, kick her to the ground. But even then, even if you agree that's not excessive, when she's already on the ground, why did he take her phone? Why did he take her phone and leave? Look, you could see her on the ground back there. After he pushes her to the ground, he takes her phone and he brings it inside. And people are saying, badass. My theory is he brought in the phone because he wanted to get rid of the video. But I don't think you're legally allowed to do that. Is that legal? Like, why take her phone? Right, if this was just purely self-defense. So yeah, this seems a little bit excessive. And this guy has a history of flipping out on people, by the way. Do you guys remember the whole controversy where he's like, this is the most, like, the Groypers will tweet out, like, this is the most sensitive guy in history, or this is the most, like, censored guy in history. His PayPal's banned, he's on the no-fly list, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, do you guys want to know why he really got on the no-fly list? Some journalists investigated, and they didn't put him on the no-fly list because of his politics, like all the Groypers were insinuating. The reason Fuentes got put on the no-fly list is because he got into a fucking confrontation with a flight attendant. He was refusing to listen. So he was banned from the airline or something. That is, like this guy apparently just has a temper. I don't, like, they were acting like it's like, he's so censored, they're putting him on the no-fly list. No, he got into a fucking dispute with a flight attendant. You can't do that. You have to listen to flight attendants when you're on a plane, whether you're Nick Fuentes or not. But yeah, no, this is unjustified, taking the phone and everything. She shouldn't have gone to his house, but if this is the only context, this seems pretty excessive. And I think this is, like, really sensitive that he feels the need to go and take her phone to try and delete the video, which is the only reason I can imagine why he would take her phone. So no, I don't think this is a Nick W, to be honest with you. It seems like a bitch. He could have just stayed in his house. Very, very weird behavior. What the fuck is this take? I'm sorry, if somebody shows up to your house and knocks on your door, regardless of if I think they're in the right, to go outside and use excessive force when you could the self-defense, in my opinion, is justified when you don't have an option. There is an option to stay inside and call the police. To go outside, pepper spray or kick her to the ground, that's escalating. To be honest, I don't really care that much since she showed up to his house. But then when she's on the ground, to fucking take her phone, does that not, like, how is that for the sake of self-defense? That just seems like him being sensitive or trying to sweep. Oh my fucking God. So stupid, dude. Oh, that's not the real Augie? Okay. Bro. What am I doing with my life, dude? That's not even the real one. It's private property. She was there to start a conflict of some sort. Listen, when you were, I don't know the logistics of it, but just because you were on somebody's doorstep does not mean you present yourself as an immediate threat, right? If they tell you to leave and you refuse, then I think that's wrong. I don't think she should have showed up there to begin with. I don't think she should have showed up there. That's my take. But when she's there, you can lock the door. I don't think Frank Hassel should have showed up to Boogie's house, but I don't think Boogie should have fucking come out with a gun. He could have stayed inside. I was DMing Boogie the night before saying, dude, why the fuck don't you, dude, why don't you like stay, why don't you fucking stay inside? Wait, is my audio bit rate good? Let me listen. Hold on. If this is the only context, this seems pretty excessive. I don't know, it is good. Okay. Why were you talking to him? Because he was DMing me the night before. The worst streamer, but nobody else is live. Then get out of here, little bro. Fuck's sake. MRAW went live. Yeah, dude, I'm sure everybody wants to watch MRAW right now. That's great. Yeah, I'm waiting. Get the fuck out of here then, little bro. Fuck's sake. So, Poser went live. Okay. Dude, why am I doing this shit? So, yeah. That's what's happening now. I have no idea about self-defense laws, little bro. Even if this was self-defense, what was the point of taking the phone? Why was he allowed to take her phone? What? Is taking somebody's phone a part of self-defense? Am I missing something here? Am I missing evidence? Evidence? He literally picks up the phone on video and takes it inside. What do you mean evidence? Holy fuck. Evidence, dude. Can I see some evidence? It's on video, clear as crystal. Literally caught in fucking 4K. So, other than that, literally nothing is going on tonight. We don't have a lot of topics. So I thought I'd maybe go over some of my old controversies. Aiden, you should have zero sympathy for a crazy unhinged lunatic. I don't think she's justified in coming to his house. Obviously not. That doesn't mean I think it's justified. I think it's like a bitch move to fucking pepper spray and kick her to the ground. Holy shit. So, wait, hold on, dude. There was a, Poncho, what's up? What's up, dude? So we're gonna go over one of my old controversies tonight. Very embarrassing for me, but I have nothing else to cover. So I guess that's what we're gonna talk about here. We're gonna review my old debate with Augie about flamenco, the night I got kicked out of the community. And if anyone has anything else they want me to cover, go into the server, go into topic suggestions. I'm gonna be reading, okay? I'm gonna be reading. This isn't my own content. This is my debate with Augie. Oh, I guess I could call Sensitive Society. You're right. Let me call Sensitive Society. All right, I'm calling him. All right, he's not picking up. Him and Cheeto are running from the debate.
Okay, well, I'm telling you right now, that was flamenco. That was him DMing me. That was him showing it to me. Also, do you deny the fact that they were in college? Do you deny the
Oh my god, dude, I hate hearing my own
fact that they were in
voice.
college? Aiden, do you deny the fact that they're in college?
Do I deny the fact that they're in college? Yeah,
Yes.
it's still lolly. It's still
Okay, so you don't deny the fact that they're in college. So what do we disagree on?
They
What
are
is the argument?
they are physically inside of a college. They are drawn to look like. So here's what we later learned, by the way, in regards to what flamenco was watching. The term college does not mean the same thing in every country. I was wondering why in this story there were supposedly pictures of fucking lockers and shit, which is weird for college. And the term college internationally would be like our equivalent of high school. So this was actually, and I don't know why a 15-year-old would be in college. But apparently the reasoning behind that is because this story like took place like in our equivalent of a high school. Children.
Okay.
That's like the
I broadcasted your argument, and then I broadcasted Flamingo's argument because I run a show. You fucking f***ing. I literally, my job is broadcasting both sides of this conversation. This isn't the Aiden show, Aiden. This is not the Aiden show. This is the RFC show.
Dude, why do I got? If someone's talking over me, I gotta like not repeat myself. That's so fucking weird.
This is the RFC show where I show his side.
Oh my! I have too much respect. I have too much.
I show your side, and then all of you stupid motherfuckers decide for yourself what the fucking opinion is. Shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna fucking mute you. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my! I did not remember how bad this was. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Interesting tag.
So just so you guys know, I do not stand by this debate. I think that I was like being pretty bad faith. Like I wanted Augie to do an impossible task, and I didn't understand at that moment in time like why he was being as charitable as he was, and I realized like this is somebody he considered a friend, that he's gonna give the benefit of the doubt to, and I was kind of like I wanted him to kind of denounce him on the spot, which I felt in hindsight was kind of an unfair position for me to put him in.
Thanks. I can read a few right here in case you're listening on audio. Anal, BDSM, bloomers, bondage, cross-dressing, feminization, pegging, prostate massage, school swimsuits, schoolgirl uniforms, sex toys, Shotokan, spanking, anal, BDSM, big breast, bondage, cross-dressing, farting, findom, hairy, latex, Con, Paizuri, schoolgirl uniform, sex toys, spanking, strap on.
No, I think my position was fucking like I think I was correct in my position, but I think I was wrong in the way I went about it. Augie should not have been the guy I was going after here.
On urination, wooden horse, Yuri, incest, just to name a few.
Okay, I feel like this manga creator is like a fucking new YouTuber who just spams random tags that don't even make sense for the thing,
Okay.
Because like a lot of these are contradictory.
Most of these are funny.
Yeah.
Some of them are not funny.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about this, Flinko?
Well, like I said before, apparently people in my Discord took it on themselves to review it, and they said that like some of those tags are erroneous, I guess.
Okay. Obviously, when this first came out, you know, I called you, right? Because I saw the only all of it was funny to me, but then I saw
this is such an awkward conversation to be having. Like, I just want you to imagine you're like friends with the guy for a few years, and you're like confronting him on like his porn history, and I don't think we knew his age at this point in time. So like some people I think wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt because it was like 10 years ago, but like when you realize like 10 years ago he was like 24 or something, like
was like,
right.
I got to get to the bottom of
you don't want
this,
to. You don't even want to mess with that.
That's a very fast disavow. If that's
you gotta figure out what's going on with that before you go any further.
Obviously, I called you on Discord. You know, your explanation to me was that anybody can edit or change or add.
By the way, unrelated, how do you tame a fox in this game? I've never been able to figure it out.
To remove
tags or user added onto that site.
Right, and then you screen shared and you pulled up a random manga and you added random tags to it immediately, thus proving that that's true, right?
Oh, so random users can just troll and add like irrelevant tags.
But like I said before, you know, apparently from what they've said, it's not you know, like I've gotten like apparently multiple people have taken it upon themselves to verify this fact. I didn't fucking ask them to do it, but multiple people have said, yeah, that's not what's in this thing. Yeah.
Now, that's all explainable here. This is something obviously people wanted me to bring up and ask you because I want to run a very, you know, fair interrogation here. This was a user, a watcher of the show here, who put out this post, and I'll let you respond to it, but let me read it first. Unless he's denying.
Yeah, this was undeniably like the tags here were correct. This does display a minor in like a minor in like a typical minor context in like a Japanese equivalent of a high school. So yeah. This was, I mean, he's being really weaselly about it. And then later on, he'll just straight up admit that, yeah, it was true. And then he'll go like completely he'll go from like the plausible deniability to when he knows that everyone's already turned against him, there's no coming back. What he'll then go and do is he'll become like Shotokan's like biggest defender, right? He goes from the position of, well, I read it years ago, it wasn't really that, to I love lolicon, like fucking like shit like that. Like it's like, have you ever seen the scene from wait, have you ever seen I'm sorry, have you ever seen this scene from SpongeBob?
People have said,
this was the flamenco. Wait, not that. Wait, it's this, dude. It's literally this. Hold on. Wait, this is flamenco right after he gets caught with reading Boy Soprano.
I didn't do just.
And why are you acting so nervous? And why are you sweating so much? And why do you look so hungry? And
No, wait. It's not what you think. This is a big misunderstanding. You've got to believe me. Listen, I am telling you. You better listen to me, SpongeBob.
you like Krabby Patties, don't you, Squidward?
Yeah, he goes, yes, I love Krabby Patties. But like, that's literally the whole flamenco situation, dude.
This IRL stream was just humbled by the Korean government as things just got so much worse for the most hated.
The manga. The screenshots weren't faked for the manga's info, as shown by its listing on multiple other sites. So they pull it up. Obviously, I'm assuming this is from ehentai.org. But on other sites, the tags appear to be to reference lolicon in this one, and in this one it references Shotakon, and this other one it references lolly and Shota. So what have you had to say about this? Like, what's going on here? Are these just false tags? Like, what's the deal?
It might be false. Yeah, I think it's probably just false tags.
Just false tags. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, obviously, I'm not going to be looking at the material in question. Like I said, here's my deal on this.
You actually believe, hot take, you are allowed to look at the material in question because it's not real. What's bad is, or what I find disgusting is when you're looking at it for the sake of getting off to it. If you're looking at it to determine whether or not it is this thing, when you're like verifying allegations, there actually isn't anything wrong with looking at it with that intent, because it's not like it is drawn, right? But at the same time, right, it's the problem. The thing I call pedophilic is when you're looking at it with the sake of getting off to it, which is what a lolicon is, right? So yeah, he could have verified this.
Plenty of people are going to examine the material in question, and if evidence comes out that there was lolicon or anything of the sort, obviously that's an instant disavow. From me.
Definitely.
And
definitely.
I'm just gonna be real. I'm not gonna want to have you in this.
No, I got you. Dude. I 100% got you.
So the way I see it now, you're innocent until proven guilty. If anything comes up, obviously I'm gonna question you about
I kind of wanted Augie to do like a guilty until proven innocent thing here, which was really stupid. I knew the guy was a weirdo from the get-go. I didn't think it was gonna be this bad. I mean, I just thought it might have been like a sex pest, because like he would be on his streams and there was this one girl called like Athena Bambina or whatever her name was, and she used to be in Flam's chats, and every like he would like be like, ha, you're so adorable, Athena. Dude, remember when Boblax was like doing like the whole like Keffels like Clara, that he stole that from me, because I would mock Flamenco, because anytime this Athena chick was in his chat, she was like a VTuber, he'd be like Athena. Dude, that was literally like I just thought he was a sex pest, because also we were playing on the SMP with Jada. And he would say to Jada like, yeah, I think Jada's kind of cute. You know, Jada, I would date you if you lived closer. Shit like that, which I thought was just like really cringe. But I didn't think it would be like this bad.
And if it's bad, then that's basically gonna be it there. That's just my take on it. All right. As of now, I've seen no evidence. Should evidence show up, that's it. You know my stance on Lolly. You've known it for quite a long time. I take a hard stance against that. I'm very, obviously I'm joking and laughing on the show and stuff like that, but
right, because a lot of the stuff is like,
it's hilarious,
embarrassing and funny. Yeah, exactly. No, I got you.
Anything involving lolicon, that's where I draw the line, obviously, because although it's a debatable topic, I personally consider it
and it'd just be very uncomfortable.
That's a dumb take. The thing is, right, like, it's like the people who jerk off to it are pedophiles and should not be trusted, right? But at the same time, like, I guess I know what he meant, but I think that like the people who treat it like it's like the reason, in my opinion, child porn is worse is because it involves like the abuse of real children to produce. So I've never accused lollies of like distributing CP, but what I have accused them of is being you know, in my opinion, pedophiles because they're seeking this out to jerk off to, which is, you know, I think is like weird as fuck. But yeah, that's my take.
Yeah, I got you, dude. I got you.
It would be an issue for two reasons. One, I mean, obviously, it's something that I would consider child porn, me personally speaking. Two, it would mean that you weren't being truthful. We had an argument about it like a couple years ago because I remember I asked you, I was like, "Are you into this shit?" Right? And you said no.
Yeah.
So I'm just making my stance as
Wait,
clear
why
as
did
humanly
he asked him if he was into this shit? What was the context of that? Why did he ask that?
possible. But yeah, anyway.
Yo, Flam. So I looked at that manga or that doujin or whatever that people were saying. Bro, that is literally Lolicon. Like I'm
where?
It is Lolicon.
Where?
I was sent the link. I went through. Somebody sent me as well. And a censored version manga. It is Lolly. I will send it to Augie here.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, DM it to me real quick.
Censored version?
Only send me censored shit.
I will, okay.
Please.
I will, like...
Yeah, you're allowed to look at it. You're allowed to look at it to review whether or not it is this thing, okay?
Don't pull this up on...
It's not like you're distributing CP.
Stream anyway. It's...
just DM it to me, Doc.
Yeah, I'll send it to Augie and I'll send it to you. Here's the link to the... here's the link to the site. I can't, dude, I can't avow that,
This is AIDS. Yeah.
Like... Here's the link
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that it's AIDS.
Is it definitively or is it on the edge?
Are we like speculating or do we know?
Like, there's lore to the manga, right? So,
like dude, that to me is 100%.
Girl, or is it like a high?
And it's so funny too, because Flamenco would play like the Christian card. Like, I don't watch porn. I think porn is degenerate. It's like, dude, okay,
100% like Lolicon, man. Like I don't.
I mean, it's a schoolgirl.
I'm not looking at it.
It could be college though, right?
Dude, like I don't. Dude, that looks like a kid, bro. Like I'm not even like I don't know.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a twink
It looks like a fucking kid.
It's supposed to be a what? A what?
Dude, that looks like a kid, bro. Like I'm not even like I don't know.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a twink guy.
It looks like a fucking kid, dude.
It's a dude.
Like,
yeah, it's a twink guy.
Wait,
it's a 15-year-old
guy.
It's a 15-year-old in school.
Wait, didn't that change?
It's a 15-year-old in school, little bro.
What the fuck?
Oh my.
Yeah.
Did you not see his peepee?
Weren't you younger than the lolly in this? Yes, I was.
Okay, well, okay.
I mean, dude, like personally for me, like I can't avow that. Like I don't know. I can't avow that. That's all I have to say.
So it's up in the air. It's
you should bring Aiden in after
your
Flam leaves.
I don't want to talk to Aiden about this.
Okay, that unironically on Flam's part, that's probably a good call.
After you leave, Flam. After you leave.
Or Augie, you're looking at the censored version. It being a guy in mind, what's your opinion on it?
I mean, look, all right.
Like, do you?
I'm a lot of anime characters. Like even anime characters that are very obviously like overaged, they still look young to me. I'm not into anime.
Yeah, I guess this was the part I took issue with because this like literally, and in Augie's defense, I just don't think he saw it at this point in time. I don't blame him for not wanting to look at it, because in his eyes it's child porn. But like it takes place literally like in a school with lockers and shit in school uniforms. So he is, this was, I think, the part I had contention with. I thought he was doing some sweeping.
I don't really get anime culture. It all looks like cartoons to me. But again, like, so I'm not the best judge of this shit.
We need an anime expert in here. What the hell?
The problem, there's conflicting.
Wait until you see who they call in as their expert on this.
There is a guy.
I mean, we can't necessarily go by like the canonical like shit here, right? Yeah, because like it could be like the 5,000-year-old dragon shit.
Well,
but we could go by this. I also took issue with this argument.
5,000 years old, yeah. But if it's like college versus
does Lyrics want to call in?
Oh yeah, this is who they call in as their who they call in as their expert.
Oh god. Also,
Lyrics is an anime fan.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Can we get an expert on this subject to call in? It's fucking Lyrics.
Real quick, Augie, a guy that draws hentai for a living. Apparently, don't show his DM that I just sent you on stream, but he kind of explained that just now.
Yeah, this guy I know who draws hentai for a living. Bro, how does he know these people?
I think.
Okay, they say, yeah, sorry to bother you while live. I know the manga. It's a guy cross-dressing as a girl. If you censor it, it looks like lolly. That's AIDS.
What do you mean? The censored part is is literally a penis. Like the person looks.
This is such a degenerate conversation,
dude. Like, what do you mean if you censor it? It looks like an adult. There's no shot that this person's being real. There's no shot. No, dude, no way.
I can't form an opinion because I'm not looking at it. So
I don't know.
Yeah, I need to sit the fence on every drama. And you know, Bobby was the last one off the flamenco train. He was like on streams of them up to a year after this, I think.
And nor do I want to look at it.
Look, all right. I don't have anything to say, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, he says that they're all the same age and the same grade, and like all the girls are like extremely busty.
What
like,
age?
I have no idea. Apparently, it says college in the thing.
Okay,
so,
that's a
but
good
like,
sign.
I fucking have no idea.
It's not a good sign. College in other countries is not the same as college here. Like they call their college university, right? So high school age kids are in colleges in other countries. Like I think an example is England, right? A lot of my like English friends were the same age as me when I was in high school. They're going to college.
All right.
Again, like this isn't something I routinely read. This is something I read like 10 years ago.
It's like I read 10 years ago, but I'm gonna like spend all my time after I'm finally ousted, like taking every moment to defend it. That's what I'm gonna do here. Obviously, it's a one-off thing, but I'm gonna spend all my time fucking defending Lolly when they kick me out, and I'm going to like go to the extent where I'm gonna start like defending people like Shadman. Like he literally tweeted out that like people are clutching their pearls a little too tightly over Shadman. It's like, what? He drew real fucking children performing sex acts. That's disgusting. What do you mean they're clutching their pearls? What do you mean they're clutching their pearls? What?
You're not like actively looking out that shit.
Yeah.
Like on that page, you're like, all right,
yeah.
this is the page.
Look at that. It just. I don't know. When I look at that, it just screams like I don't know. Of course, I don't like look at this stuff obviously, but I look at that. My initial reaction is like, that's a kid.
Yeah, I got you.
Like
that's
my reaction.
Apparently, that's what like people are telling me. So I don't know.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I mean, look, if it's college age, then that clears it, I guess. Right? Because
no.
Obviously, it can't be
I mean,
kids.
It's
Flam
15.
doesn't like kids. Like it's.
I don't think Flam's a pedophile. I'm not saying that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
at the
I
end of the
appreciate
day,
it.
like,
I appreciate that,
That's
guys.
the important thing.
Like I'm just being honest, dude. Like it's a bad look.
Yeah,
like,
I got you. I got you.
he doesn't like kids, and I doubt he was even a huge fan of that page to begin with.
What are
Lolly
you
is not
talking,
college
dude?
age.
Okay. Forget about Augie, dude. Can anybody like look at the sweeping that Bobby's doing here, bro? Dude, Bobby is doing like insane sweeping right now.
I don't,
what the fuck? Yes, Aiden, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying.
What did I type? What genius take did I type in chat? Lolly is not college age. That's what I
he
typed.
was even a huge fan of that page to begin with. I don't know.
Lolly is not college age. What the fuck? Yes, Aiden, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying that they are college age.
Wait for all the NPCs to be in chat. They're gonna say, kick Aiden, kick it. And it's so funny too, because when this went down, everybody on like on the Reddit and everything was fucking, they were siding against me. They're like, finally he's out. Like, if you look at the comments when this was going on the VODs and everything, public sentiment is against me here. And then as soon as Augie disavows, when Augie disavows, which I agree Augie did pretty early, and I don't hold this against him, but as soon as Augie disavows, the whole community is like, yeah, actually he was right. They literally went back and changed VODs called Aiden Molds at Flamenco to Aiden was right. And you can like see in real time like the change of like the comment sentiment.
Then it's not Lolly. We agree.
Okay.
Just Google the age of the character in the manga. I mean, we could, I guess. This is retarded.
If you want proof about how stupid the Aiden hate is, this is your best example. All right. It's time that you guys abandon your status as NPCs and start joining the Aiden wave.
Right? Like, we should be able to know. All right, well, look, this is going nowhere, okay? All right, if nobody else has anything to say, then I'm probably just going to let you go. You can go on Kino Casino.
How far are you and Boblax going to reach? Why are people saying we're reaching? What?
Aiden's Sverging. We're reaching an impasse here, right? We're just repeating ourselves, okay? So if nobody else has anything to say, then I'm probably just going to let you go. We're going to move on, cover some other shit. Let's go ahead. Hayden wants in. We had a deal. Well, I said after his response.
To keep everything concise, we might as well have him on now. because
I mean, I guess
later you'll just rant about flamenco.
I
an
suppose
hour after we passed it, right?
I suppose so. You're right. I mean, let's just hear him out.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like chat reflects Aiden's opinion, so it's good to have
they
representation of the.
No,
other.
they're gonna reflect my opinion until they hear me being the one giving it.
Flamenco just sent me. This is important. Flamenco just sent me a text bubble from the manga where it references them being in a college campus.
I don't care if they're in a college campus. They're drawn like fucking children. What kind of reach? That's the biggest reach I've ever. Because yeah, it explicitly says in the story. It explicitly says in the story that the main character is 15, and as we learn later, college is fucking high school over there. So fucking heard.
I mean, if they're literally,
that's like no, Augie. That's literally the equivalent of like that's like the 10,000-year-old dragon excuse.
Dated a 20-year-old woman, but they look young. That means that they're a pedophile because it looks young.
Like kids. How far are you gonna fucking reach for this guy?
What do you
They're
mean?
drawn like kids. That's literally. I was making my points were not the strongest here, I'll admit, but I would agree with my general sentiment at the time. 10,000-year-old dragon.
If I wasn't calling this guy anything other than a pedo, you'd be saying I'm reaching.
What do you mean?
Sit the fuck down.
Literally, dude, he was jacking off to characters that were drawn to look like kids.
Okay, but if a guy, and answer me this.
Oh, he was reading it for entertainment.
Hold on, slow down. Answer me this, all right? If let's say a guy's dating a 25-year-old woman and she looks like she's 12, is he a pedo?
You can't be serious right now.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Is he a pedo?
I'm genuinely asking you this. I'm curious. I want to test this.
My debate skills were not honed in yet at this point in time. They still are not, but I'm a little better. My arguments are just not very strong here. I'll be the first one to admit that.
But he's dating a 25-year-old woman.
I'd have to know more about the guy. For example, if I know that the guy regularly views lolly and then he went out of his way to pursue a younger-looking girl, even if she's in her 30s, I can safely assume, okay, there's probably ill intent there. This has nothing to do with the situation we're talking about. He looked at lolly. He got off. He got off to characters that look like children. You can say, but he didn't get off. Here's
what I'll say about this, right? I'm surprised because everybody keeps saying, right, that I'm being too charitable here. Lyrics is like grilling me in the chat right now, right? Everybody said the stuff that he was looking at was lolicon because the people looked young, and I defended him there.
So the fundamental difference, in my opinion, with the Lyrics and Flamenco situation, and by the way, I was the first one to call out Lyrics on this. The thing with Lyrics was the depictions that he liked on Twitter, based on what I saw, and I debated someone else on this, were not inherently sexual. My problem is not drawing young kids. My problem is looking at these drawings of young kids for the sake of of getting off to it or drawing them to be sexualized. And he was liking a bunch of art from adults as well. So when he said to me, I was just liking it for the art style, I really didn't have a good refutation to that. Well, I admit it's weird, absolutely. But my difference between him and Flamenco is Flamenco's explicitly looking at porn and actively drawn depictions of children for the sake of getting off to it, and he's defending that to this day, as opposed to Lyrics, where it was like his excuse was it was in the art style, and I kind of bought that because there were also a bunch of likes featuring adults. So I don't really know.
I'm always consistent on this, right? Like, if they're not lolly, it's not lolly. There's nothing you can do about it. What
Lyrics was posting was weird, but it was not full-on fucking porn.
Okay. Look, I'm not saying...
There's a huge difference.
All right. I'm in a... Aiden, you gotta understand the position I'm in.
And
here,
I was like one of the first people to call out Lyrics on this, by the way. So I'm not sweeping here for him.
If I'm fucked if I just don't call if I just don't call him a pedophile, then I'm fucked. Like, I have to call him a pedophile in this situation. Otherwise, I'm fucked.
I don't want you to call him a pedophile. Like, let's be reasonable here. I just want everybody to at least admit this looks pretty bad, right?
Nobody's denying this. Nobody's denying this. Who's denying this? Who said no?
Because I'm
Who's
seeing
denying this?
Because dude, I'm such a fucking spaz. Just say it. Let it out, Junior, today. Okay, it looks like denial when you keep making attempts to reach for the most minuscule reasons.
When I'm not just gonna call the guy a fucking pedophile randomly.
Well, technically, they're on a college campus.
Nobody's.
I'm not sweeping for fucking Leon. I admit it was weird. I just don't think it was pedophilic.
Nobody is arguing with you.
Discussing other
Lyrics, bring your bitch ass on this show right now. I want to fucking roast you. All right, let's hear Keemstar.
Obviously it looks like denial if you're making these minuscule fucking reaches.
Hold on. I'll bring you back in a second, all right? I need to hear Keemstar.
Running.
Keemstar, what's going on?
Dude, this is absolutely bullshit. Jake Lucky is the biggest hypocritical piece
Oh
of
my
shit.
God.
Listen up, folks. I'm gonna read some super chats. Then
Why-
I've got to do some.
why does Kim
shitting
come
on
on-
people here in a second? Because while all of that was going down, holy fuck, I'm actually unironically getting canceled right now.
Yeah, Aiden was being a little
A
AIDS
little?
on Twitter.
What?
A lot. AIDS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he's going so aggro.
You know what?
We
Fuck
were,
the
like,
super
we
chats,
were-
actually.
Yeah, we were in the middle of like discussing like our.
Wait, what did the
points and-
super chat say? Hold on.
We were in the middle of like
I'm actually on.
Augie's a lot like Jake Lucky, picking and choosing who to go after and who to defend. You guys hate sheep, but probably got vaccinated. Jake Cucky, like Kim said, I don't know what this is
Ironically
about.
getting canceled right now.
Yeah, Aiden was being a little
A
AIDS
little?
on Twitter.
What?
A lot. AIDS.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he's going so aggro.
You know what?
We
Fuck
were,
the
like,
super chats, actually.
Yeah, we were in the middle of like discussing like our points and having a back and forth, and then you know,
I
Uber
have
came
to-
in and we went on to like a different topic temporarily for like the next hour or half hour or whatever. And Aiden just couldn't wait, dude. He had to just
I swear to
immediately
God,
come to
dude.
conclusions about our point that we didn't even get to make. I was trying to make.
Let me speak!
I say one sentence, and Aiden immediately spurgs out, and then
He's not letting me speak!
before we can even have a proper discussion, he jumps in and tells his
Bobby,
story or
no!
whatever.
Bobby, no!
And it's fine because that was going to be part of the stream, whether it happens
This is
then
just so
or
retarded
later.
to me.
But the fact that Aiden can't fucking wait and let us actually have a proper discussion about this and wants to go on Twitter and be like, oh, you're bullshitting, you're lying, you're being disingenuous. Like, fuck off, retard. Like, okay.
Whoa! Whoa! Ableism, Bobby? Ableism, Bobby?
Now you go ahead. You rant. That's my rant.
I always win. I always win. I hope you realize that at this point. I'm the eternal Aiden, dude. Kicked out of 109 live streams, and yet, just like my ancestors, and yet I always remain. Just like the Romans. Flamenco tried to take me down and he fell. Same with Bobby.
Yeah, I don't know what even is happening. I just have to assume I'm getting like trolled or something like this, you know? Like this is retarded, right? All on Twitter, I'm just seeing the same tweet over and over again. I can't believe Augie won't denounce
Okay, I'm definitely getting canceled for that one.
degeneracy. Holy shit. Did anybody watch the first 50 minutes of the show? Or is anybody on Twitter?
Yeah.
Did
Dude,
they
were we
watch
all
the show?
Did we watch the same show? Were you patting Flamenco on the back like, oh, good job, I love that you
Yes.
What?
you know, watch
Huh?
that you have these watch these mangas, and I love it that you like a little bit of pain and like chastity and
asked
fucking or
all
sexual
the worst
degenerate and asking
questions.
people to be slaves, and
I
love
confronted
that you-
him. Dude,
What?
dude, I asked
I was literally in chat defending you back then. Well, you know what, Pi? You're getting mod. You know what, Pi? You're getting mod. The old Aidenites, the original ones, I always appreciate the new ones, but the old ones, I'm loyal to you.
all literally every question I could think of. I showed every piece of evidence that was against Flamenco that was being presented to him. I didn't plan to do that. I didn't even plan for Flamenco to even be here at the start of the show, so I had to do all that shit on the spot, right? I literally didn't think Flamenco was coming on the show tonight. I thought he was only going to go on Kino's Casino, right? But then he comes on this show, right? So on the spot, suddenly I have to, you know, fucking interrogate him and all this shit, right?
And I'm getting, I don't know about the situation beforehand. I'm getting the evidence at the same time you guys are. And I'm just asking questions of stuff
just
that
asking
maybe,
questions.
It isn't as bad, or maybe it is that bad, or whatever. We're asking questions. We're having a discussion on a podcast show, and simply because we are, you know,
Not calling him a
exploring different
pedophile.
options-
No, I'll be.
Can we get brooms in the chat? Can we get brooms in chat? Can we get brooms in chat?
I'll just be straight up.
Different
Dude,
reasons
I am
to why
literally
something
getting
could
canceled
happen.
right now because I won't call him a fucking pedophile. What?
We're getting.
You're telling me
In
this?
hindsight, I think that even though I said that wasn't the case, when I'm like, I obviously I can't go back into my head what I was thinking back then, but trying to assess what I was thinking, there probably was a part of me that did want Augie to call him one, which was wrong. I should not have wanted him to, I should not have expected him to jump to conclusions that easily.
Same
Being
community.
charitable. Like,
Every fucking day, the story is either a pedophile allegation or a false one, right? The same community
I agree.
that
I
is
agree.
literally built on calling out false allegations is canceling me for not jumping
what?
to the gun to
Chat?
make a false allegation, a
all the
potentially false allegation.
Dude, all the people who
What?
are saying this, if we pluck the Slazo story and place the baguette...
Can we, like, finally admit, sure, I agree. I was a fucking annoying, like, moron while I was a kid. But I was a kid. Let's be honest here. Can we be honest and finally admit, like I mog Boblox? Like, I am just simply, like, better than Boblox in every way. Like, I look at him back then, and I'm trying to figure out what any of you saw in him as a co-host. I mean, I guess I was one of you. I was an RFC fan, but, like, what did we see in this guy? There's nothing. There's no contribution. It's not, I know it's not a hard accomplishment, but in hindsight, I'm not talking about the things he's done that were wrong. I'm not talking about the things he's done that were wrong. I'm talking about his contributions to the show. It's just fence sitting and whining. At least I was a fucking contrarian, giving another position that, even though it wasn't popular, right? This guy was just there fence sitting and whining and thinking he was something else. I never pretended like I wasn't a fucking Spurg. I knew it. I knew my place. I know it to this day.
Ending of it to it happening right now, and all we know is Shay's accusation and Slazo hasn't made his video, they would be on our
Name one thing he contributed. One, besides laughing at him.
You for not calling Slazo a pedo. That's the type of people. Like, we've been through so many pedo stories. We need to explore every single option, every single possibility of what's going on before we call anybody a pedo. It's not just because Flamenco is our friend. It's before we call anybody a pedo. But you guys are like, nope.
The motherfucker is literally going on Twitter, right? And he's saying this dumb shit, right? He's like, how many...
Oh my god, my commie profile picture.
Excuses.
How many excuses are you gonna make for him for anyone else you'd be calling them?
So you're gonna make for him.
B agreed with me.
This for anyone else, you'd be calling them a degenerate. What? I didn't call Flamenco a degenerate this entire stream? I have to be getting trolled. I have to be getting trolled, right? The first 40 minutes of the show was not us viciously fucking making fun of him to his face, laughing at him for being a degenerate. That just didn't happen. What? And so I'm sitting here and I'm saying, I literally did a 40-minute segment calling it degenerate. And then the response, you minimized it so much. They are technically inside of college. They are! Okay? And if you still think that's weird, great. Because I still think that's weird too. We agree.
We just need to look through all of the facts and all
we
of the
already
things,
agree.
Right? Yeah, we're just showing that that's the case. We're not even saying that makes it better. We're just showing that that's the case.
It's a fact.
Yeah, but they did make, like, they unironically did make the 10,000-year-old dragon argument, to be fair.
Other viewers can see and make their own opinion. We're showing all the facts.
They look like little kids. I agree, motherfucker. Nobody has brought up a
but he also said, don't all anime characters look like little kids, or don't most anime characters look like little kids, which I felt was sweeping. Like, these guys literally were little kids. They're 15. And he's like, well, we can't go by the canonical age. Sure, but you could go by the fact that they are depicted doing kid-like things. They're in a high school with lockers and shit, so.
Argument that I disagree with. What is the point? They can both simultaneously look like kids and be in a college in the manga. These are two things that can be true at the same time. There's no difference. These are not mutually exclusive. How is this?
Yeah, you don't need to tell me I was cringe. I'll be the first one to admit it, okay? I, like, don't stand by a majority of, like, my fucking takes and opinions when I was, like, a fucking mid-early teenager. But then again, in my defense, who does? Who does? The difference between me and, like, every other fucking, like, Spurgy annoying teenager is that my like, Spurg outs and my bad moments and shit is memorialized online. I think that's, like, the fundamental difference, right? Like, I agree that, like, I was cringe, I was Spurgy, I was, like, a moron. I totally agree. I'm not going to deny that. I'm proud of my growth, but I don't think what I did was that abnormal for being a stupid, young, dumb teenager.
It's an argument.
We should obscure facts to make Flamenco look worse, and we should
just lie. They want us to lie, Boblox.
Yeah, we should not give all the context that we can in order for the audience to make their own informed opinion. Let's just, like, not give.
How is that not lolly? I don't know, motherfucker. I don't look at lolly. I don't fucking know. I'm not the lolly judge. I don't look at child porn to decide whether or not it's child porn or not. I don't know. I do not know. I literally said my opinion on this is I don't know, because the only way, if I were to know, I guess maybe is if I looked at the content. But then if I thought that it was child porn, then I just looked at child porn. I can't. I gotta wait. I gotta wait for more shit to come out. I gotta wait for details, motherfucker.
There's so many aspects of of this to discuss, which we were discussing. People are mad that we're discussing it. Like, is it lolly or not? And then
Let me discuss.
Even if it is, like, was he specifically searching out the manga because it had lolly in it? Or
Doug,
was it
I don't know
because it had the
shit.
BDSM
I'm
in it, or
waiting.
whatever.
I'm sitting here and I'm waiting, and I told Flamenco, if I find out that it's child porn, he's gone. Easy. That's an easy cut. That's not even gonna be a difficult decision.
You literally
I said that in
But wasn't the reason? Okay, to be fair to me here, the reason Flamenco inevitably did get kicked out of the house was because of Salvo. It had nothing to do with this, correct? I think this is all like later. This is later shit, or this Salvo came later. I don't know how long after this the Salvo shit came, but I think that this ultimately was not the reason he got kicked out of the house.
Stream.
You said that multiple times.
I said that in the stream. If it's child porn, he's out.
Exactly.
I told him that to his face.
If Flamenco is fucking watching CP Lolly and jerking off to it and he's like, I love little kids. Of course I won't be.
I'm not gonna consume the content.
Boblax was friends with them a year after we knew about this. All the way, by the way, he was on friendly terms with them allegedly. So apparently that wasn't true either.
And decide for myself, because if it is child porn, then I just looked at child porn.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Okay. I agree that it's a drawing. It's not real. That's the part I'll agree with them on. What I disagree with the lolicons on is that because it's a drawing, it's not indicative of an actual fetish. It's like, I think a guy who goes and like looks exclusively at like drawings of men naked and men jacking off is probably gay, or probably is bisexual or something, right? That doesn't mean I think what he's looking at constitutes gay porn. I think it's drawn gay porn, right?
That's how all these people who just got twitloggers written about them got exposed.
You are allowed to look at this to verify it. You are allowed to look at this to verify it,
They wanted to be the heroes. They wanted to come out on Twitter and save the day and expose Twitter predator number 69 over here. And you know how they did it? They opened a big fat folder of child porn and they reviewed it.
That's
and
real
decided
kids.
That it was
That's
child
illegal.
porn, and then sent it to the FBI, thus soliciting child porn and viewing it. And
He's like, what he's doing here is he's equivocating like real pictures of children with like this stuff. And I, like, as I said before, like one is arguably way worse because it involves real children to create. And also like it's just illegal to possess to begin with, right? So that's that. But you are allowed to look at these drawings if you're trying to assess whether or not somebody's actually a pedophile for looking at them. So I think this was kind of a cope, to be honest with you.
Assuming it, and then they got exposed for being weird and fucking up an incredibly important investigation. Do these retards want me to do that?
Wait,
do they want me to pull a pie man?
Wait, that rings a bell to a certain controversy that people think we were more involved in than we were back in the day, and people got really mad about.
I don't know.
Wow.
They want me to just look at child porn. That's literally what Aiden wants me to do.
No, I don't. No, I don't. What are you talking? What was this guy talking about? What was he? He was trying to cook. What was he saying? Nobody wants you to do that.
Aiden wants me to look at child porn in order to own him, I guess, on the internet.
No, I don't. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that's such a crazy like thing to say. What the fuck? If somebody saw this out of context, they would think there's like something like, oh, dude, what the fuck?
To a child, let's check it out live on stream. Show it to everyone. Fuck it.
Yeah.
You guys are so stupid.
And then everybody's making all these arguments. But Augie, Flam's a degenerate. But Augie, it's so weird. But yes, we agree. We're on the same side. You just don't realize it because you're fucking stupid. Calm down. We're on the same. We agree.
Why did you say I told you to look at child porn?
Because in order for me to fucking figure out if he's a pedophile, okay, Aiden.
That's a complete lie. That is a complete lie.
I'm saying
it is
that your argument on what I should do doesn't make. What am I supposed to do?
My only argument is that I feel like you were minimizing it. I feel like you did not denounce him as much as per se if it wasn't your friend.
Shitting on him, laughing to his face about how much of a degenerate he was. No, listen, no.
So I agree with the first part of what I said. The not to. Of course, you're going to give the benefit of your doubt to your friends in certain situations because you can assess their intentions better, right? Or at least think you could. And even if you try to be the most logical, non-emotional person possible, you're always going to handle that shit a little differently. So I was expecting Augie to be like a purely logical, like sociopathic, like non-human. He's a human being, right? Of course you're going to maybe be a little more charitable to your friends than you would be to a stranger because you think you know them, you think you know their intentions. Does it make it right? Probably not, but like I think I was asking him to kind of do something. Like I don't blame him.
No. Listen, no. Listen, or you're gonna get muted.
No,
listen,
you want to be right.
Muted.
That's
listen,
okay.
Or you're gonna get muted.
Dude, you're molding.
Listen,
you're fucking wrong.
I am molding. I'm fucking pissed. I'm mad. I'm actually molding.
It's a double standard. If it were anybody else that did that degenerate shit, you would have fucking called it out.
If it was anyone else, I would just call them a pedophile. No, that's not how this works, Aiden. That's not how RFC works.
Hey, I don't know if anybody's deaf who heard me say pedophile.
What? Okay. So what is he, Aiden? What is he? Tell me what he is. No, hold on. Wait, Bob. I want to do a one-on-one. What is he, Aiden? What is he?
A creepy fucking degenerate that should be denounced at all costs.
We literally agree. We're on the same side. We agree. There's no disagreement there, motherfucker.
The disagreement is here. At this point, I didn't understand why Augie would want to have Flam in any of his circles. So the disagreement here is like, we both agree he's a degenerate. The disagreement here is what should be the byproduct of that. Should we just say, it's kind of cringe, Flam, or should we be like, yeah, you're a fucking weirdo, we shouldn't have you around? I didn't think Flam should have been around for other reasons as well, I will admit. But this kind of like solidified it.
Agree.
Okay.
There's no argument. We agree.
What is between pedo, calling him a pedo, and what Augie said? What's in between?
We agree, Aiden. We agree.
Wait, you don't Okay, guys, calm down, all right?
We agree.
I know we're all on, like,
there's no argument, Aiden. We agree. There's no argument. Aiden, there's no argument. You lost.
No, you're asking a question, and then, like, as I try to answer, you're yelling.
All right, let's hear it out. Let's hear it.
Okay, so first of all, Bublex, there's a difference between just being a degenerate and being a pedo. I don't have enough evidence. I don't have enough evidence.
Called him a degenerate. So what's the in between?
Yes.
What's between degenerate and pedo?
Okay. Why did you bring up like the college shit, for example?
Because we're showing.
Because it's a fact. It literally is. What do you mean? Why I bring that up?
It was a blatant attempt to minimize it. Literally, everybody.
Aiden.
No.
If Flamenco is providing his defense, I have to broadcast his defense. I can't just broadcast all the shit.
Yeah, but it's clear. Here's the problem, right? It wasn't just that he was broadcasting his defense. Like the way he went about it made it clear that he like sort of like was aligned with it too. Like Augie was adding in shit there that Flamenco didn't add in either. Like, oh, well, we can't go by canonical age. Which is, I guess, partially true, but it's like, had he actually taken the time to review the evidence like other people had, he would have realized, like, this is very clearly, like, a depiction of children.
But they're not broadcasting anything pro Flamenco.
He wasn't in the call when that was said.
Also, Aiden, do you deny that they was Aiden. He literally was in the call.
We were not overlapping. I only joined the call after you guys kicked him.
Flamenco DMs me that. That was from Flamenco. That was his words.
If you go back on the stream, when you brought it up, you did not bring it up as Flamenco said. It was brought up as an actual.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you right now, that was Flamenco. That was him DMing me. That was him showing it to me. Also, do you deny the fact that they were in college? Do you deny the fact that they were in college? Aiden, do you deny the fact that they're in college?
Yes, I do.
Deny it?
Do I deny the fact that they're in college? Yeah, it's still lolly. It's still
okay. So you don't deny the fact that they're in college. So what do we disagree on? What is the argument?
They are physically inside of a college. They are drawn to look like children. And then they are children, right?
Okay,
that's like the
10,000 your argument, and then I broadcasted Flamenco's argument because I run a show. You fucking faggot! I literally, my job is broadcasting. Whoa, okay. Both sides of the conversation. This isn't the Aiden show, Aiden. This is not the Aiden show. This is the RFC show. This is the RFC show where I show his side, and then I show your side, and then all of you stupid motherfuckers decide for yourself what the fucking opinion is.
Oh yeah, I changed that position. I have no respect for the brain cells of his viewers.
Shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna fucking mute you. Shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna fucking mute you. Okay, Aiden, if that was Flamenco's defense, that it was a 10,000-year-old dragon, I would display that too.
Augie added that in. Augie added that in on his own.
And then you would laugh at him for that. What is the issue there?
The point is, it doesn't matter that they're in a college. They're drawn to look like children. Adding that adds nothing to the discussion. It was a blatant attempt to minimize it. That's literally exactly what happened. If it were anybody else,
was I minimizing it when I was literally asking him when I was literally showing him the tweet that you pulled up, where your guy found out that this anime had the same fucking tags on another fucking on another porn site, 3 other porn sites? Was I minimizing it when I brought that up to Flamenco?
You brought up the tweet, but I don't care. It's
fucking stupid, dude. You're such a fucking retard.
You literally
answer the fucking question. Stop fucking bouncing me. Answer the fucking question.
No, it's a double. It's a complete double standard.
I don't
It's a
care.
complete double standard. It's a complete.
Oh my,
double
Boblack sounds so soy here. Dude, why does he sound like that?
standard. It's a complete double standard. If this were anybody else, it would not have been covered like this. It's a complete double standard.
No. If the other person came
you fucking. It was literally like you said things in the most minimal way possible to get like you
minimal
said exactly
way. It was 40 minutes. What do you mean?
You said exactly what
Dude,
you
what the
needed
fuck
to
is
say without like you literally minimized it all hell.
I was learning the story.
Aiden, calm down. Wait. Stop. Are you
Is he about to cry?
But the college, why bring up if they're drawn to look like children? Why is it relevant that they're inside?
Aiden,
If they're drawn to, if I draw, it's not a joke. If they're drawn to look like children, answer the question. Answer the question.
What?
If they're drawn to look like children, why does it matter that they're inside of a college?
I'm not arguing with you. What?
Okay, so why bring it up?
Because it was
Flamenco's argument. What do you mean?
Yeah, that was stupid. He had every right to bring that up. The problem with him bringing up that point is that it just wasn't true. He didn't add in the context that like college in this story is high school. Like that's the fundamental problem when he aired Flamenco's defense. He didn't do his research, and everyone else had. So it was weird to argue with him on this because he didn't know. Like from his perspective, like with what he knew at the time, he was right here. But with what the actual facts of the matter were, I was like, in hindsight, yeah, this was wrong.
You're arguing with Flamenco through me. I'm not Flamenco. What are you talking about?
So why does
Flamenco wants to bring up a retarded argument in your opinion?
This is
Aiden. In your opinion, it is stupid.
The other.
Aiden, no. We're not changing the topic now. We're not changing the topic now.
Wait, what the fuck? I didn't realize how mad Boba. Wait. Do you hear that in the background? Hold on, Bovi, no. Wait, do you hear that?
If they're drawn to look like children, why does it matter that they're inside of a college?
I'm not arguing with you. What?
Okay, so why bring it up?
Because it was
Flamenco's
Wait,
argument.
listen.
What do you mean? You're
Listen.
arguing with
Wait.
Flamenco through me. I'm not Flamenco. What are you talking about?
So why does
Flamenco wants to bring up a retarded argument in your opinion?
This is
Aiden.
No. We're not changing the topic now. We're not changing the topic now.
Wait, he's like, wait, do you hear that? Dude, I've never heard him actually get that angry. You actually, you hear that, right? Dude, what the fuck? Dude, he's like screaming. He's like actually screaming.
You're getting muted.
Okay.
This is not the Aiden show. This is the RFC show.
You.
Aiden, this is not the Aiden show.
Dude, you're a fucking tyrant.
This is not the Aiden show. This is not where you come out
Okay,
and you talk shit about
Alzheimer's?
Flamenco. This is the RFC show.
You can
where
stop the
Flamenco
performative
talks,
bullshit.
And then
Like
you talk,
we can
and then
actually we can have a
people come up with
discussion.
their
We can
fucking
do
opinions.
we can do performative bullshit.
Also, yeah, I
we
am
can
a
actually
tyrant.
have a discussion.
Are you gonna cry? Did you just listen to anything I just said?
No, it's hard when you're
Yeah,
saying
I'm the one right now who sounds like they're crying, by the way. That's me.
All right,
thing
you're
over
done.
and over
You're
again.
banned. Get out of this. You're
Okay.
banned from the server. Goodbye, dude. I'm never talking to Aiden again. I'm actually not even joking. I'm never talking to Aiden again.
Oh, and Aiden was
I'm never
vindicated.
talking to Aiden again.
He's so dumb. Even if he thinks the college point is retarded as hell.
That
I'm
aged
never
well.
talking to Aiden again.
That aged well.
We bring up both sides of the situation on everything. We literally showed what Jake Lucky said about the slasher stuff so we could laugh at it. You know, if there's a stupid point, why is it banned from the show?
Yeah,
You
and
know?
just
This
to
is a
prove it,
show
by the
where
way.
we discuss everybody's. It wasn't like a
Oh
rank-
shit! Oh shit! They're sweeping! They're sweeping so hard! They're so mad! They're literally crying, accusing me of crying while they're sweeping.
Endo person
Wow.
in chat's defense.
Wow,
It was
wow,
like
wow.
Fucking, I don't know,
Okay.
fucking like
Damn,
Tom
bro.
Nook in chat who was like, oh, this is blah blah blah. Yeah. Obviously, we aren't going to bring it up because if we bring up everything people say in chat, the show's going to go on forever. But it's Flamenco's defense, the main person who was under attack. Let's hear him out. And we would do that for anybody, regardless if we're friends with them or not. We've done that many times on the show, even with people we dislike. If there's something against H3, we listen to H3's podcast segment to hear
I'm
what he
never
has to
gonna talk
say.
to Aiden
And then
again.
we fucking laugh at him if it's stupid.
Yeah, I'm never talking to Aiden again. And by the way, there's
an echo chamber. It's not an echo chamber.
It's an echo chamber from Aiden. How about that?
If you want an echo chamber, go watch fucking Tonky Time. Go watch the Kill stream.
I'm just like,
go watch H3 podcast. Where
I'm like just like blown away by what I just listened to. I just got called a piece of shit because I read a DM from Flamenco, and no one.
No, it was that he was defending him before looking at the evidence, and he would have realized his defense is like fundamentally wrong had he done that. But his excuse is I can't look at the evidence because it's CP, which it isn't. He very easily could have looked at the evidence. So I think like in hindsight, yeah, he was pretty wrong on this one. I think I handled it very poorly though. I think like in terms of the facts of the matter, I was right. But I would not handle it like this again. And I probably would have maybe handled it privately. So.
Just gonna sit here and say, oh, you're coping. No. I literally just got called a piece of shit because I read a DM from Flamenco. I read his argument, and then Aiden got mad that I read his argument. But instead of getting mad at the guy who made the argument, he got mad at the literal messenger.
The thing is, we were like we were processing and talking about
stories.
None of us were making definitive conclusions. This wasn't like a definitive, like, okay, we did hours of research on this. This is my
people are gonna sit here and debunk the whole like college girl argument or whatever, and I'll probably fucking even agree with you because I'm not the one who made the argument.
No, but you were still reiterating it as if you sided with it.
It's weird. I don't buy the 10,000-year-old dragon girl argument either.
But he did say that earlier.
That's retarded too.
This is literally.
He did say we can't go by canonical age, right? Like a 10,000-year-old dragon or whatever. He literally said that earlier.
Arguments I don't buy. Here's a pro tip, right? If you guys ever are suspicious that I agree with a certain argument, look to see if it came out of my mouth. Because if I said it, I probably agree with it. Okay? But if I didn't say something, then it's safe to assume that I might not agree with that because I never said it. I never echoed it. I never repeated it.
Don't give Flamenco a platform to defend himself.
Unironically,
it's literally that Pyro meme. Don't give Pyro a platform to defend himself. Literally that. Like Aiden is so biased against Flamenco. He doesn't even want Flamenco to have one opinion on.
Just so you guys know, as much as I hated Flamenco, this is why this is untrue. When they were all grilling him for the German Steam group thing, I was the first person to come out and defend Flamenco for the German Steam group despite how much I hated him. Because I looked at the facts of the matter and I realized this is a bullshit allegation. So I defended him on Twitter to the point where this guy, who we both mutually hate each other, literally DM'd me to thank me. Okay? So, to say I'm so biased I wouldn't hear his defense, just historically was not true at that point in time. I absolutely despised him, but I was willing to, did the German Steam group actually happen after this? I think it happened before this, if I remember correctly.
The controversy that he's
You just have to call him a pedo.
By the way, a constant co-host of the show, and a lot of people already know who Flamenco is because of the show. It makes sense for him to be on this platform and defend himself.
And here's the thing.
Like I defended myself in the copyright strike.
Oh, here's the thing, right?
Oh,
people are sitting here like, oh, well,
defended. There was no defense. What do you mean you defended yourself?
No shit,
there was no defense.
Of course. Believe it or not, I don't like calling my friends pedos, and I would rather not if it's not true. I'd rather not jump to the conclusion if they're being accused of such. I'd rather wait. But you guys don't have to sit here and speculate as to what I might do if circumstances change in the future. I've already told you. I said so. If it's Lolicon, he's gone. If it's not, then I'm just going to call him a freak and move on. You know what I mean? Like, I've literally outlined, I've told you guys what's going to happen if we go into situation A or situation B. You know what's going to happen. You don't have to wait and, I wonder what Augie's going to do. No, I've told you what's going to happen. I feel like I'm preaching to like fucking 12-year-olds right now. Like, this is so, I mean, I am. Aiden might not be literally 12 anymore, but mentally, Jesus Christ. I've had a lot of disagreements and stuff with Aiden in the past, and a lot of them are,
that's a lie. Mentally, I'm like 85. Thanks, though.
Have been ridiculously, just wildly bad faith, and one of those times, at least, even admitted it was bad faith. But this conversation was just on a whole other scale of bad faith. I'm never going to speak to him again. Opens YouTube. So your argument, and then I broadcast Flamenco's argument because I run a show, you fucking faggot. I literally, my job is broadcasting both sides of the conversation. This isn't the Aiden show.
So what do the comments say here? The only reason Aiden got to stay in the house so long was because he was a minor and it would be illegal to ass blast him. Good one. So, addressing what happened So Augie then comes out the next day.
What's going on, everybody? It is Palm Sunday today. Happy Palm Sunday. Hopefully, if you're Catholic, you went to church and you got yourself your palm leave. I wanted to come on here and talk about Friday's show. We're now 4 episodes into season 3 of After Hours, and so far, I must say, the return of the show
and they
has
were
been...
right. They were right in hindsight. It wasn't the Aiden show, and that's why I'm here right now, making my own show, my own man. No more calling in. No more being the annoying caller that gets kicked. From this point on, if I can't stay on the platform, then I'll make my own. And any Sigma male, all 95 of you fucking Sigmas, men, women, everything in between, you are free thinkers. Congratulations. And we're going to grow. It's going to be more than 95 in due time. Jason Lee, Kick Aiden. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Jason Lee. Unfortunately, that is a banned term on this channel. This is a dictatorship. So, Jason Lee, are you ready to say sorry? Or else you're going to be banned for the next 48 hours. Thank you.
Extremely successful. It seems like the quality of the shows, the audience engagement, everything about the show right now is going perfectly, just how I wanted it to. Shows are getting good numbers, good views. The VODs are getting 20, 30,000 views. We even launched our own subreddit, and my God, dude, the subreddit, especially after this Friday's show, has exploded in popularity. Like, the amount of posts going up there, the amount of views that these posts are getting, the activity on the subreddit, it's insane.
Dude, that witch gave me
even right
AIDS.
now, there's 30 people on the Reddit talking, like, actively right now. Even though I haven't streamed in like 2 days. So the community itself is like very active. Everybody's having a good time right now. And I'm having a good time. That being said, I wanted to talk about one thing that happened on the show, because if you watch Friday's show, you'll know that it was a very sporadic, it was very all over the place. And, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Me and Aiden had a very vicious debate on the show regarding flamenco. That's basically what the whole show was about. There was like a little segment in there with Keemstar where we were talking about Jake Lucky, and I might edit that and make that a little compilation video of the sorts. I might do that. But the main focus on the show was flamenco. Now, let me get to the bottom of it here, right? Obviously, when I saw the show, I think everybody wanted me to cancel flamenco.
True.
And just be done with them, basically.
Yes.
Right? I would do that if I had 100% confirmation that the material they looked at.
How about this? How about we don't, this like never happened? Let's pretend this didn't happen. How about you get Flamenco off the show because he's fucking annoying and contributes absolutely nothing. He agrees with all of your takes. Be annoying if you want to, but at least be an annoying person with an original fucking opinion, like I was. He contributes nothing. He's worthless. The only contradicting opinion he contributes is when he's defending pedophiles or fucking Lolicon.
Lolicon. Now, I'll be honest. Even after the show, the stuff that I've heard hasn't been great. People have dug into the author of the
oh my God
of the manga that Flamenco looked at.
Can we do an interview with the author of this?
Found some not so nice things. People have kind of dug into Flam's claims in the Kino Casino and stuff like that. It doesn't seem great. So far, I've not seen explicit 100% confirmation that it was Lolicon. That being said, I'm actually very weirded out by the entire thing. And I'm still not really sure how to respond to it totally. I think people wanted me to jump into it and just kind of like instantly like kneel on his neck, basically. And just, completely cast him aside.
Yes.
I don't like doing that at all.
Oh, okay.
And one of the criticisms that I got was that I was applying some sort of
we do it all the time
to flamenco that I would not apply to anybody else, which is a really weird criticism for me, because it's kind of like when people call me like, you're a hypocrite, or you're not consistent, or there's a double standard in the commentary community.
True.
Most of the time that people say these things, they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. All of these like words are just like buzzwords that people will just kind of say and throw out there, but then like have no fucking idea what that means. I'm not sure what the double standard is. Anybody that's watched my show knows that I am, for the most part, pretty loyal to my friends, right? Now, me and Flamingo, I would say Flamingo's a friend of mine. He's not my closest friend on the internet.
Did not age
means.
Well. Whoa.
I'm kidding. Barely talk to him.
I pick on Augie for this. I pick on Augie for this, to be fair. Okay, I do pick on Augie for this, to be fair. But I think Augie did the best with what he knew at the time and the cards he was dealt with. I have no problem with criticizing Augie. I've done it many times before. Literally part of like my friendship with Augie, and Augie will tell you this himself, is that every other fucking call, we are literally arguing about something we disagree with. Those are the friends I like to have around. I like having friends I disagree with. Me and Augie probably differ on like every like political, religious view or whatever. We disagree on everything. So I have no reason to sweep for him. If I disagree with his position, I'm going to tell you that. And I've done that with aspects of his position here tonight. But to be fair to Augie, as much as I fucking like poke fun at him over this, I do think he did the best with the cards he had dealt. I am a fair person. And I think that Augie, when Augie realized the truth of a lot of things, he did like finally like concede on it all. And he wasn't Augie wasn't even the last one off the train because we have Boblax over here coming off a year later, while going at Tipster for defending Vosh. So it's like, I think Augie did the best with what he had dealt.
And most of the time I talk to him, it's on stream. And most of the time I talk to him on stream, it's either because he's asked to come on, or he just comes on anyway. If we're in like the after hours VC, he has permission to go in there. So most of the time I talk to Flamingo, it's because he's inserting himself into the streams, right? So, that I consider him a friend, but it's not like, I'm having like lots of conversations with him behind the scenes or whatever. I've definitely helped him out and stuff on YouTube, but
didn't they meet up?
I've done shows with him for now like 2 years, and that's a long time. And given that I've done content with this guy for quite a long time, he is somebody that I would, value as a friend, basically. Again, not to say that we're like best friends, but he's basically somebody that I don't necessarily feel comfortable with just casting aside just for the smallest of things. Not saying that this recent thing is the smallest of things. I just have a very measured approach to how I look at stuff like this,
right? Did Flamingo ever have a girlfriend? I don't care. So the funny thing about his girlfriend is, and I've shown you guys the clip, the reasoning he provided for why she couldn't say hi into the mic was because she wasn't allowed to stay at his house late. And I said, I didn't know he was in his 30s at this point. I knew he was an adult. I said, is your girlfriend allowed to stay over late? I said, is your girlfriend like a kid? What do you mean she's not allowed? He's like, her parents don't want her to. I'm like, aren't you a grown adult? And he's like, yeah, but they don't want her staying over late. And he's like, yeah, we met in class or whatever. He did this thing where he would make himself sound younger than he was. And the excuse he then gave me was, oh, well, she just comes from a good Christian family. They don't want us having sex or her staying over late. I don't know where in the Bible you're not allowed to stay over late at somebody's house. And I disavow this completely when the community that Flamingo had fostered for years, the groups he hung out with, turned around and doxed him, and they found literally every detail of his life. The one thing they never were able to find was a photo of Flamingo with a girl. They were never able to figure out who his girlfriend was. And to this day, we have no proof of life.
About any of the stuff that he was into. I already could have told you he was
a strict parent thing. I get a strict parent thing, but he's in his fucking 30s. He's in his 30s. At some point when you're in your 30s and your parents are telling you what time you're allowed to stay out until, you no longer have strict parents, you have fucking controlling parents. You're a grown-ass adult. What are you talking about, strict parent? You're in your 30s, dude.
Freak, before any of this came out. The only thing I care about is whether or not it was Lolicon, which is up in the air, which is bad, which is weird. It's really weird. But I don't want to just come on stream and just instantly just cast him aside because Twitter told me to, or because my chat told me to. One of the things that I'm extremely against submitting to is peer pressure. And
didn't he say she was the same age as him?
Stream and, trying to give like the fairest, most measured approach to the situation. And everybody's like, no, fuck you. You need to call him a pedophile.
Yeah, I had a roommate that would hide that she would even sleep in her BF's room. Well, I'm sorry. At that point in time, it's time to like set some boundaries with your family. Because that's like fucking retarded. Like, of course, what do you mean? Like, of course, when you're in your 30s, like, it's your life to explore and like, and make the mistakes and figure out what to do. And like, that's actually more like in your 20s and teens, but like, like, you should have the ability to like do what you want. Like, you shouldn't have to hide it from your parents. And if your parents like dictating like who you're allowed to see, like at some point you just have toxic parents that are like overreaching into your life. And funny enough, the people who have parents like that are always the ones I've seen who like engage in like the most like rebellious shit. Like the kids who like would have to hide from their parents that they were smoking weed and couldn't have an open conversation about it when I was growing up. They're the ones that like ended up trying like hard shit at parties, like fucking coke and stuff. So, and we're not even talking about kids here. We're talking about people in their 30s. So this is totally irrelevant.
You need to cast them aside. You need to, you know, scorn him. Basically, it's like, okay, my natural reaction to that is going to be like, well, no, fuck you. I'm going to come to my own decision here. I haven't come to my own decision yet, honestly, because again, it's just really weird stuff. I'm not into anime. It's not like everybody's been looking at this stuff and being like, oh, that's 100% lolicon, right? Apparently people looked into it and found out that the ages of the character is like 15, which if that's true,
30-year-old man. Yeah, dude, he was bragging about getting a C. He's not even 30, he's like 35, but he was bragging about getting like a C on his midterms. It's like, I'm glad I passed my midterms, guy. Dude, what? Bro, why are you even tweeting that out? There's nothing wrong with being an adult going to like community college. Like, you know, I went to a community college, like plenty of like older people are in there. That's like a great resource if you like didn't get your education when you were a kid. So there's no shame in going to get your education. Oh fuck, I forgot to put on gold armor. There's no shame in that. Like, but don't tweet out bragging you got a C on your midterms and lying to people that you're in your 20s and like clearly like trying to portray to us that you're younger than you are. Like, bizarre.
All right. The entire lolicon was literally about like apparently the plot was about a cross-dressing boy.
It's not a concern that he's going to college in his 30s, okay? I have everything to criticize him for. That's like the stupidest point, right? Like it's totally okay if you're an adult that's like in college. At least you're going to get your education. Absolutely no shame in that. My grandpa went back to community college when he was like in his 70s just because he wanted to like learn more shit. I think he had a regular degree from a state school, but I remember when I was a kid, he would go with his friends in their like 70s to college lectures, and he was forced to watch me for the day. So he would like give me like some newspapers, and he'd be like, wait here, and I'd have to wait outside of his fucking college lectures at community college. My grandma got pissed at him for that.
I mean, the anime is called Boy Soprano, and it's about a cross-dressing boy, which leads me to question a few things.
Yeah, also, think about the title. What is a boy soprano? A boy soprano isn't like that like a young boy singer? Right? Doesn't like the title on its own like imply what you're going to be watching here? Especially since Shotokan and Lolly is in the tags, the character's 15. There's like lockers and school uniforms on in the school. Like, what are we doing here, bro? What are we doing here?
So I don't really know. Like, it's a really touchy subject.
Very poor choice of words.
There's also the question as to, I mean, this was like, what, 2009? You know what I mean? It's 2022. This was like 12, 13 years ago. But at the same time,
wasn't it 2011?
You guys know how I feel about the whole, oh, well, he's a changed person now excuse. I'm not necessarily crazy about that excuse either. So it's just a lot of things. But the point is, and this is what I'm
and then you ask him, we didn't know his age at the time. How old were you 10 years ago, Flam? I was 24. Dude, what? Like, what? I was 24.
Necessarily just throw the guy under the bus when I'm not even sure of what I think of a situation, right? And on Friday, a lot of what I was doing was kind of figuring stuff out on the spot. First of all, and let me make this clear, right? I had no idea Flamenco was even going to be on the show in the first place. I mean, you can hear it when I unmute the music and I unmute the Discord. I'm like, yo, what's up, Bo Blacks? It's episode 302. We're here. Let's, fucking do the show. You hear the Discord noise. It's like, ba-ding. And then Flamenco's in there, and I'm like, I start laughing because I mean that's how I cope when I'm in a situation that I don't know how to respond to or that I'm uncomfortable in. You know, I start like making jokes and laughing because I'm like, haha, wow, this is really weird. You know, because I thought he was gonna go on Kino Casino, right? I didn't know he was gonna come on RFC. So then once he comes on RFC, I'm like, well, fuck. Now I have to do like an on the spot sort of like interrogation of him, and I gotta ask him all the right questions. Otherwise, I'm gonna look like a piece of shit, and then people are calling me a piece of shit anyway.
Yeah, in Augie's defense,
I feel
Flamenco was interrogated on Kino Casino, and they dropped the ball. They didn't really do their research in advance. He made like excuses that I admit like were just completely false. But he was able to get out of it with them because they didn't do their research. So I will agree. Like, sure, from Augie's perspective, like he wants to get it right, so he doesn't look like a fucking idiot like the Kino Casino guys did. No offense to them or anything, but they did not come out of that looking the best.
I feel like I've asked him all the questions I can ask him. The problem with the show was I feel like I was in an impossible to win situation, right? I feel like, because obviously, look, I'm going to ask Flamenco, did you jerk off to Lolicon? He's obviously going to say no. And the reason why I know that is because I asked him that when the leaks first came out.
Had he gone and reviewed the evidence, you wouldn't really need to ask him. Like, you could ask him for his defense in the sense of, like, did you actually read this or not? But, like, other than that, like, if you like, establish the objective facts before you bring him on to interview him, which I get Augie didn't want to do. He didn't want to look at it or whatever. Like, you wouldn't need to really let him paint the picture because he's a very dishonest person. At this point, we had already seen what happened with, like, the false allegation shit. Like, he's just a dishonest person. So the point of interviews like these is, sure, you let them give their defense, but you also come in with some objective facts, so you can catch them when they lie, and don't let them spin the story if they're like not giving a correct version of events on this one. Because when you're interviewing him and don't actually know what the details of what you're interviewing him about, the truth is anything he says it is. And I think that's why Augie kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt on this one.
I immediately called him on Discord. I was like, dude, are you looking at weird shit? And he was like, no. The tags are edited, right? So he's obviously going to say no. There was never going to be a scenario that night where I'm like, Flamenco, did you look at Lolicon? And he's going to be like, yes, I did. That was never going to happen, right? So he's
now he
going to deny it.
And now he defends
which
it like
obviously
every
is going
day,
to cause
so
people to be
I guess that was a realistic scenario in hindsight.
Suspicious of his response. You know, people are going to be like, I don't know about that, buddy. And then I'm in a situation where I have to sort of make sure I'm asking him the right questions, make sure he's not like just overtly weaseling his way out of anything, but at the same time giving him a fair shake and giving him like the responsibility, being responsible and giving him the opportunity to respond to it. Because if he's innocent, right? I don't know. That's why I was trying to figure shit out that night. So I was in a lose-lose situation, right? Because he was never going to admit to what the chat wanted him to admit to. And I was never going to just sit here and smear him and call him a pedophile when I didn't know all the facts of the case.
Yeah, I shouldn't have expected him to.
And I still don't, to be honest with you. So that was the problem that I was at, right? Which then led to people saying that I was minimizing what happened to Flamenco because I was making jokes about it, because I was laughing, and because I was giving him a lot of benefit of the doubt in the situation, right? Now, admittedly, I have rewatched the episode up until when Aiden debated me, right? I watched the entire episode when it was just us and Flamenco.
I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'm gonna hold on one sec. This guy picking up? All right, I'll let it play for a minute. Let me know if I miss anything. I'll be right back.
And admittedly, especially when you compare my show to his appearance in the Kino Casino, we're kind of laughing, giving him benefit of the doubt. And Boblax is especially giving him a lot of, credence. Whereas on Kino Casino, they're just fucking ass raping him nonstop, right? I didn't want to do that because he's my friend. People are pointing out the fact that, I'm biased, or the fact that I'm, Augie just doesn't want to bury his friend. Well, yeah, no shit, obviously, right? Like, is that a fault of mine? Maybe, I guess, I don't know. But that's just human nature. Obviously, I'm going to be much more willing to bury somebody that I have no connection to or no involvement with versus somebody that I do have at least a little bit of connection to, right? Again, Flamingo's not my best friend. You know what I mean? But I do consider him a friend, and I don't necessarily want to bury him alive, especially if I'm not even sure if he deserves that. You know what I mean? So if that's a fault of mine, then sure, I guess. But I don't really know what else is like the appropriate like response there. Again, I'm in a lose-lose situation no matter what. The fact of the matter is that I'm loyal to all my friends, and that gets me into Aiden, right? Because me and Aiden.
All right. Did I miss? Is it worth rewinding? I'll rewind it. Hold up. Here we go. I was gone for 3 minutes, Nick. Hold on. Less than that.
At least a little bit of connection to, right? Again, Flamingo's not my best friend. You know what I mean? But I do consider him a friend, and I don't necessarily want to bury him alive.
Bye? Nobody's watching you, dude. You're fucking panicking that I'm like the next big thing. And soon I will take over the Pickle Tits the Glory Hole channel. And you're sinking.
Especially if I'm not even sure if he deserves that. You know what I mean? So if that's a fault of mine, then sure, I guess. But I don't really know what else is like the appropriate like response there. Again, I'm in a lose-lose situation no matter what. The fact of the matter is that I'm loyal to all my friends, and that gets me into Aiden, right? Because me and Aiden had a very heated argument. I think I was...
Yeah, Nick does bot his subs. Isn't it true you've been botting lately, Nick?
Not being as fair as I could have been to Aiden on Twitter, but I think Aiden was not being very fair to me on the show.
All right, insult Dior or you're getting banned. Do it now. Do it now.
Now, since then, me and Aiden have had a conversation. We've talked out. We're all good. We're good. And he acknowledges that he kind of bombed the show, and that he was kind of asking something from me that was completely and totally unreasonable.
No, don't.
He even
hold on. Don't ban him from. Did you ban him from the fucking chat? That's not what I meant. Wait, that's not what I fucking meant. Did you ban him from the chat? How do I unban him? Okay, good one, buddy.
The fact that he hates Flamingo and he wanted to see Flamingo burn that night.
Do not ban him from the chat.
I don't necessarily want that to happen
said
to Flamingo
make fun, insult
I think that
him.
he 100%, you know.
Okay, fix it, Willie. I didn't literally mean... I didn't mean ban him from the fucking chat.
Deserves it, right?
Good one.
So he was acknowledging that the next day when we were talking on Doc on the radio stream, and he was kind of saying like, look, yeah, I kind of flipped out. And that then led me to acknowledge like, yeah, I kind of got a little bit probably too heated than I should have on the show, just generally speaking. That doesn't mean I take back the arguments that I was making. At least
come
on the
on,
show.
Augie.
But I think I probably got a little bit too heated, a little bit too invested into it. This is something that I feel like I don't even need to explain, but like I get into a lot of very heated arguments with my friends, right? And I say a lot of like heated things to them and nasty things to them. And then people on the internet are so terminally online and like friendless that they think that I'm like burying the bridge with people, right? So I've got into heated arguments with Aiden before, right? Like very heated arguments with Aiden before, especially recently. I think me and Aiden have had like 5 different blow up arguments in like the last 2 months.
It happens, okay? I agree. Right? I'm not the easiest person to agree with. Okay? I tend to be pretty argumentative. I've gotten that from literally everybody in my life. And I have been harder on Augie, like on some things than I probably should have. Like I can admit that it's a fault. Listen, I fucking argue, okay? It's what I do. I'm a bit of a contrarian. Sometimes I don't bite my lip, and sometimes it is a fault of mine. It's gotten, whoa, okay, fuck. No. Sometimes it's gotten a bit better. But it is something that I, would like to do a little better.
Which is a lot. But people hear me say things like they'll hear me like tell Aiden to like kill himself, or they'll hear me say like fucking, the F slur or something like that. And they'll be like, whoa, Augie's, getting nasty with Aiden. Oh, wow. He's
true.
Really, wow. Some friend Augie is. But then the next day, me and Aiden are cool because, we are friends. With Flamingo, it's like I'm friends with Aiden, but with Aiden, I consider Aiden like a much, like, a again, not my best friend, of course, but like I consider Aiden a pretty good friend of mine.
Whoa.
You know, we have each other's numbers.
Not your best friend?
He's told me some pretty personal things about his life. Stuff that I don't think he's told very many other people in the world. And because
what
of
did
that,
I tell
because
this
he's
guy?
been willing to trust me.
Yeah, dude, this guy has spoken to my fucking mom, dude. This guy's spoken to my. No, that's not true. You know who has spoken to my mom? John Swan has spoken to my mom. Okay, Doggy has not spoken to my mom. I've been to his house, but dude, John Swan has spoken to my fucking mom. That's crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy.
Asked with information like that, I value his friendship a lot, right? So when people hear me say things like, you know, nasty things, or when people hear me get into this nasty fight with them on the show, people think that it's like the end of the world. They're like, damn, Augie's like, you know, completely just throwing Aiden under the bus. You know, when they hear me say things like, oh, I'm never going to speak to Aiden again, they think that that's like a statement that I 100% mean forever, right? It's like, no, I just got mad, I snapped, and I said something, and then the next day we called each other and we cooled off. And now things are completely back to normal. Look, I'm not gonna lie. Aiden is probably my one friend that I get the most heated with by far. I don't think I get very heated with pretty much anybody else.
Look, it happens. I've gotten that from many. It is what it is, you know. But it's just who I am. It's who I am. What can I say?
And I think it's the same for him. I think he gets pretty heated with me when we argue, right? We have some pretty bad fights, but we're also boys. You know what I mean? So when we get into a fight...
You know what's funny? It would have been funny if he also like brought Boblox into it and he's like, yeah, we're boys. Like, sure about that? Sure about that one, buddy? Sure about that? Oh, fuck! No! Oh my god, I'm so fucked. 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 Fuck! What? I'm bad? What was I supposed to do there? What was I supposed to do there? I'm stuck in a hole with them. How am I getting out of that shit? I'm bad. Yeah, what was I supposed to fucking do, you idiot?
We could be getting into a physical...
No, tell me, since you guys are like the masters at this game, tell me what I could have done differently in that situation. Tell me.
Fight, you know what I mean? And then the next day, the next hour, we're fine, because that's how guys operate. Guys will be pissed as fuck at each other, and then like 10 minutes later, we don't care anymore. We've already moved on. You know, women will, you know, be mad at each other for like months on end.
Whoa, disavow. Augie, bro, too much. Based? Hold on, fuck, I'm about to get...
Right, but guys will be mad at each other for like 10 minutes at most and then move on. I thought every guy was like this. I guess it's just I don't know. A lot of guys are like this, okay? So when people hear me get mad at people or say things to people, look, me and Nick have had aggressive fights with each other. You've heard it on the show, all right? A phone call, you know, the next day when we're cooled off solves pretty much everything. Because, you know, though we might spurg out or get emotional or something like that, we're not like, you know, bitches at the end of the day that take this internet shit.
All right, this is boring. All right, what do we watch now? Fuck, I'm gonna go sleep so this creeper doesn't kill me. So what should we watch? What should we take a look at now? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to leave a like, subscribe. Really helps my channel out. If you want to tip, we don't have super chats yet. Streamlabs to the channel. And if you want to share a video that's like less than 10 minutes, I'll watch it at the end. Hold on.
And let it like ruin our fucking friendships with each other. That's actual next level spurgery.
People enjoy Aiden's streams, then why are you watching? Why are you here? Why are you watching if you don't like my streams?
So, and I know I'm explaining this.
We should watch the Turkey Tom vid on Flamenco. Is that what we should do? I kind of thought it would be funny if we rewatched the John Swan situation as well. If we're taking a trip down memory lane. What do you guys think? Whoa, dude, why are there, it's daytime. Why are there fucking monsters? What do you guys think? You want to look at that?
Hello and welcome back.
What's up, Keed? What's up, G?
Back to the commentary shit show. I've been in commentary for a long time now, but I don't think I've ever seen somebody's career self-destruct as hard as John Swan's. I don't know what it is with bird YouTubers, but they're really starting to get on my nerves.
Wait,
that's why I only tolerate
the second
one bird.
This is the second one. This is the second one. I want to see the first one.
Did anyone ever expect this stupid, inconsequential drama to get to career-ending heights? Let's recap. Dream is a Minecraft YouTuber and one of the
Does John have a life, or is he still talking to 15-year-olds? So last time I heard about John, and by the way, I was one of the 15-year-olds. The two 15-year-olds that were still in his server, those are like his only friends right now. He's cut off his other. Apparently, and someone's gonna get mad at me for leaking this. He's still around. He unfollowed the Hook Twitter as soon as I changed it to me, because he lives in this delusional world where like I'm the one who wronged him in this like whole situation by like revealing that like he was like trying to mastermind a pedophile allegation, let a 15-year-old take the fall for him. But he's still around, and not only his only two friends are the two former 15-year-olds from the server, but he also like gets mad when friends of his aren't asking him for help anymore and like have other friends and like no longer have use for him. So he'll remove them. He likes being the guy that everyone needs help from and is like the center of the group. So he like kicked other people out last time I heard, allegedly because they weren't like they didn't like the dynamic had shifted. He was no longer like the boss or whatever. His quote unquote friend groups are like big groups of people that revolve mostly fucking 15-year-olds that revolve around him and do things for him. Those are his friend groups.
Creators on the site. He's kind of got the Jake Paul thing going on where he and his fans are really easy to goof on, but unlike Jake Paul, he's not very controversial.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Wait, how is it your fault? It's not my fault. That's the thing. It's not my fault. I just revealed it was happening and Destiny grilled him for it when my tweet came out. It's not my fault at all. He, in his like little deluded fucking mind, he thinks that, is Lionhead still alive? So last I heard he had been arrested, but we haven't, allegedly, and we haven't heard much from him since. I heard when I was still talking to John Swan that he may like still be around, but that was, I don't talk to John anymore. So that's the last I've heard from him. Dude, I need like building blocks for the nether. Yeah, that's the last I heard.
Dream cheated in Minecraft. That's his big controversy. John Swan is a commentator who got big going after Suzy Liu and Chris Hansen. He preaches journalism and honesty in those videos, so people viewed him as a guy who valued those things. This beef started with John tweeting, Dream has made accusations about me on Reddit to try and smear my—
So here's the funniest thing about this drama, right? Here's the funniest thing about the John drama. Dream accused John of like trolling and saying the N-word to, and the post didn't even take off. John went public about a Reddit post that barely got seen and tried to call Dream a liar when he knew for a fact Dream was telling the truth because he panicked.
Credibility. So I will be responding here in detail to ensure that everything is perfectly clear. Dream, who heard John was making a video with Cordwood, had posted to Reddit and complained about his personal experience with John. But the real question is, how the hell do they know each other? This is like a Flintstones Deadpool crossover. How? Why?
Yeah.
This links back to John's Minecraft documentary that he made back in 2019. I guess he interviewed Dream in it. Now let's get into the drama. It is beautifully stupid. On Reddit, Dream—
My theory about John, if I'm gonna play armchair psychologist here for a minute, which I totally shouldn't do, is like John needs to have like for whatever reason did not get like enough validation in his real life, and he like seeks it on the internet. He needs to be the cool guy online. He needs to be the guy that's like in charge of like that's like bullying other people. That's why he like dedicated his time to like trying to smear a 15-year-old when he was getting big for reporting stories on like celebrities like Chris Hansen getting followed by Lindsay Lohan. Why would he dedicate his time to trying to getting involved in like a 15-year-old's drama, a 15-year-old nobody? And it's simply because, for whatever reason, John likes feeling powerful, and this is how he does it. I spoke to John almost every day for like 2 years. and he got me to defend him on many things. But he's like a small man that needs to feel like powerful, and this was his way of doing it. And any like slight against him, this dream shit, even though it wasn't getting big, he can't not be in that position of like being like the guy that can like grandstand over everybody else, and he saw this as a threat to that. So
Dream accused John of impersonating him and sending the N-word and weird messages about a Minecraft sex.
And I know Nick and all of them are probably gonna disagree with me on this, but I'm totally right. The guy, there is something like fundamentally wrong with this guy. I don't know what it is, but that's like my theory based on talking to him. He just seems like a guy that really wants to be powerful, and this is his outlet to do it.
Mod to Harley. Harley is an underage commentator.
There's nothing wrong with wanting like power per se, but like what I have an issue with is like he'll do it at other people's expense so he could feel superior.
Who is a fan of Dream and John. He's accusing John of trolling. I hardly find that as an attempt to smear his credibility, but however John wants to frame it, whatever. I want to point out that Dream's Reddit post only had 20 likes when John blew it up, so when Dream makes the accusation that John is blowing it up for Twitter clout, I tend to agree with him. John is bragging about how much he's growing from this situation, but people keep telling me, Dream,
this guy can't do anything without nobody seeing it.
Why does Tommy talk? Dude, why does Tommy... Dude, I love the way Tommy talks. It's because I grew up with people that talk like this. You guys can't hear it in my accent. I grew up in like the New York, Jersey area, or the tri-state area, which is where Tommy's from originally. And like Tommy talks like people I like some of the dudes I knew, and it's like it's so fucking funny. I didn't get the accent for some reason. I live like pretty close, or I used to live like pretty close to like Iorio and all of them, but I didn't. I never got the accent.
Maybe he doesn't know that, man. I'm confused.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Well, guess what? The Reddit post still only has 90 likes, and John's tweet is what blew this up. His initial tweet talking shit is why Dream
soy accent. I know, right, dude? Wouldn't that be cooler if I had like a heavy fucking New York accent? Like, forget about it. Forget about it.
Posted in the first place. But more importantly, the stakes were being raised. John claimed that Dream was trying to smear him, and Dream claimed that John was lying. It became a drama about credibility and character, and information came out in support of both sides. I don't really want to go through all of the DMs. All you need to know is that the information is circumstantial. It could really go either way. So people started to go through their past.
Yeah, so basically what occurred here is that they like DM'd Harley TBS pretending to be Dream. John and Lieutenant Cobra thought it would be funny, and they like said the N-word and shit and joked about making like a Minecraft sex model pretending to be Dream. Dream confronted John about this. He denied it. Dream went public about it when John was criticizing him, and John then proceeded to accuse Dream of like smearing him when John knew full well that this was all true. And John was like, knew his friends were going to be making videos defending him on this. In John's mind, he thought that there was no way to prove that he was lying he came up with an excuse like it's my autistic 12-year-old cousin that typed it, and there's no way to prove that he's lying on that. For some reason people fucking bought that. I was one of them, I think, if I remember correctly. So yeah, I don't know.
Past controversies. Dream lying about his Minecraft speedrun popped up several times. He's already lied once.
Can you do the accent? What accent? I gotta go drive to get a coffee. Forget about it. I gotta go drive to get my fucking coffee. I can't do it, bro. I can't. I'm not good at it. But that's literally what my whole fucking family sounds like.
I think they're both in the same exact boat.
Oh, the guy did cheat in Minecraft. Who knows what he's capable of? John, however, no, completely out of character.
So cringe.
John, he never does anything wrong.
John's such a nice dude. John's a fucking violent kid. All right, he's got nothing. There's nothing on John.
There's nothing on John.
You can't pound him. All right. When I say that, I mean optically speaking. You know what?
John's the boy, man.
John's the boy, man. Dream cheated in Minecraft. It can't be John. There's no way John would sit by, lie to his friend's face, his fans, watch them hurt their credibility defending him. John wouldn't brag about how many followers he was gaining from a bold-faced lie towards another creator. He wouldn't make up a story about an autistic 12-year-old using his account. He wouldn't.
Wait, hold on. Wait, we gotta go back. Hold on. He used an alt account, changed its name, profile picture to Dream, and started saying some really strange stuff. It was like 12-year-old humor. I was told the N-word was said, but I've seen no evidence of that. But I did find convos about a Minecraft sex mod and other weird shit. It was my autistic 12-year-old
12-year-old using his account. He wouldn't have his friend be in on the lie with him, bringing his credibility down to 0 too. John wouldn't post a 13-page document acting like he's the bigger man. Saying innocent until proven guilty is a phrase that's lost a lot of significance lately. He wouldn't be the guy claiming he's taking accountability on Twitter as if being brave, when in reality he only did it because Nick already exposed him. So fuck this I'm owning up shit. You're a snake. You're a liar, You're a manipulator, and you only feel bad now because you didn't get away with it. People were surprised that John would do this. I wasn't.
Does like any of the stuff that Dream is alleging, does that any of that sound like something John would actually do?
Yes.
Like
I'm telling you.
John was canceled for getting caught lying, manipulating, and taking advantage of people. And you know why I'm not surprised? Because this whole situation looks like a joke compared to what he did only 2 months ago. This time, he just got what he deserved. Oh, wait, I want to keep this video as fair as possible, so know that Dream isn't perfect either. He did cheat in Minecraft once, so suck my dick, Stans. Pieman is a small YouTuber, he's 15 years old, and he's a pretty big fan of John.
Just so we know, just so everybody knows, Pieman is Pie Girl now. Pie Girl is like a sex degenerate that was like posting horny shit on Twitter, and like complete sex degenerate, was like friends or dating, I don't remember, this person called Satanic Antifa, who made a tweet about how much they hated me, and this Satanic Antifa person was an actual pedo, and Pie Girl knew it, and Pie Girl would like send Satanic Antifa like photos of like stock photos of kids to be like, are you getting off to this? But Pie Girl said that she did it because Satanic Antifa, she wanted to like incriminate Satanic Antifa or whatever. So yeah, I don't know, but like John was like completely wrong to smear this person as like John was trying to insinuate this person was a pedophile for a situation that I just think it's like, I just like, it's one thing to be a sex degenerate, which is like, fine, you're weird. And it's a whole different thing to be a fucking pedo, which is like, you're weird and I should not talk, like you're irredeemable as a result, which Pie Girl is not. Okay, let me just preface by saying that.
Decided to insinuate that Pieman is a pedophile.
Didn't Pie Girl also do blackface? Yeah, but they are a, what is it? They are black. So, I mean, I don't know like what the deal is with doing blackface while you're black. I don't know, like, I don't know.
He sent a cringy, flirty message to a 12-year-old. Again, Pieman's only 15. John was making tweets such as, why did no one ask the age? You have a self-possessed IQ of 150 and you didn't think to ask the age of the girl you were flirting with?
Okay, Pie Girl didn't Pie Girl claim she had an IQ of 150? Here's the other thing too, did people take these like online free IQ tests and go off that? Like, it's... By the way, I think, didn't Einstein have like a 160? Like, I don't believe that for a second, but Pie Girl's just being like a cringe, like, Pie Girl's being like a fucking cringe, like 15-year-old, right? I'm sure like I fucking made up stories when I was like that age. And by that age, I mean like 4 years ago, but probably younger. Like I probably like would like exaggerate my life when I was like fucking 12 or whatever, but not like 150 IQ shit, but I don't know. It's cringe.
Sexual manner? Wow, that's crazy, John. It's as if the kid is only 15. Why would he ask the age? That's still messed up, LMAO. You're still not helping yourself. No.
See, like, John could have had everything. John wanted to be, like, seen as a professional journalist. John was mingling with A-list celebrities. It's like, what possesses a man who's on his way to the top with such a clear, unblemished record at that point in time to feel the need to go and get involved in a situation like this? There's simply no motive. And not only was he getting involved in a situation like this, when I was like 14 or 15 in his server, I remember one time, or no, I was told by other members of the server that he had like been like looking at Pie Girl's like clothing or something to find her school. I don't remember if he told me that or another member of the server told me that or if I witnessed it, but I do remember that John was like looking at pictures of Pie Girl's like clothing to find her school and like weird shit like that. And it's like, what possesses you? I actually, to come to think of it, I might have been in the VC for that one. I don't remember, but like, what possesses you to go do that, right? Like, why do you feel the need to get involved with this? Why do you feel the need to get involved with this shit?
Leave leave the internet. Now, if you know Pie Man, he's very open with the fact that he struggles with some social issues.
Most, if not all my, close friends are people online.
John, you don't need to admit to that. Okay, that's sad, but at least lie that like you have tons of, you're like swimming in IRL friends. Like, why lie? Why would you admit that? Come on.
That and was still posting things like, how can you control that? Step 1 is to remove yourself from the internet to ensure that you will not fall guilty to the same urges again. Remember, you were being turned on by a literal child. He is a literal child. They're both children. 12 and 15 isn't predatory. They're both going through puberty. Step 2 is to get some sort of therapy or help because this can't go on, dude. This was messed up from John. The kid was getting a lot of shit and was unironically getting called a pedophile by John's followers. I thought John realized he was making a mistake when he deleted all of his Pie Man tweets. I even DM'd him saying, "Good guy John," with a picture of his tweets being deleted. I definitely have sympathy for somebody taking something too far in the moment, especially on Twitter. I thought this was him owning up to it. He then replied to me saying, "I deleted all of my tweets because someone was flagging my account. LOL. Tweeted about it. I stand by that 100%. You can disagree."
And he was so egotistical about everything too. He never backed down. Even when Destiny like had him like dead to rights on a lie he told, like he still wasn't willing to say like, yeah, I'm gonna back down from like smearing Kami. We'll get to that situation in a minute. But like there's like just something fundamentally wrong with this guy.
That's fine. The shocking part is that he then went on live stream to call Pie Man a pedophile again and that he needs to leave the internet.
This is not good. This is something I believe you need to get help with in some way. I don't know whichever avenue you want to take with that, but I think you need to get help because these are the sort of feelings if you're trying to deny them now. Well, earlier, you said in her DMs that these were feelings that you had.
John is literally telling this kid that he's so fucked up that he needs therapy for having a crush on another kid. John, puberty sucks enough. He really doesn't need you to make it worse.
If you legitimately feel this way, and I'm not going to ask you to respond or say if you do or not, right? But if you legitimately feel this way, you need some help, right? You need to log off. You need to like leave online settings because you cannot have a public platform when you've admitted to this stuff. And this stuff is going to haunt you.
It's 15 and 12. What, like, I get it. When I was 15, I would think being with a 12-year-old was like odd, but this is like a terminally online, like Pie Girls admitted like, they're autistic or whatever. Like it's 15 and 12. Like, my message would be, don't e-date when you're fucking 15. That would be my message. Same message to the 12-year-old. Not because of the dynamic, but because I just think it's, like, e-dating at that age is, like, bizarre. Yeah.
Now, forever online.
This stuff is going to haunt
yeah,
forever.
It's the middle school context, bro. It's literally the middle school. Bro, John's getting involved in, like, middle school context drama.
Online. Let me remind you that Pie Man has social issues. Most of Pie Man's interactions with other people comes from online. Most of his friends are online. This is where a large part of his life is. And John, someone he looks up to, is telling him that it's all over. So what do you think's gonna happen? Pie Man unsurprisingly took to Twitter where he posted his suicide note. "I'm probably gonna upload my next video, then just fucking kill myself." Luckily he didn't. Pie Man's parents enrolled him into therapy and he took some time off for himself. Meanwhile, John played hero. John rewrote history. Somehow, John changed the story. He was now trying to stop Pie Man's live stream. He was protecting him.
And I told them, the first thing I got on there, I actually went on because it was like, guys, turn off the stream. You shouldn't be streaming about this. Like, what are you doing? It was like him and like two other friends of his, and they were talking about the drama, about this 12-year-old stuff. And I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing on stream?
That is a blatant lie. When John first went on, to me, he sounded really excited. Giddy even to humiliate a 15-year-old.
Yes, of course.
It looks really bad.
This is what I'm talking about, by the way, when I said like it's like John wanted to like feel like the high school bully. Like, I don't know, I'm sure I'm delving into like armchair psychologist like shit here right now, but like that, like just forget that. Like just reading a person, like I felt like John, like this was John's way of like feeling like superiority. It's like so weird, feeling like the popular kid. That's the vibe I got. He was super cliquey. He would build these like cliques and kick people out. Like he acted like a mean girl. That's what he did. No, fuck. Hold on. All right. We live to see another day.
Get like he's the pie man, because that's really incriminating.
Oh, that was John trying to stop the stream. That was him trying to save Pie Man. Oh, and that this will haunt you for the rest of your life bit?
And this stuff is gonna haunt you now, forever, online.
You see, guys, that seemingly scarring statement for simply having a crush on another kid? That was now sound, genuine advice.
I gave him some genuine advice. I said, look, dude, you need to get off the internet. You need to, you need to start readjusting yourself.
Just makes me so mad every time I hear it. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with this guy? Now, you might be asking, how did John react when he found out about Pie Man's suicide letter? Well, John said Pie Man didn't go through with it, so he must have been suicide baiting.
But at the end of the document, he said, I might just upload my next video and then fucking kill myself.
It's so bad.
And I'm just... It came out later. Okay, well, he didn't... Those weren't genuine. That wasn't a genuine thing. He literally turned around and said he's fine. So he tried to weaponize his suicide attempt to try and make us feel bad about
You didn't kill yourself, so you're baiting.
Pie Man's the real villain. Bro. He was after John the whole time. You see, John's the victim because Pie Man, the 15-year-old, didn't kill himself. John, you started this on Twitter. You went onto his live stream to humiliate him. How is he attacking you? So when people ask me, is it in John's character to lie? Could John have ever lied about Dream?
Does like any of the stuff that
dude, we need this guy's take,
like Dream is alleging, does that any of that sound like something John would actually do?
Yes, it is completely in his character. Guy's a piece of shit, but amazingly, it gets worse. Pie Man uploaded a video explaining why John owes him an apology. John decided to react to the video with his friends in a live stream where they all decided to laugh at him.
I think I've provided enough information to prove that John is not perfect. He has made mistakes. Mistakes deserving of an apology. This is why I want everyone who watched this video to tweet #apologizeJohnSwan.
You gotta love how sweet Pie Man is. All he said is that John isn't perfect and that he should apologize. It's really not that funny, guys. Seeing that he almost killed himself over this whole situation, I think that's more than fair. Keep in mind that John called Dream the douchebag. John, of course, didn't apologize to Pie Man, so I brought this to Twitter 2 days later, exposing everything from calling him a pedophile for flirting with another kid that's only 3 years younger than him, to telling him it would haunt him for the rest of his life. And what do you know? John would go from saying,
yeah, dude, when you were like 15 and like flirted with a fucking 12-year-old, it's gonna haunt you for life. Irredeemable. Like treating this guy like he's a fucking sex offender. And you know what? I don't remember what my take was at the time. In hindsight, I don't think I ever accused Pie Girl of being a pedophile, and I don't think I agreed with John's take on this. But I did, like, for the other stuff, like I did say, like, oh, Pie Girl's a sexual degenerate or whatever. But this was like totally fucked. This was completely fucked. John was a grown adult at this point, though, right? And it's like, I don't know. This is just really weird. I don't know why he felt the need to like go from like rubbing shoulders with A-list celebrities to getting involved in like the middle school context, like sex drama. Completely bizarre. There's just something not right about a person like that.
Literally, I had a good take.
To posting a full-on apology to Pie Man. I talked to Pie Man today in private after a few days of reflection. We hashed things out. And although we don't agree on everything, what do he tell you?
He does this a lot. He'll be like, yeah, we worked it out, and then leave room for plausible deniability instead of saying I was wrong. It's like such a cop-out. He did it with Cam. We'll check that out later.
Well, honestly, it wasn't really much of an apology. I more accepted it because, I sort of was over the drama at that point.
John was obsessed
doubled down on most things. He said he still thinks I suicide baited, and he never implied I was anything. The only thing he sort of apologized for is he said he was a bit too harsh on me.
It's such a non-apology.
And he could have worded a few tweets differently. Because when he said, oh, can I post that we've worked things out on Twitter? And I said, sure. I expected him to say something like, oh, me and Pie Man talked and we sort of worked things out between us. But then he said, oh, I apologize to Pie Man and we're all good now and stuff. And I thought, well, saying that you apologized isn't really a fair claim to make, because most people are asking him to apologize for the suicide baiting thing.
No!
And he never apologized for most of the stuff. He just posted on Twitter that he did.
So he's even taking credit for an apology that he didn't even really make. Moments after John's apology aired, Pieman DM'd me. John said he stood by calling me a suicide baiter, saying it was just his opinion and I'm free to disagree. What a nice
fuck's sake
guy. He also said talking to me just now had nothing to do with you planning a video, and he wasn't even paying attention to the drama. So purely by coincidence, John went from laughing on livestream about Pieman's request for an apology only 2 days earlier to reaching out to Pieman and stealing an apology. All on his own. He never cared about Pieman, he only ever cared about his own reputation. What action can he take to downplay the situation and make him look better? I want to take the time to address these two situations and why I always felt like John was more than likely behind the Dream DMs. Both situations started off with John messing with a small commentator, people who looked up to him. Harley, who was the kid trolled by John in the fake Dream account, was friend requesting John because he was a big fan.
No, definitely. He definitely had an influence on me, and I looked up to him.
In both situations, John eventually got questioned, pushed back on what he said. He then blatantly lied, changing the story completely, knowing that he could get away with what he did. One of my IRLs thought it was a good idea to fuck with my Discord account when I signed in on their PC.
Gave him some genuine advice. I said, look, dude, you need to get off the internet. You need to
wait. Is that the excuse he gave for one of my IRLs? He said it was his like IRL friend or his family.
Pushed back on what he said. He then blatantly lied, changing the story completely, knowing that he could get away with what he did. One of my IRLs thought it was a good idea to fuck with my Discord account when I signed in on their PC.
Gave him some genuine advice. I said, look, dude, you need to get off the internet. You need to you need to start readjusting yourself.
When called out for his bullshit, he plays victim. John's being attacked. Dream has made accusations about me to try and smear my credibility.
He's always the victim in every scenario. This is what he does, dude. He acted like I was wrong for exposing the fact that he wanted to let a fucking 15-year-old take the fall for the pedophile like allegation he manufactured, and he didn't apologize for lying to me during that situation. I was wrong because I exposed him. Right? He's literally never at fault in his eyes. Anyone who ever wants to like, any fucking idiot who ever wants to like let this maniac back in, I mean, he could come back, but I rub shoulders with him. No. Anyone who like wants to let this guy back in like deserves to be lied to, deserves to be fucked over, deserves to be snaked. This guy is like an actual crazy person.
He tried to weaponize his suicide attempt.
He then laughs and brags about it because he he got away with it. Look at my followers. Look how cringy this kid is because he wants an apology. And when he's cornered and he's gonna get caught, whether it's me blowing up the Pieman stuff on Twitter or it's people saying there's proof of him lying behind the scenes and it's gonna come out, he then finally owns up trying to cling to any sympathy he might be able to garner. Like, fuck off. I'm not accepting your apology. I don't care about your
What did his apology say?
Your excuses. I don't care about how stressful this was. In fact, I can't think of a more poetic ending than John Swan taking his own genuine advice and leaving the fucking internet.
It's true.
You need to like leave online settings because you cannot have a public platform when you've admitted to this stuff. And this stuff is going to haunt you now forever online. Like you've said that's come out. People are always going to know. The people are going to know. That's what you're going to be known for.
During this
this guy's never been outside, dude. This guy's literally never been outside. Of course it's not going to haunt you for the rest of your life. What a fucked up thing to say to somebody. Especially a fucking 15-year-old. You're letting him feel like his life is over. That's crazy, dude. That's absolutely crazy.
Friends take bullets for him, was willing to lie to his fans, everybody really, and he turned our mutual friends against me. All because of his lie. Bro, all this for what? To cover up a troll? How about you stop fucking with kids? Be a goddamn adult. John has since left the internet. He deleted his Twitter, so his apology isn't even up anymore. Good, it sucked. I don't want anybody to hate on the people who got the Dream story wrong. They were lied to by someone they trusted. They're the real victims here. I actually came away feeling positive about this whole thing. Yeah, even though some of us are friends behind the scenes, getting the story right is still the most important thing. Nick, one of John's biggest offenders, was the first one to go public upon getting the evidence that he lied. The dude was absolutely heartbroken to discover his friend was lying to his face the whole time. But he stepped up. He knew this slander couldn't continue, especially coming from a commentator. And he got John to apologize. Nick made a wrong right.
As a commentator, my credibility, does anyone, if in the Discord, if somebody can find like this original apology and post in the Discord, that'd be sick. Cause I'll go look for it. But if we go, so have you guys heard, I'm sure we all remember, I'm Such a Moral Frog, What do you mean? That I don't think we should fucking falsely smear people as like pedophiles and or tell 15-year-olds like their life is like ruined because they like messaged a 12-year-old? That makes me a moral frog? Sure. You know what? You want me to sit here and say, yeah, it's a great thing you did, John. It's a great fucking thing you did. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. But like, the weirder part was the call. This part, like, I'm not saying he is, but John sounds like a fucking sociopath in that. This is the point, as we all remember, where Nick goes and confronts John on the fact that John's whole cover story here was, wait, didn't Willie make a follow-up video? Yeah, anyways. So John goes and he, after lying that like the dream messages were sent by his 12-year-old autistic cousin and like getting advice from Bo Blacks, like this is something an autistic person would do, right? Nick finds old WhatsApp group chats of John admitting that this was that he was the one that did it, which contradicts the public story that everyone was going with him for. And Nick goes and gets in a call with John to confront him on this. And it's insane.
John Swan has left the internet, and I think it's important to reflect on the impact this drama had.
It's insane.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, I made a full video.
This is by far to this day one of the most insane calls I've ever heard, because you can hear him grimacing behind the screen.
Exposing John Swan as a liar, manipulator, and prove that he has a history of doing it. On Twitter, if there's one thing you probably noticed, it's that a lot of people were more hurt than mad, especially people who were close to John. Bo Blacks, a creator who has autism and educates people on it, was used by John to validate his lie about his autistic 12-year-old family friend hacking his Discord. Bo Blacks, after finding out John lied, tweeted, "Here's another thing that bothers me about the John Swan stuff that is specific to me. John talked with me in depth explaining how the 12-year-old using his Discord account—
Let me make this about me. I'm Bo Blacks. This needs to be all about me.
Was autistic and exploited my knowledge of autism to craft a false narrative. I hate that I was used for that. He was saying stuff like, that's what an autistic person would do, right? They know a lot about technology, but not
let's be honest,
stuff.
That's not sad. That's hilarious. It's like so fucking funny. He was like over a troll. He was willing to like go so hard with this lie that he was literally like DMing Bo Blacks for advice. Like, this is how an autistic person would act, right, Bo Blacks? That's not what John sounds like, but it's more like I'm not even gonna attempt to do the Australian accent.
I like how John's big scheme revolves around selling his fake autistic family friend as Rain Man. Augie tweeted, "How do you tweet stuff like this knowing you lied and weaponized all your friends? The dumbest—
Just a reminder that I am uncancelable. Good night, everybody." Dude, he has like the most like pompous like accent I've ever heard. He like, oh, this isn't a real person, dude. He's so funny. He's like, actually, this guy is like, he's like an evil villain in a comedy movie where he like crafts up these like comically evil schemes, but they're all like so fucking stupid that he like fails every time. He could just never get it right. He gets like 50,000 chances and he just like always like takes the L. Hold on.
Ever told that's now snowballed into a complete backstab. Unbelievable. He let Cordwit receive death threats over a lie he could have resolved at any point. Cordwit has since left the internet. The reason these people are so upset isn't just because John lied. It's because we all heard a Discord call where Nicholas DiOrio confronted John on the lie, and the severe lack of empathy from John is something you really have to hear to believe.
It's insane.
After my first video,
Absolutely
Nick did give me
insane.
permission to leak this. I think he just wants to get away from the whole thing. In an attempt to do this as efficiently as possible, I've decided to relinquish anything I have to some people I'm cool with and allow them to use their judgment / have access to me for any reason they need. Other than that, I got you guys your confession. I'd like to be done. So thank you, Nick, for everything you've done. I probably won't interrupt too much. I think it's better if I just let John speak for himself. But I will set the scene. At this point, Nick, everybody really besides John, has heard about the leaked DM from over a year ago where he admits to trolling Dream. This is Nick confronting him.
Hello.
Hello.
Right.
I returned.
All right.
See, it's that accent.
Hello.
I've returned. Dude, it's like the most pompous, like, this is like a comic book character. This is like a cartoon character. This isn't a real fucking person. This is not a real, like, human being. I'm a John Swan denier. I think John Swan is a psyop. I don't think this is like a real... I doubt John Swan exists.
I just want you to, like, 100% assure me that there's no possible way, there's no mix-up that could have happened. Like, there's no way that you could possibly be not telling me the entire truth.
Hello.
There's no way.
There's no way that you could have, like... It doesn't add up, dude. I can't tell you what I know, because it's just like, I don't think the person's gonna release it. And it's just like, oh, this is so fucked. Apparently there's like a lot of people who know now, and I just got told tonight, and it's like, I really can't give you any information on it, because I don't want you to just go and message them.
I'm not gonna.
Not again.
But I have.
Not again.
So then who is it?
Who it is?
You gotta like how Nick's telling him, "You're caught. It's over. You're caught," and he's still trying to worm out of it.
I have been hit up recently.
Yeah.
He knows he's like, if this, like at this point in time, right? He knows, like it's like keeping a corpse on life support, right? It's like he knows he's made a lie that's now garnered the attention of millions of people. Like, he picked the worst. His like schemes go comically wrong. He picked the worst person to troll, the biggest creator on the platform at that point in time. And then that's the guy he lied about, because it fucking came back up, because that guy remembered. And this is like, knowing he lied to this person, why would he get involved in the drama calling him out, knowing that Dream could like bring this up at any point in time? And then when it does come out, instead of just saying, yeah, I trolled, like, is that really the best you have on me? Lol. He lies about it knowing people are going to bat for him, and then he knows the lie is getting bigger, and he's at the point now where he knows that people know that he's lying, and he still thinks there is like some fucking scenario where he can get out of this. It's absolutely delusional. It's absolutely insane.
Someone. But I
this totally adds up to what I'm gonna say. Yeah. Okay, keep going.
About Primic.
Okay. What about Primic?
I heard that Primic's been saying some shit behind the scenes about.
But do you know what Primic has been saying about you?
I don't.
All right, that's the problem. Because like Primic's not the head of anything. I know Primic knows, but he's not like leading anything. It's just like. There's no way. Like, oh, fuck, dude. Like, I don't know. I just expect it to, like, at this point, I think I've interacted with you enough that, like, if this were to be the case, you would tell me. So it'd be like really fucked if that's not the case. Like, absolutely, totally fucked if it turned out to not be like the way that I assumed.
Yeah.
There's no way that you and Cobra were just fucking around with Harley or whatever, and then you didn't expect Dream to respond, and you just said, like, you made up something on the spot or whatever.
He's being given out,
you weren't
and he's not
expecting
admitting
it to ever
to
come
it.
back up again, and it came back up again, and it was just a big shit show, and you just tried to bury it, and then it got bigger, and then you just fucking made a document. There's no way that's what happened.
That is exactly what happened.
That's such a funny, like, interjection.
I'm trying really hard here.
Most eventful Aiden stream. What do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do here? Holy fuck. We don't have... There's nothing going on tonight. Of course I'm going to be recapping old drama. Like, fuck.
Because Nick...
React harder? What do you want me to... He's like... He's the most boring person ever. He's not even like... This isn't the good part yet. Just wait. Like, it's silent. You want me to react to the silence? You want me to react to the silence? Oh, dude, they're being quiet. Oh, that's so crazy, bro. Like, dude, what am I supposed to fucking do? You people are never satisfied. Oh, I thought that was the call. I didn't realize I had it paused. I unironically started reading a book. What are you reading?
Dude, I'm not gonna go make a fucking video on you. Okay, I'm just asking because I want to know. Because like I feel like I already know the answer, so it's like really like there's no reason to lie to me.
If you know the answer, then you know the answer.
So you did it.
That's such a crazy fucking... That's such like a crazy sentence.
That's what I'm gonna say.
John, come on! I'm not...
No, I'm not. I don't know.
Who
Who knows?
You know. Who knows? I don't know.
This motherfucker's psycho, dude. I mean, you could hear the smile on his face.
If you know the answer, you know the answer. That's all.
Who knows? I don't know.
Are you like the slightest bit worried?
No, not really.
He's actually insane.
Like, do you think I'm being irrational right now?
No, I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I think you're justifiably concerned.
John.
And skeptical.
There's, you're like, I'm really trying to tiptoe here. I have talked to everybody. I've talked to every single person involved in the entire thing now. Like, all of the people. Not like Harley and Cobra. Like, I know, like, I've gone to, like, talk to most of the old NCO people. So, like, I know everything. Like, there's no reason to not just tell me.
Like, he knows he's fucked. He knows he's fucked, and he still feels like he's still, to this point, is not willing to concede or go down with the ship. It's, like, bizarre. I think at this point, wasn't he my age at this point in time? He was, like, 19, 20. Yeah, this is bizarre. This is really fucking weird.
If you know, then you know. That's all I'm gonna say.
You know,
Absolutely no remorse for Dream or anyone else. It's incredible.
Do you not trust me?
It's not that I don't trust you. It's that, no, if you know, then you know. That's all I'm gonna say. It's nothing to do with not trusting you, though.
That's such a weird answer.
No, it's.
Well, how could it be more complicated, John? I laid out exactly what I think happened.
Fuck.
It's a yes or a no.
You are justifiable in believing that's what happened.
Is there a reason why that's not what happened?
It could be several reasons why.
So then why can't you just tell me what they are?
Never his silence felt so loud.
Dude, how, like, just admit it at this point. Like, you know it's about to come out. Like, why are you making it worse for yourself? Why are you making it this much worse for yourself? And also, like, why are you not assuming at this point that Nick's recording you? Like, it's very obvious he's recording you.
Okay, here's the thing, right? I know you talk to people. I know you talk to people. I know, you talk to me about things that other people have talked to you about. We share information.
Oh,
this is what happens.
Leaky Nick?
It happens all the time, okay?
Uh-huh.
You're probably gonna go and tell.
No, I'm not. If I'm gonna tell people, if I'm...
It kind of does.
All right. To be fair.
Let's not walk around the bush, right? Because you will probably do it, okay? Because we do it all the time.
Okay, sure, whatever.
So it doesn't.
My defense for that is that if I were to tell anybody, I would tell people what
I'm trying to get my shit back. So what he's doing here right now is he wants to alleviate the pressure that's on himself. So he's gonna try and spin some like burden on Nick to have to disprove. Like, you're going to tell people what I did. So now it's Nick's job to do the talking. And it's Nick's job to go and disprove something. Right? So that's what he's trying to do right here. He's trying to alleviate some of the pressure. And it's like so obvious what he's trying to do.
I've been already told privately. I probably wouldn't. What you're saying probably isn't going to affect that, but.
Well, I don't think that you. I don't know. Look. There's no problem with you doing that because we all do it, and it's just what happens, and we exchange information.
Somebody put in chat the chords I was at when I died. That'd be sick.
So I'm not going to say anything at this time.
Just a reminder, John did not murder anybody. He was trolling. So it's insane that even right now he's trying to keep up the lie.
If everybody already knows, then why? Do you think they don't have? All right, wait. You think they don't have you saying it? They do. No, they do.
No, they don't.
Oh my god.
John, it's not on his Twitter account. It's on his WhatsApp.
No, it's not me that sent that. Man.
The kid sent it?
I don't know who that is.
John, this is crazy.
Oh my god. I don't know who that was. I don't know who that was. Dude, this is like actually so funny. It's like, I mean, it's like psychopathic because you realize he, like, had he not been called on this, he was willing to like let his friends go to bat to like cover for his lie. So if it hadn't been in this context, it would be a lot less fucking disturbing. But like, this is just freakish behavior. I mean, it's kind of hilarious on one hand, but like on the other, it's like this guy's a complete fucking freak.
I don't know who that was.
Check the Discord server.
John.
I don't know. Who was that? I don't know.
Oh, God, this is super fucked. Why couldn't you just tell me not to make the video? That's all I want to know. Why wouldn't you tell me that I'm putting myself in a really stupid position and just to stay the fuck out of it? Why couldn't you just do that, dude?
Just gonna add context here. I believe Nick is now talking about a private live stream where he defended John.
Because it goes a little bit deep.
How deep is this, dude? Is this like... Are we entering like a satanic cult, dude? Like, are we going like to fucking Comet Ping Pong with this?
Oh my!
Like,
what is this? This was during Nick's Mouthy Buddha phase, where he would like play Mouthy Buddha videos randomly in the call. So he just like feels the need to like reference it here. It's so funny.
Like a pedophile ring I don't know about?
No, it's not.
Is somebody like out to get you?
No, it's nothing to do with that. But there are definitely people that would try to use this in the future.
Wait, hold on. Are you worried that people are going to use this in the future, or are you worried that people are going to like disprove you publicly? Like, are you worried that this is going to come back to bite you, or are you worried that this happened?
No. Both.
So it happened. Oh, fuck, dude. Why can't you just answer me straight up?
Nah, it's
all right. Well, if you're not gonna answer me, we don't have to talk anymore.
Yep,
You were pretty easy to say no until right now. By the way, I just want you to let you know. Like, you've been pretty like openly saying no for like a really long time. So the fact that you keep saying is like, well, it's like more complicated. Well, you don't know all the information. Well, I can't really say anything. Well, you're probably gonna go tell everybody. It's just like, yeah. Again. I like nothing you say is more substantial than what I think I have, so I don't know.
Okay, so things have...
We've reached a complication. He like talks like a corporation, not a human being.
I spoke to Troy the other day. That's how I know.
Look, he's gonna give he's gonna go on some irrelevant tangent to take the pressure off of himself to answer. We don't know. Nobody asked how you know that they know you lied. The question right now is, did you lie? And listen, I watched enough JCS to know like this is how they do it. He'll like go on some explain some irrelevant random thing totally unrelated to like he literally could make JCS could make a video on him. He'll explain some like totally irrelevant like random thing completely unrelated to what's being asked of him, so you could just take some of the pressure off of him.
Because I spoke to him after a long time of not speaking to him at all, and we had about an hour conversation about it. And basically the outcome of that was he had told people, but it wasn't as many as what I'm hearing.
What made it to me?
Now. So
they told people.
I assume things have spread. But that doesn't really matter, because what matters is where it started, and if that person isn't going to come forward with anything, then it doesn't really matter.
That's insane! Do you see what he just implied? He's like, if this person isn't going to come out with the messages proving I lied, then we can just keep this lie going. He wants Nick to keep his lie going. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. This guy's a fucking lunatic. Put him in a cage! Put this guy in a fucking cage, dude. Lunatic. Absolute fucking lunatic.
Shitty screenshots coming from third hand doesn't mean a thing.
So you're basically just okay with saying that like it didn't happen because Tro's not going to put out the screenshot.
Fuck!
Yes.
This guy was willing to lie till the last possible minute. Honestly, I'm at a loss of words. No, I'm not. This guy's ego is so big.
All right,
what are the crystals? I don't get this meme. What are the crystals? Going in the crystal. I don't get this. Somebody explain this.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not gonna like fucking. I don't know. I'm just like, I kind of am. Like, not gonna lie. I kind of would have
No, you are justifiably are. You justifiably
It's justifiable.
Are. I understand.
You're
if
justifiably
this,
mad.
impacts things later on down the line.
I just feel like you could have just told me right off the bat. I think we could have figured it out. We could have figured this out like literally day one. You didn't have to make that thread to address it. We could have totally figured this out when it was just a Reddit post, and we could have figured it out.
I don't think so. I don't know.
I love how the dude is totally screwed. The ship has already...
I know gold armor makes piglins not aggressive, but I don't have gold on me. That's the problem.
Sunk, and he still can't admit he could have handled it better. You're right, John, you handled this the best way possible. This was the best outcome. When I was doing research for the Pieman story, I had two choices. I could either make my video right then and surprise John with it, or I could bring it to Twitter and see what John's reaction would be. I've always known John as someone who can never admit when he's wrong, so when I saw his apology to Pieman and read the line, and although we don't agree on everything, I knew instantly he probably didn't apologize for much. There is some more to this call. In fact, there's a whole nother call. I think a certain...
Dude, Grumpy Billy's in the chat? Where did this guy come from? Who's this guy? What the fuck? Grumpy Billy?
Going over that, but for me, I'm more than satisfied with this. I do want to end with one last part of the call that I thought was pretty interesting.
You know, looking back, you know, I definitely did some things that were wrong. You know, undeniably. But,
I don't know.
I definitely did some things.
I can only
All
look
right,
forward
well,
to the future.
I'm gonna dip now because I need to like not go completely crazy and probably gonna go to sleep. But I do think in the future, when you're looking back on things and trying to like figure stuff out, I would message that kid saying that you are apologizing for saying he suicide baited, because I feel like that's like the next one. That's like super crazy. I just thought I would tell you before Willie makes a whole public big thing about that. I would just reach out and double down on the apology and say, I don't think you suicide baited, because it's pretty fucked. But anything else, message me. I'm just really pissed. So I'll talk to you later.
This call, a lot of people have already heard behind the scenes before John posted his Twitter apology. It's why it was so universally canned. Not once in the call does John show any remorse towards
I know the feeling, Willie. I know the feeling when you're right about somebody and everybody thinks you're wrong because they want to sweep it up. I know the feeling, Willie. All too well. All too well.
Vic, Dream, Augie. Tipster's basically going through the full 7 stages of grief, wondering why his friend lied to him.
I'm extremely disappointed. You allowed us to put
Can we turn that into a meme, like a react or like a fucking reply video?
Credibility on the line to defend you, even though you knew the whole time you were lying. But unfortunately, we're finding out the hard way that even friends can lie too.
Oh, wait, Tippy, you just found out that friends can lie? Is this guy a fucking idiot? I thought friends weren't human beings. I thought they were like aliens that were incapable of lying. This is how you found out that friends can lie? Have you never had a friend before? Have you like literally never had a friend before in your life?
Okay, bro. It'll all work out, man.
I just realized that people can be mean. Is he like a fucking newborn baby experiencing the first stages of life?
So that will wrap things up. I feel like I've already added everything I can to this situation, so I think I'm just gonna leave you with this.
Okay, I can't listen to John Swan's voice. Thanks. Where's the second call? Where there was a second call where he actually sounds even more crazy. Here it is. Do we have to watch Tommy C to see this call?
For Nick to protect himself. And I think what happened was...
So I like Tommy, but I don't want to fucking watch Tommy to see this call. Oh, for fuck's sake. There was a second call where he was like, he sounded even more unhinged than the first one. Like, he's like, dude. He was like, dude, why would you tweet that? Why would you reveal I lied? Does anyone know where I could find that? That was insane. The second Diorio call, if anyone can find. The John's allegations erect. Ah, fuck. I guess we could watch. No, it's an hour long. You can see the second video, the second Willie Mac video. This one was the one I was involved in. Here it is.
One bird on YouTube, and that bird is Scentbird. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription service, and just like how Netflix lets you watch hundreds of TV shows.
Word on the street is that Aiden hasn't been staying away from goth mommies. Dog, what? Dude, what are these allegations? These are insane allegations you're bringing against me here.
Shows and movies. Scentbird allows you to receive colognes and perfumes from over 600 brands, carrying everything from indie labels like Vince Camuto and The Harmonist to top designer brands like Prada, Gucci, and Versace. And ladies and gentlemen, look at these cool and stylish samples they send you. You just twist, pull out the perfume or cologne, and notice it's a lot of product. This is a 30-day supply. This month, they sent me Mercedes-Benz Men, Tommy Bahama's Maritime, and easily my favorite, Tommy Bahama's Deep Blue. It's got that cool, crisp outdoor smell. It's sexy. Come on, you know I'm wearing this out with the lady. Where's the
Okay, I don't care. I'm not playing your sponsor. Thanks, though.
To craft a false narrative. I hate that I was used for that. He was saying stuff like, that's what an autistic person would do, right? They know a lot about technology, but not social stuff. Let me remind you.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Reaching out to Bo Blacks, a YouTuber who openly talks about his autism, to try and get him to validate John's fake story. John talked with me in depth, explaining how the 12-year-old using his Discord was autistic, and exploited my knowledge of autism to craft a false narrative. I hate that I was used for that. He was saying stuff like, that's what an autistic person would do, right? They know a lot about technology, but not social stuff. Let me remind you, this escalated to that level because John decided to troll a 15-year-old named Harley by pretending to be Dream. To be honest, I really don't care that John lied about Dream. If anything, it's an interesting lesson on how a small lie can spiral out of control.
I care actually. I care, Willie. But thank you for sweeping. Brooms in chat, boys. Willie's sweeping for John. Sweeping for Lion, Cap and John, Cap and Swan. He's sweeping for him again. There are many such cases where this has happened.
Control. What I do care about is his continuous malicious behavior,
Give me 1 sec. I'll be gone for like literally 1 sec. I'll play this. I'll be right back. Hold up.
Specifically when involving minors. 1 year ago, I made a video criticizing John for his treatment towards Pieman, a 15-year-old YouTuber who struggled a bit with social.
I'll give Willie 84 people's worth of revenue. Hold on, I'll be right back. 1 minute.
Issues.
Most, if not all, my close friends are people online.
John decided to call a 15-year-old a pedophile because he was flirting with a girl 3 years younger than him. He was blasting him on Twitter, writing, how can you control that? Step 1, remove yourself from the internet to ensure that you won't fall guilty to the same urges again. Remember, you were being turned on by a literal child. Step 2 is get some kind of therapy or help because this can't go on, dude. Pieman was 15. They're both children. John then goes on Pieman's live stream to guilt the 15-year-old into thinking he did something criminal.
Well, I thought it wouldn't get leaked because I wanted it to not get leaked because I could tell out of context.
Yes, of course.
It looks
I
really
would want
bad.
that to get leaked either, Pieman, because that's really incriminating.
Can you imagine being a teenager and your cringy, flirty messages leak online only for your favorite YouTuber to pick it up and start going on a rampage about how you're a pedo? Now, I gave John
Holy fuck, bro, I'm back. I just banged my fucking knee on the fuck. You guys know how much I sacrifice? You guys ever banged right in the fucking knee? And like, dude, like right in between the fucking cartilage. Just like, fuck me, dude. That's gonna hurt. Gonna really fucking hurt. What is the lore of you being gay groomed? Never gay groomed. For some reason, my sexuality is like a very like important topic for people to discuss. I'm not quite sure why. Hold on. Rewind like 2 seconds. Sorry about that, Willie. I'm being React Andy.
I wanted it to not get leaked because I could tell out of context. Yes, of course. It looked
is his continuous malicious behavior, specifically when involving minors.
And why do you have this obsession with John Swan? It's less of an obsession, it's more of an interest, right? Because like with people like Boblax, it's like Boblax is like manipulative, but he's really bad at it, and he's like stupid, right? So it's like I understand why Boblax does what Boblax does. I understand why Flamenco does what Flamenco does, but he's really funny to laugh at. With John, it's like there's like so many layers to it here. It's like it genuinely interests me, like just how insane this guy is. Aiden dodging. It's crazy. Aiden defends a dude dating a 12-year-old. When the guy I was defending was fucking 15. What are you talking about, bro?
1 year ago, I made a video criticizing John for his treatment towards Pieman, a 15-year-old YouTuber who struggled a bit with social issues.
Most, if not all, my close friends are people online.
John decided to call a 15-year-old a pedophile because he was flirting with a girl 3 years younger than him. He was blasting him on Twitter, writing, "How can you control?"
Yeah, John or Jason, that's true. Fucking John had The other thing about John is he had potential. John was actually talented. He didn't just read tweets. And as I said before, he was like talking to A-list celebrities, and he threw it all away for nothing. To get involved in like the sex life of like random online like child spurgs. Like it's mind-boggling to me.
All that? Step 1, remove yourself from the internet to ensure that you won't fall guilty to the same urges again. Remember, you were being turned on by a literal child. Step 2 is get some kind of therapy or help because this can't go on, dude. Pieman was 15. They're both children. John then goes on Pieman's live stream to guilt the 15-year-old into thinking he did something criminal.
Well, I thought it wouldn't get leaked because I wanted it to not get leaked because I could tell out of context. Yes, of course. It looks really bad. I wouldn't want that to get leaked
either, Pieman, because that's really incriminating.
Can you imagine being a teenager and your cringy, flirty?
It's really incriminating. It's 15 and 12, little bro. Calm down.
Messages leak online only for your favorite YouTuber to pick it up and start going on a rampage about how you're a pedo. Now, I gave John multiple chances to fix this. First, I DM'd him, which he responded, "I stand by that 100%. I then made a Twitter.
He's so cocky. He's literally so fucking cocky.
Thread giving him another chance to correct his mistake, where he proudly claimed,
"Oh shit, yo, Adia, do you have? Add me on Discord. Where is it? I wanted to ask you some questions about a cheetah, and if you're not comfortable doing that, it's totally up to you. Let me just ask though before I add you, how old are you? I just want to make sure that I'm not like talking to a literal like fucking kid. My Discord is Aiden Projects. Just one word, AIDEN. Or actually, you know what? Just join my server, and then I can drag you into callers. Hold up. That's my server. You can just join. I'll drag you in. I'm sorry that I don't think I should be handling the, like, if this person tells me they're 14, I'm gonna tell them go talk to your parents. But like, if this person is like 17 or 18, then I'm totally okay with talking about this. Yeah, no problem. Don't worry about it.
Him and Pieman worked it out, when in reality his apology to Pieman wasn't that genuine. What'd he tell you?
Well, honestly, it wasn't really...
How old is she? I actually don't know.
Much of an apology. Because when he said, "Oh, can I post that we've worked things out on Twitter?" and
okay, am I allowed to like talk to this person like in like a stream context? 16, I think is fine.
I said, sure.
Oh yeah, you're 17. Okay, you're good. You're good.
I expected him to say something like, "Oh, me and Pieman talked and we sort of worked things out between us." But then he said, "Oh, I apologize to Pieman and we're all good now and stuff." And I thought, well, saying that you apologized isn't really a fair claim to make. He never apologized for most of the stuff. He just posted on Twitter that he did.
I'm saying 16 is fine to talk to about these allegations, right? Like, If it's a 15, 14-year-old, I'm going to tell them, hey, you want to talk about this? Go talk about it with your parents. You should still probably talk to it about your parents. But I'm okay having a casual conversation with a fucking 17-year-old on stream about, like, drama. That's, like, there's literally nothing wrong with that. You were all, like, insane.
Now, I was really hard on John for all this, hopefully making it clear that this sort of thing was not okay. Well, John hasn't learned his lesson, because 1 year later, John would do the exact same thing. It's beautifully stupid. Let's meet the players. John Swan, a YouTube commentator who continues to get involved in 15-year-old.
What do you mean, sure? When you say sure, what do you mean by that? There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing.
Love life. Liz, the 15-year-old asking for advice on her relationship. Cammy, the 18-year-old who was in a relationship with Liz. And haha, yeah, another 15-year-old John put in charge of writing a grooming document against Cammy. On the 17th of April, Easter Sunday, a document was dropped by the account haha, yeah, featuring a grooming allegation between Cammy and Liz. It was titled A Message from Liz. And I remember just reading the first few paragraphs and getting some serious whiplash by how quickly the tone changes. I'll make this clear right now. He knows my age. He even asked for my birthday. Now remember, this is a 3-year age gap. I don't think most people would think that's predatory, but I'm glad he's checking the age. That's very responsible. He asked me if I turned 16 this year, and I said yes. I was really happy about me and him having birthdays in the same month. After I got happy,
This is worded so weird.
He called me cute, which made me flustered, because I told him I get flustered easily.
Like, so what's creepy about this is when you realize, like, this is not the girl's wording. This was written by John. Or she wrote something, would send it to him, and then he'd edit it and send it back to her to make it sound worse.
Which made him think that was cute. So the age difference is only 3 years down to the exact month. Cammy, the older one, is asking all the right questions to make sure this is appropriate, and Liz is happy. So what's the problem? Well, listen to the tone shift in this next paragraph. Cam used me for his own sexual pleasure when I was in a vulnerable state. He knew what he was doing was wrong, comparing his actions to those of people who have been canceled in the community. Oh dear God, yeah, because the YouTube community has an
Wait, Liz is working with Lio Convoy? Are you joking?
Outstanding track record when it comes to this sort of stuff.
It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us.
Now this does seem confusing. Luckily, Liz did upload screenshots of their conversations. And honestly, it just seems like normal high school relationship stuff. With Cammy even asking if she's comfortable with what's happening multiple times. Now I don't want to show too much because it's embarrassing for anyone, let alone 2 teenagers, to have this sort of thing leak. But the question is why? Why did Liz...
Well, the age gap here was 18 and 15, correct? So at this point in time, I did not join in calling Cami these things. And John left. I didn't know that this was going down because me and John had gotten into an argument about a week prior. But like from an outside perspective, I thought 15 and 18, and I'm 19 now, so I could say this like for me a few months ago, I would never, ever, 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 ever date a 15-year-old. I'm not saying that's pedophilic if you do that, especially when you're like a terminally online autist. But like when I saw seniors with freshmen, I thought it was fucking weird. Do I think they're pedophiles? Do I think they're predators? Absolutely not. But I think generally it's good practice to get with people your own age, because the age gaps at that point in time are like much more substantial. A 3-year age gap in high school, there's going to be so much more of a maturity gap than a 3-year age gap in your 20s. So, although I thought it was weird, which I kind of like talked to Destiny a little bit about, I did not think it was like pedophilic, which is how John was trying to frame this. Acting like this is irredeemable, which just isn't true.
Feel like she had to make a document. Why did she want to go after Cammy? Well, if you read the title of this video, you probably got a good idea. John Swan, after the documents released, was immediately posting pre-prepared memes about Cammy, one comparing him to Jeffrey Epstein. Aiden Projects, a 16-year-old would also...
I'm the reason people found out John was trying to blame this on a 15-year-old and he was involved.
Also leaked that John was hyping up news of the doc dropping in Discord, writing, "Fuck, everyone's asleep. I have the biggest bombshell ever in the history of bombshells." Aiden responded trying to get the intel, and John replied with, "I'm telling people directly involved. You are not directly involved. I've changed my mind."
It won't let me join the server for some reason. I'm going to try to add you if that's okay. Yeah, sure thing. Is your Discord name the same as your display name? Got it. Do you have my tag? Just Aiden Projects, one word. I'll just send you a friend request. Hold up. It's saying that you're oh, I'm spelling it wrong. I got you. This is gonna be a troll. This is absolutely gonna be a troll. Do we have any? I think this might be a real person. All right, I'm gonna give you a call. Hold on. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi. Okay. I was afraid because like my iPad is so sketchy when it comes to this.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I just wanted to ask you some questions about your interaction with the Cheeto. First of all, you're 17 now. When were you 16?
My birthday's like August 31st.
Okay, cool. I just was trying to understand like the nature of this interaction because are you two like friends?
No, it was like one comment and I feel bad because I keep seeing like Reddit threads on it.
Really? Yeah, people are making a big deal of this, so I didn't know how how did you interpret this? What are your thoughts on this interaction?
I felt they put a slow day for like YouTube. I don't know, just like not noteworthy.
Not noteworthy.
Really?
I got it. He didn't go into your DMs, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, then this is like a nothing burger. I thought that people were like making a big, or I thought that like there was something more to this. Someone's like, yeah, the girl leaked their DMs together or whatever. Apparently that's not even true. So
No, there was I don't think we've ever. Oh wait, no, maybe like a few times, but like not anything noteworthy.
Okay, fair enough. Well, then if that's what happened, then I guess Cheeto is officially vindicated in this scenario. When he replied to you, he didn't know who you were.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, so he just looks like
that was like like early this year was like my first interactions with like anyone from like the commentary community. So like no one knew who the fuck I was.
That's totally fair. Yeah, I'd just stay away from all of them. Everyone, we're all freaks. All right.
Yeah, no, I know.
Well, I really appreciate you clearing that up. I didn't know if this was going to be like a bigger story than what it appeared to be. I just wanted to clear this up because people are like talking about it and linking it to me and shit. So, thanks for clearing that up. Take care.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Yeah, you too.
Bye. All right. Well, that was a nothing burger. There's nothing to that story. There's like literally nothing to that story. So. Zero content. Did you want me to get her to lie and like manufacture allegations against somebody who's like innocent of like what they're being accused of? Is that what you wanted me to go lie? Okay.
Hence the private group chat. So hold on, let me get this straight. John is in a private group chat with a bunch of 15 and 16-year-olds planning to release a document about two teenagers sexting on Easter Sunday. That's fucking weird, man. May I remind you, this is the guy who told people to touch grass?
Hey, commentary community. I'm outside right now touching some grass. I think you guys could all take a little bit of advice from that. Remember, the internet isn't as serious as you may think it is. You may think a lot of the things hold more weight than they really do.
You suck at this content thing. Can you please explain to me what I was supposed to do differently? There was an allegation. We addressed the allegation. The call was over. There was nothing else to establish. There was no reason to keep talking to this person. I'm not going to go lie about somebody for the content. They're like, Aiden, keep pushing someone to self-harm for the content with Jalen. And now they're like, Aiden, manufacture allegations. You can branch off into a she doesn't know him. She literally doesn't know him.
Community, I'm outside right now touching some grass. I think you guys could all take a little bit of advice from that. Remember, the internet isn't as serious as you may think it is. You may think a lot of the things hold more weight than they really do. Try and get outside. Touch some grass sometime.
Shut the fuck.
So ironic, bro.
Fuck up. This document ended up catching the attention of Destiny, who after criticizing it,
He looks like an actual, like, he's like indistinguishable from like an LA crackhead in this photo.
linked it back to John. And John Swan, being the serial liar that he is, would go on live stream to deny everything.
What's up, John Swan? How you doing, my dude?
My name was like brought up here like a few times. What's going on?
You know what? You gotta respect his commitment to the act. Oh, guys, I got no clue what's going on here. Why is my name even popping up?
Were you involved in the creation of a document against Cammy?
That's
a
I
yes.
wasn't. I was not.
He just lies. He consistently lies.
Oh, God. This is a bold-faced lie. And what better way to get the full story than to interview Liz herself?
My friends, I told them about Cam, and they're like, "This is bad. Why aren't you stopping it?" And I'm just like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, so you kind of were like talked into it because people were telling
Oh my god, what does this guy want? Yo, what?
If he doesn't answer.
What do you want?
Aiden, you're sweeping
For who?
for a Cheeto.
Why would I be sweeping for a Cheeto?
I don't know. You tell me.
How am I sweeping?
You didn't ask any questions. You just like laid down belly up and like accepted what she was saying.
So, when the girl says to me, we actually didn't, nothing outside of this public exchange happened, and we didn't like really talk, what else am I supposed to ask?
You're supposed to get deep into the story. You don't even know what we're linking you is like different shit. There are DMs that have been leaked of him like taking advantage of like a mentally ill schizophrenic, like BPD, like coagulation of mental illnesses woman.
Was it this girl?
No, it was a different one.
So
There's
wait-
multiple women who he's asked to build shrines for him. Multiple women.
There are? So wait, link this to me.
Yes!
I didn't then link
You're
it.
sweeping! Aiden, you're sweeping!
I didn't see this. You have to link this to me. You can't just drop that and not link it. You have to show me
Dude.
this.
What? You're not even doing like research.
I was covering the.
You're a day one sweeper. You're getting this information. You're gonna send it straight to Augustus Cheeto, and you're gonna get him to fucking delete this.
So
You're gonna fucking sweep for him.
Okay, so are you lying right now about what you're? What you
No,
did?
I'm not. Let me find
You
the
have to
fucking.
back that up. You have to back that up.
Yes, I agree. Hold on, give me a second. Uno momento, por favor.
No problem.
Here. I know who to contact. Here. So okay. Can I screen share for you?
Yeah, let me pull this up for the stream. Hold on. Oh, wait.
You're good. I'll start screen sharing and then I'll
Yeah, I'll pop it out.
I'll-
I'll let you know when I go. Hold on. Pop out.
Yeah.
How do I pop this shit out? Oh, there we go. No capture. One sec. Best streamer ever. I don't want to accidentally. There we go. All right.
All right. So I'll start over here. So we have a Cheeto. So we see the Cheeto shrine, right? This is Instagram story. Cheeto replies, "What?" Right? And then he says, "You need to make a 4-minute tour and I'll react to this for a video." Okay?
Wait.
Then this exchange goes to Twitter. Okay? This exchange switches to Twitter. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So these DMs, I don't have a lot of DMs. I'm in contact with the girl. I'm going to see if I can get more because I'm we obviously this is not a lot to go off of. But Cheeto says, "I thought you were 18 or something." She says, "I'm almost 17." So this is another 16-year-old in addition to the previous 16-year-old who you were just on call with, who was 16 at the time. And then she says, "No, I turned 17 in June. Tons of people assume I'm 18. Well, take care and be safe." And then we have an Instagram story of her saying, "Thinking about how my therapist told me to stop obsessing over random YouTuber men and how my reply was, he follows me on Instagram." This is in relation to a Cheeto. So he's taking advantage of like an extremely parasocial woman.
Stop. Hold on. Were there any further
Go ahead.
exchanges when he found out she was 17?
From what I know, yes, but from what I know, it's not like I'm not making a claim that he's like a fucking pedophile or predatory, to be clear.
So what is the
So I'm not
claim?
making the claim like, oh, he kept talking to her or whatever, right? I just think it's weird that he's like getting girls to try to make shrines for him so he can make fucking videos on it and LARP as a Turkey Tom Skinwalker. That's the claim that I'm making. I don't think it's anything like more than that. He was like 19. I think he's 20 now. So like even if he was interested in this girl in like a romantic way, I wouldn't care.
So
I just think it's
so
weird.
he's just being cringe. This is like a nothing burger. Okay.
You think DMing like 16-year-old girls to make shrines for you is a nothing burger?
No, this is exactly what you
You're
do.
sweeping!
This
You're
is- this is-
sweeping!
No, you have to be very careful because you are like you have to tread very.
You're a
I know
sweeper,
new to
day one
this.
sweeper.
No, I know you're new to this, but like the way you like go about like talking about allegations is totally reckless. You have to specify your language. And you did this-
You're
and no,
sweeping.
and you
You're
did-
sweeping. You're sweeping.
I don't like the guy. I have no reason to sweep for him. But when we're dealing with something like this,
I didn't know Aiden was a brand of brooms.
Oh my! Hold on.
Swipper. Swipper mop.
You're literally doing the fucking Jalen thing from the other day, where like Jalen makes a serious argument and then starts trolling. I'm being serious right now. I'm not joking.
I'm being serious too. I think this is genuinely weird.
I get that-
to claim that this is a nothing burger is like retarded.
I get that it's weird, but when you say it's weird and you throw in the fact that there's 16 in there, there is very clearly an implication here.
Okay,
And-
yes. Okay, the
and when
implication
you-
is that this girl is very. Hold on, Aiden. The implication is that this girl is very clearly and very publicly mentally ill. And there's no way he couldn't have known this. She's like very openly and publicly mentally ill on her social medias, on Instagram and Twitter, right? And he DMs her and he's like, oh, let me get fucking videos of the shrine and shit.
Wait, so
right?
because wait, so
Again,
you're-
I'm not to be very clear, no accusations of pedophilia, no accusations of grooming, no accusations of predation, nothing like that. I just think this is fucking insane. And to claim that it's a nothing burger is retarded.
It is a nothing burger. You have one fucking store, and by the way, this guy.
This is a nothing burger to you?
Hold on. You're interrupting me because you know I'm like about to like destroy you. Okay, what you've brought me here is one fucking Instagram story from a guy who probably realistically follows hundreds of people, where she admits she goes to a therapist. Do you know how many people go to therapists?
Hold on. Why? What reason would he have to follow this girl?
Because he saw she probably did the shrine for Tom and wanted one of his own. Yeah, sure, that's like odd. But
And
like,
you don't think
but
that that's weird?
But like when you throw in that she's 16 in there, it very clearly sounded like there was something else being implied here that is just not the case.
I don't know how you could come to that conclusion.
What does her age have to do with this if it's not pedophilia?
I think her age has a lot to do with that outside of pedophilia. What do you mean?
Can you answer my question?
You asked, what does her age have to do with that outside of pedophilia?
Yes, that's exactly what I just asked. Thank you for repeating it.
Well, I'm sorry. I want to be clear, Aiden. I apologize.
No problem. Can you answer my question?
Of course, I would love to answer your question. I think her age matters outside of pedophilia in the sense that she is still a 16-year-old, right? And she doesn't fully understand or comprehend what she's doing, right? This is probably not good to be making shrines of YouTubers and forming really weird, unhealthy parasocial relationships that the YouTubers who you're obsessed with are capitalizing on, right?
Do you not?
You don't think that's weird?
Do you not? Okay, no. I think it's this is literally the same situation as what got you in trouble last time. I agree that it's
No, it's
I agree.
in trouble with
agree,
what?
Because do you know what you did the last time? There was a VC where somebody moaned at you, and there were minors in that VC that were deafened beforehand. This person deafened all of them and then made this joke.
Okay, if you want to be like an optics-brained cuck, you can like make that claim. But this is like really, this is such a retarded comparison, dude.
When you're talking about shit like this, you can't get reckless with it. You can't get reckless with it.
How? What have I been reckless with?
So what happened with the situation where with the moaning at minors in VC, you said when you talked about this person later on stream, you said, yeah, they were moaning around minors. The problem with that is that before they did this joke to you, which is weird because it's moaning, is that they deafened everybody else in the call. So the minors couldn't hear or were not present for anything that was going on. So when you throw that in there, there's a certain implication that
this guy's being weird around minors, which he was. Yes.
He's not
Fuck
around
off,
them.
you retard.
He's
Okay,
not around-
Aiden. Do you think her age has absolutely nothing to do with what happened here?
In this context, no, I don't think it does.
Okay, so you don't think an impressionable 16-year-old who who is clearly displaying a very obvious parasocial relationship, you don't think that matters at all?
Wait, clearly she said she's going to a therapist. You know how many fucking 16-year-olds go to therapists?
So you don't think her age matters here at all?
No, explain how it does. You have to argue for that.
I've been explaining it. She's obviously an impressionable 16-year-old who's showcasing a very obvious parasocial relationship, right? And Achito is taking advantage of this.
So he saw that she did something for Tom. He asked her to do the same thing.
No, this is a different girl.
No, okay.
He did this to multiple girls. Some of them aren't even public.
Okay.
Some of them I can't even talk about.
Okay, the one he goes and asks for the shrine from, why did he hit her up to
On
begin
Twitter,
with?
the one that you just called?
Wait, also, are you in contact with this girl? No,
Yes.
I'm talking about no, not the one I just called. I'm talking about the other one, the one you came in here to talk to me about, the one you
Okay.
just displayed evidence of. That's the one we're talking about. Here
Okay.
right now. This girl, why did he hit her up? How did he know who she was?
How did he know who she was?
Yes.
She was in his Discord server, and that is how he found her.
And he just hit up he right clicked on a random person and said, "Hey, can you make me a shrine?"
He didn't. I believe that is how things went. Obviously, I'm missing some core details here, some fundamental details here, right? But he was in contact with this girl for a while before this, supposedly.
So here's the thing, right? In every dynamic you're ever gonna have, there is always gonna be a gap of intelligence, of impressionability. Like even when you're dealing like.
Okay, yes, but I understand this. I understand this. I've done this argument before. The issue
you don't
here,
know what I'm
Aiden, the
saying.
issue here is that this person is very obviously showcasing a parasocial relationship, and Achito is taking advantage of that, right?
So you want to argue for the parasocial relationship, argue for the parasocial
And the fact that she's like an impressionable, fucking mentally ill 16-year-old. She's obviously not well in the head and doesn't understand like what she's doing.
What we're arguing about right now, we can go to the next points in a minute because like you're like gish galloping. What I want to argue with about right now is the age, the relevance of the age. So, her being 16, I don't understand how that's relevant to his request. You're saying she's an impressionable 16-year-old. Sure, there's levels of impressionability to every dynamic, but the burden for you is to prove that she was so impressionable that he was taking advantage of her. There's power dynamics in every exchange we ever have. There's a power dynamic between me and you right now, okay? But it is the level of the power dynamic is important to assess to know when it reaches the point of trouble. Now, him being 19 and her being 16 is not a significant enough age gap for us to argue that the age plays any relevance in like the impressionability in this context.
Okay. The Achito could have been fucking 14. It doesn't matter. This person
But when you add in the
Okay,
age,
Aiden, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're retarded. I don't understand how you could possibly not agree with me here. This girl is 16, right? This girl is not fully matured mentally. She's displaying very clear mental illness. She's going to therapy. She was well known in Achito's Discord for being mentally ill. She was well known on Instagram and Twitter for being mentally ill. That was literally her shtick, right? That was literally her persona online, was that she was a fucking mentally ill retard. And then she meets Achito in his Discord server. They move to Instagram. She makes the shrine, and he's like, "Oh, take a video." And like they keep talking. They keep having these exchanges. And then even like fucking this screenshot, right? I believe it's this one. Yeah.
So the other thing too, I want to
This screenshot. Do you guys think if I start taking my medication again, my obsession with Achito will fade out? Achito, do you want that to happen? And Achito replies to this saying no.
First of all,
he's playing into the mental illness.
Oh my god. First of all, when she said, like, you realize, like, there's no medication that's gonna make you stop obsessing with a Cheeto. I think she's being, like, one of those, like, I'm not like the other girls, like, look how quirky and, like, mentally ill I am. Which, by the way, there are so many 16-year-olds online who do that shit. The burden for you is to prove that she was so mentally ill that she reasonably would have been taken advantage of in this context. Because
she made a fucking shrine!
The other girl did too, but he stopped asking her when he found out about her age.
The other girl did not make a shrine. The other girl did not make an Achito shrine.
He requested that she do that. She denied it, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that's the first girl. The girl we're talking about right here did end up making a shrine, correct? Because he wanted content for a video, so he said,
okay,
hey.
the issue here is that this girl was obviously obsessed with Achito. Through his Discord server, through all forms of fucking social media. She made Achito cakes. She made Achito shrines. Like, I can't prove the cake thing right now. I can get proof of that, whatever. But like,
so there's a 16-year-old that's
he was
fangirling
entertaining
over
like a fucking genuine like schizophrenic girl who was obsessed with him.
Wait, how do you know she's schizophrenic?
She's like schizophrenic and has BPD.
She said she's schizophrenic?
I believe so, yes.
Can we,
obviously, I'll correct myself if I'm wrong on that, but I am almost certain.
Well, why don't you just say she's mentally ill? I don't understand the age part here.
I have tried my damnedest to explain to you why I think the age matters. If you still come out of Aiden, if you still come out of this thinking that the age doesn't matter, when I've explained why I think the age matters, I don't know what to tell you. The age to me, genuinely, wholeheartedly does matter. This is a 16-year-old girl who is mentally ill, who is obsessed with a YouTuber, and the YouTuber is taking advantage of that for content.
So, okay, so we have 3 variables we've identified here for like the problems with this dynamic. She's mentally ill. There's a parasocial relationship.
I don't care about a power. I'm not making a power dynamic argument. You can't. No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, retard. Holy fuck.
Then why bring it up?
There is no time in this fucking call have I made an argument about power dynamics. You're pulling that out of your ass. You're punching ghosts right now. I don't give a fuck about power dynamics. I'm saying that he's just taking advantage of a mentally ill girl.
Dude, you're doing like the fucking circular reasoning thing right now, dude. You like it matters that she's 16 because it matters.
Circular, you're fucking chasing your tail, dude. Every single time you've answered me or asked me a question, I fucking answered it. You're punching ghosts.
I don't like him as much as the next guy, but I think you're like jumping the gun on something that's really not that big of a deal.
Okay, I'm not. Okay. What the fuck are you talking? You're genuinely sweeping. You're genuinely sweeping.
Why would I sweep for him? I think I've burned like every connection I have with him over the last week. Did you see what I said about him in my last stream?
You're sweeping, dude.
2 streams ago it was called A Cheeto is a fucking loser. Why would I sweep for him?
You tell me. I don't know. I can't come up with that determination. I'm giving you sufficient evidence to suggest that Cheeto was going along with a mentally ill girl's fucking weird, fucked up fantasies about being obsessed with this guy, and you're just like, dude, like I don't see why this is a big deal. I don't see why this is a big deal.
But boy, so is it fair to say he saw a fangirl in his audience, wanted to get a shrine made for a video, and said, "Hey, will you make this for me?" And then he said, "Wait, how old are you?" And she said, "I'm such and such age." He said, "Oh, okay, never mind."
No, okay, dude. He met her through Discord, and this girl's entire the whole reason why she was known is that she was mentally ill and like legitimately had schizophrenia.
Do you have proof?
I can get proof, yes, but you're going to have to believe me on this.
I'm not actually.
If you don't believe me, then there's no discussion to be had here.
Well, yeah, you're gonna have to present me some evidence, obviously.
Okay, again, if you don't believe me, there's not gonna be like much of a discussion to be had here.
Okay.
You're gonna have to take me at my word at least for like fucking today or something.
I'm not going to take your word for something as serious as this today. I'm going to need to see more evidence before I make a conclusion.
Okay, then I'm just going to repeat myself. Then there's legitimately no discussion to be had right now.
The way you described this when you joined, I think any reasonable person would think there was some sort of predatory insinuation. I know that wasn't what you were going for, but when you're bringing up that she's 16 in this context and shit, like I genuinely thought you were about to present
how
me
many?
proof.
Oh my god! Fucking brick wall! Holy fuck!
No, I get
brick wall. How do you fucking have arms to sweep this hard when you're made of fucking bricks?
I get that.
Holy fuck!
I get that you've clarified now, but you do realize that your wording like gives off a totally different implication to everybody else, right?
Yeah, and your wording gives off that you're fucking defending a Cheeto when he's done something legitimately fucking weird.
Because I said I need to see more evidence? Are you serious?
No, that's not why I think that.
So tell me why.
I think I've made my opinions here very clear. I don't know how you can come to that conclusion.
No, you haven't.
You've come to some drastic conclusions in this call, Aiden.
You've been begging the question with the 16-year-old thing. You're like, oh well, the 16-year-old thing is relevant because it's relevant. It's like there's no.
It's not, dude. It's not relevant because it's relevant. Are you trolling? Am I being trolled right now?
No. Anytime.
No. You can't be this fucking retarded. Dude, genuinely, okay, hold on. Content aside. Genuinely, like are you trolling?
No.
Because I don't want to fucking waste my time.
No, dude, I'm trying to.
Because I have not done a single circular fucking reasoning in this entire argument. When you've asked me a fucking question, I've answered it. When you've asked me why is the age relevant, I've explained why I think the age is relevant. And then you've just been like, okay, well, that like you're just insinuating pedophilia. That's not the case.
No,
I've made that abundantly clear. That's not the case. I think the age is relevant, and I've made that abundantly clear. I can repeat myself if you need.
So I don't know if you're not listening or something. I just said I know that you clarified after the fact. I'm saying your wording on this though gives off a certain implication to the average person that you should probably correct. Now what I'm going to say following that up is that anytime you have answered when I've asked, hey, what is the relevance of the age? But when I was trying to say there are 3 variables here that have been brought up, you bring up both of the other 2 variables to prove that the variable of her age matters. The relevance of her age should stand. Like when I say, hey, why is it relevant that she's 16? He's like, why is it relevant that she's manipulating a parasocial mentally ill 16-year-old? It's like, sure, the parasocial thing we could talk about, the mentally ill thing we could talk about, but what is the relevance of the 16 part? That is what you.
Okay, 16, underage people can't consent. Underage people are fucking retarded.
Okay,
obviously. Why do I need to fucking explain this to you?
Consent? Underage people can't consent. I thought this wasn't a pedophilia argument. He's not hitting on her.
This isn't a pedophilia argument. Consent isn't just for sex. You fucking Coomer retard.
Wait, yes,
holy
it
fuck.
is.
Okay.
Wait.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You fucking idiot.
Wait, do you think the age of consent matters just in general for every exchange somebody has? No, it has to do with sex.
Yes, a majority of the time, yes. Okay,
No, it
Aiden, I'm gonna fucking put my baby gloves on. I'm gonna put my fucking baby hands on, right? And I'm gonna explain to you why a 16-year-old cannot possibly comprehend the repercussions of being obsessed with a adult content creator to the extent that she is making cakes, as in to the extent that she's making fucking shrines. I'm gonna try my best to explain this to you because I don't know. I cannot fathom how you could possibly not see this. And you're extremely intelligent. You're extremely like profound in the academics. I don't understand how you can't fucking fathom this, right? So minors, right? 16-year-olds, probably for the most part, you're gonna find your niche, whatever cases, right? For the most part, they cannot comprehend the repercussions of their actions. Right, Aiden? So when I look at a case involving a 16-year-old who is diagnosed with fucking schizophrenia, who is openly obsessed with a Cheeto, who is openly mentally ill and legitimately fucking crazy, and I look at a case like that, I'm like, oh, okay, what is a Cheeto's response to this? His response is to get her to bake cakes. His response is to get her to make shrines. His response is to farm this parasociality from a 16-year-old mentally ill fan who is obsessed with this, right?
Like
this is insane. Her age obviously fucking matters.
So before you keep gish galloping, what you just said was a 16-year-old cannot comprehend the repercussions of her actions. So is that a general statement? Does that apply to every decision a 16-year-old makes?
1000%, yes. For the most part. Again, you're gonna find your niche situations, but for the most part, yes.
So should we not ask 16-year-olds to do anything?
As it stands, yes. Whenever a 16-year-old does something, their parents need to usually sign off on it.
Okay. So like
that's how the world works, at least in the West right now.
So like,
or at least in the USA, maybe.
So like when I'm 16 and I get like a homework assignment or whatever, does my teacher need to like contact my parent every time they give it to me?
No, but I'm pretty sure the parents need to consent to the child going to that specific school.
Okay. I agree, but your whole argument here right now when you're bringing up like consent and shit, right? Consent in this context, when you're talking about age gaps and shit, it's like the age of consent, we're talking about sex, right? You're saying that applies to all decisions 16-year-old
You're the one
makes.
who's bringing up sex. I never brought up sex. I never brought up pedophilia. I never brought up predation, right? Whenever, to be clear in this entire discussion, whenever anything about sex or fucking pedophilia or anything has been brought up, it's been by you.
So there are plenty of things that 16-year-olds can consent to, okay? There are plenty of things that 16-year-olds can consent to.
Name one.
Name one thing a 16-year-old can consent to. A 16-year-old can consent to, in some states, can't they consent to getting a tattoo?
I'm pretty sure no. I think it's 18.
Okay, so
maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not fulfilled on U.S. tattoo law.
I think I'm wrong on that one. Not a tattoo. So you don't think there's anything a 16-year-old can consent to?
I think the fact that we have like the age of consent, right, proves that they don't.
When you say age of consent, that is specifically talking about sex. So you can't go and accuse me of making it sexual and bring up pedophilia when you keep having to refer to the fucking age of consent. Under your logic, 16-year-olds
why can't a 16-year-old hold on? Why can't a 16-year-old join the military? Why can't a 16-year-old drink alcohol? Why can't a 16-year-old smoke weed?
Because with every decision you make, there is a certain risk being taken. The risks of joining the military, the risks of having sex, the risks of all
So
these
what do
things.
you think the risks are of forming an insanely unhealthy parasocial relationship to the point where you're baking cakes and making shrines?
Not nearly as substantial. Not nearly as substantial. As
No. I'm asking you what the risks are. I'm not asking you to compare them to anything. What are the risks of that?
You make yourself look like a dumbass on somebody's video.
You don't think that the parasocial relationship that you're forming and the obsessiveness that you're forming with this person has any effect on like unhealthy, any unhealthy effect at all?
You have to argue for that. I don't understand. Like, what do you think like the unhealthy effect here is going to be?
Dude, you're not answering like any question I've given you. Okay, in this discussion, I have literally answered every single thing you've given me. And whenever I ask you a question, you try to fucking weasel your way out of it.
I'm not. Your question here, you're asking me like
no, okay, I'm asking you, do you think there is any unhealthy thing, anything unhealthy that can come from that?
Yeah, that she could be laughed at and feel distressed. Sure.
You think that is it?
I'm sure there's other things. I'm sure there's like many different scenarios that could occur as a result of that. Just like with any decision anyone makes ever, there's like plenty of possibilities as to what can happen.
Okay, do you genuinely think that this is a nothing burger? That a Cheeto taking advantage of a very obviously mentally ill, diagnosed schizophrenic, that is genuinely just a nothing burger
Yeah,
to you?
I think you're begging the question. You haven't provided any proof that there was someone was.
I have
taken advantage
provided.
of.
I have
There's
provided
no
an
proof
insane
someone
amount of
was
proof.
taken
I don't
advantage
know.
of. There's no proof. What do you think taking advantage of means?
What do you think taking advantage of means?
I asked the question first. Now answer it and stop weaseling.
Take it. It's self-explanatory. You're taking advantage. What do you mean?
What is that? What do you think that means?
So, like, if you have an advantage over someone, you're taking that, right?
So
this a Cheeto person, right? This mentally ill, schizophrenic, diagnosed 16-year-old is obviously not right in the head. So if you go to this person who is obsessed with you and you're like, hey, make a shrine for me, that is obviously taking advantage of them.
Sure. I think it's weird to ask someone to make a shrine of you in general. When we're bringing up the relevance of
But
the
don't
age
you
and
think
using
don't you
terms
think
like
it gets worse? Don't you think it gets worse when this person is like obsessed with you and is legitimately like mentally ill, provably so?
when you say provably so, it's your burden to prove that he had knowledge that she was so mentally ill that she couldn't consent to a decision like making a shrine.
I have a mild form of schizophrenia. She is diagnosed and she has talked about it publicly in a server, in Cheeto's DMs, like all this shit, dude.
Are you talking to this girl one-on-one right now?
Not yet. I'm still doing research on the topic.
You said you were in contact with her, didn't you?
I have contact with her, but I'm not talking to her actively.
Okay, when you say you're in contact with her, what does that mean? Have you spoken to her?
Not yet. Again, I don't want to talk to a fucking mentally ill 17-year-old until I have all my fucking I's dotted and T's crossed.
So what do you mean when you say you have contact with her? I don't understand what that means.
If I wanted to DM this person, I could fucking type on my keyboard and hit send.
Well, I could do that too. I mean, we all could do that.
Then go ahead. Fucking get your own. What the fuck you want?
I think the implication here was that you've spoken to this person.
Again, not yet. I'm not fucking fiending to talk to mentally ill 17-year-olds who are obsessed with a Cheeto.
Wait, the other girl wants in the call.
Okay.
You just called me.
Does she want a one-on-one with you, or does she want a group chat?
Hold on, what were you saying? Hold on, 1 minute, Morel. What were you saying? Or what did you want to say, Adia?
Oh, I just wanted to say that, like, Joanna's the person, she's my friend, right? And, like, I've been texting her this time. She isn't responding to me, so I don't know. She's probably just not online right now.
So you're friends with her, correct?
Yeah. I don't know if this.
So you're 17. You're 17. You're about to be an adult. You could probably make a reasonable assessment of this. In your opinion, do you think a Cheeto took advantage of her?
No.
Do you, Joanna? How mentally ill is she? Does she hallucinate with you and stuff?
Does she hallucinate with me?
Actually, don't say that. I don't want to fuck this girl's privacy over. So sorry. What I want to say is, in your opinion, is she so mentally ill that she can't consent to something like that?
No, dude. Okay, I want you to look at the average One Direction stand's bedroom from 2014.
Exactly. Exactly.
This is just regular teen girl behavior.
Exactly. It sounds like she's a fangirl. It sounds like she's a fangirl, right? Because some of these BTS stans and shit I see on Twitter, they would appear crazy to me too. Like the amount they obsess over fucking I don't know this guy's name, the one Korean guy. But this sounds to me like this is just a fangirl. And if it's just a fangirl that's 16, I don't think there's anything predatory. Sure, weird. I think it's weird to ask anyone to make a shrine of you, regardless of their age. But the argument here is
you're the only person that has ever brought up predatory, dude. Holy fuck.
When you bring up things like the age of consent, there is clearly something being implied. And I'm sorry, you're a fucking moron if you don't see that.
No, Aiden, you fucking stupid piece of shit. This entire fucking call, you've literally just been sweeping for fucking a Cheeto. You can't comprehend in any reality how this could be a fucking weird thing. You're like, oh no, this isn't weird. This is pretty, this is nothing. You're not engaging with anything that I'm saying. I've engaged with literally everything you fucking given me.
So
you're legitimately just sweeping for this guy who's a fucking freak.
So you are,
there's multiple cases of him being a fucking freak, and you're just sweeping for him, dude.
So you want me to?
You're insane. You're the biggest sweeper fucking ever.
So you want me to ask you something? I'm gonna ask you when you say I don't think it's weird. I just said it was weird like fucking 10 seconds ago. If anybody wants to
It's a nothing burger, you keep saying. You keep saying it's a nothing burger.
Because it isn't. Because it is a nothing burger. There's not the way you worded it in the most bad faith light possible, taking advantage of a mentally ill girl. Here's her friend.
That is me being how is that bad faith?
This girl who admitted because you're wording
Okay, no, hold on, Aiden. Let me be good faith. Okay. Cheeto met this like insanely mentally ill girl in Discord. Like he couldn't have possibly known, even though she's publicly mentally ill, right? This is insanely good faith, right? And he found her on Instagram. He followed her on Instagram. He starts DMing this girl, right? This is completely good faith, and like he just wanted her to make a shrine. He couldn't have possibly known like the constant posts on all of her fucking social media about how she's mentally ill, the fact that she's actually diagnosed with fucking schizophrenia, right?
You're gish galloping.
Like he couldn't have possibly known, so he just asked her to make a fucking shrine out of nowhere, and it's like it's not even that bad. It's like it's okay to do that.
That word. I hate.
Is that good faith? Is that fucking good faith?
Dude, if there's like a dictionary
you're
definition
gay.
of gish galloping, it's literally this. What he just did. Dude, you're like presenting like 18 points at once, like regardless of their merit, and like it's impossible.
No, I'm just being good faith, dude. Like it's not weird at all.
No, you're not.
It's not weird.
No, you're not. This argument makes you're like presenting so many things at once that we like instead of addressing one.
I'm going through the motions, dude. I don't know. I'm being good faith.
Okay, this is okay. You're like so mad right now. You think it's sweeping that I'm trying to be.
I
fair
think you're
here.
fucking insane for having the position you do.
Okay. You have like yet to actually make a good argument for that. This girl,
I am pretty sure I have sufficiently. I am pretty sure I've sufficiently. Okay, Squirrel, fuck you. I'm pretty sure I have sufficiently fucking put forward my position. You're just a fucking inept piece of shit that can't fucking comprehend it, okay?
Can I finish a thought? Can I finish a thought? This girl...
If you can fucking manage it, dude, go ahead.
Oh my god, you're so mad. Dude, this girl who admittedly, who you led us to believe at the beginning you were in contact with, now it's just that you have a line of contact to her. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but I'm gonna be good faith and assume it wasn't intentional, right? Her friend who is in contact with her has just come in here, and her friend is saying, yeah, she can very reasonably like consent to a basic decision like this. Her mental, like, do you think her mental illness plays a, because for example, if I have depression, I'm mentally ill, right? Do you think this girl's mental illness, I'm asking Addie or whatever, do you think this girl's mental illness is so severe that she couldn't reasonably consent to something like this? Would it impair her ability to consent to something like this?
No, it's just like stupid, like random fangirl activities.
Yeah, you talked to her, you're in contact with her.
So Aiden, you're believing another 17-year-old. Like, what are you doing? What is this?
Dude, you're acting like I'm talking to
You're asking a 17-year-old, like, okay, do you think this mentally ill 17-year-old can do this thing? Obviously, she's going to say fucking yes. What are you doing?
You realize she's less than 2 years younger than me, right? Like, you're acting like I'm talking to a baby.
No, I'm just, what are you fucking doing? You're like going to the crowd and you're like, okay, well, like, you're also a 17-year-old girl. Do you think she can do this? It's like, dude.
I'm assessing whether or not this girl's mental illness was to an extent where it could reasonably impede her ability to consent to this. Right? And who better to ask than her friend?
Yeah, no, she's not like retarded.
She's definitely retarded.
You just said you haven't spoken to her.
Do you have to speak to someone to make the determination if they're mentally ill or retarded?
So what are you basing this off of?
Everything that I've seen. What?
What have you
seen? What do you mean? What
have you seen?
Fucking testimonies, DMs, leaked DMs, fucking Discord conversations.
Didn't you just ask her to make a schizo shrine for a funny video bit? Yes, Alex, but Morale is claiming he's taking advantage of her.
No, there is significant. No, hold on. There is significantly more than that. Aiden, to be clear, Aiden is legitimately fucking sweeping for this guy. Legitimately sweeping for a Cheeto. Unironic sweeping. This is legitimate fucking sweeping.
What else is there? I'm going off what you just showed me. If there's something else, present it.
Dude, what do you mean?
What do you mean,
I've said so fucking much. This is like.
What did he do? Tell us what he did.
What the fuck?
Tell us what else he did besides the shrine thing.
How much is a Cheeto paying you?
Tell us what else he did besides the shrine thing.
What do you think I've said in this call? Because I've said way more than just the shrine thing.
You said he asked her to bake a cake and make a shrine. That's all you said.
Right, and you're only talking about the shrine shit.
Yeah, wait, you're saying there's way more than that. Like there's like some like big new information. Can you give it to us, please?
You're only talking about the shrine thing though.
Wait, why?
That's the issue. You're taking. No. Hold on. Fucking retard. You're taking everything throughout this entire conversation that I've said, and you're only taking fucking one thing. You're like, you've only said this one thing. You're ignoring everything else I could have possibly fucking said.
I'm okay with a shrine, guys, but cake baking is where I draw the line.
If you're okay with a shrine, then you have an inherent bias and you can't fucking talk about this shit.
I'm fucking mocking you, dude. What would the cake baking add that the
Dude,
shrine
you obviously have a fucking thing for shrines if you think this is an okay thing to do.
Wait, what would the cake baking add that the shrine couldn't?
Legitimately, I'm telling you, man to man, this is legitimately sweeping. This is like an insane position to have.
You can keep saying that. Can you present us with the other information?
I have presented it already, brother.
So we have cake baking and shrine making, right?
Among the other things I've said in this call. I like Aiden. I like this entire call. The only thing you can think of is like, oh, you only talked about the shrine thing. Let's don't talk about anything else, right?
Wait. So what I just said when I was reiterating your argument and tell me what I'm gonna give your argument to you, and you're gonna tell me exactly.
Okay,
what
so
I'm
you're
out.
so when I give you something, you're gonna be like, okay, it's just one thing, this is the second thing, and then it's the third thing. Okay, what's the fourth thing? You're just gonna keep going.
So here's what I'm gonna do. His strategy is to talk over the other person to like seem like he's winning. So here's what I'm gonna do. This is your argument, and tell me what I've left out. Your argument here is that this girl is, and this is almost verbatim what you fucking said. This girl, this girl, she is 16, she is mentally ill, she has a parasocial relationship with her, and he went into her DMs asking her to make a shrine for his video and bake a cake. Because of these 3 variables that I've identified, he is taking advantage of her by asking her to do these 2 things. Is that, what else did I leave out?
Wait, can we pause for a second?
I'm not.
Can I ask why I was added real quick?
I don't know. I'm removing you.
You're my mentally ill 16-year-old girl, motherfucker.
Wait, answer my
Fuck you.
question.
You can add your mentally ill 16-year-old. I can add mine. Fuck off.
Stop trying to stop.
I just say I don't think that.
Hold on.
She made the shrine because
wait, Addie, hold on. Can you answer the question? What did I leave out, Morel? What did I leave out?
No, that's pretty much it. And if you defend that, I think you're free.
Wait, but you just said I left some new information out. That's the information, the thing that I've just said 5 times.
No, there's way more, but yeah.
Wait,
if you take what I said to you, Aiden, if you take what I said to you, Aiden,
no, shut up,
Aiden, hold on. I let you talk. I let you talk. Come on. I let you talk.
Okay. So he just said that's pretty much it, and now he's saying there's more that he didn't bring in. So which one is it?
Take everything that I've given you, and you even repeat it to me, and you're like, oh no, this is fine. Like, I have no issue with this. Like, if you genuinely hold that position, you're insane.
Wait, we're not arguing for the position right now. We're arguing for what I left out, which is what you just said I did, and I've just given you your argument
I am telling you,
and you're telling me
if you take everything that I've said to you, I'm telling you, if you take everything that I've said to you, and you genuinely think there's nothing wrong with it, you're insane. Dude, and I don't think you hold a good position, and you're like legitimately sweeping.
Dude, I just explained to you almost verbatim what your position was after you implied that I left something out, and then I said, okay, well, what did I leave out?
You're not even addressing anything that I'm saying, dude. You're not even addressing anything that I'm saying.
Let me talk. I let you talk. Let me talk. Dude, I literally said that to you, and now you're saying to me, no, what I'm addressing right now is you accusing me of leaving something out. Okay, so I'm going to repeat
my question because you're not addressing like literally anything that I'm saying, right? So you have the ability to repeat everything that I've said, right? You have the ability to come back to me and say everything that Ishido did, right? And then you also hold the position that somehow nothing weird, nothing bad happened. Like, this is just a normal thing. It's a nothing burger, and nobody should talk about this, right? Like, that is. Do you not see how that's not insane?
You're jumping point to point to point. What we're talking about right now is what I left out. So tell me, what did I leave out?
You're not even addressing anything I'm saying.
We'll address that in 1 second. We're addressing what you just said. So what did I leave out?
Dude.
What did I leave out? What did I leave out?
Dude.
You accused me of leaving something out. What
this
did I leave out?
This is going to be a rough one.
Wait, what did I leave out? You can't just do this performative stuff and not answer the question. You accused me of leaving something out.
This is rough.
What did I leave out?
Let me know when you're ready to address what I said.
I will. Just tell me what I left out. Oh my god, dude. Are you trolling? I have to know. Are you trolling right now?
Listen.
You accuse me of leaving something out.
You're able to give me everything that I said, Aiden. You're able to give me everything that I said, right? Everything that I said. Dude. All back to me. And you're not even able to make the concession that, like, oh, this thing might be bad. This thing might be onto law. Like this thing might be bad.
Oh my
this thing might be bad.
God.
What Cheeto did, right? He might have taken advantage of a
we'll
schizophrenic
get to that in a
16-year-old girl,
minute.
right?
Wait,
He
we'll
just
get to that in
might
a
have,
minute. We'll
right?
get- we'll
He
get
just
to that
might
in a
have. You
minute.
can't even make that
We'll
that
get to that in
simple
a minute.
concession.
Can
You
you-
have to walk around it. You have to walk around it and create like you have to invent points from inside of your head. You have to invent positions that you don't even support. You're insane. Address what I'm saying. How are you able to take everything that I've said and not think that it's even like a little bit weird?
You can't accuse me of leaving stuff out and then all of a sudden
You're
decide, and then
insane.
all
You're
of a sudden
insane.
decide, and then all of a sudden decide when
you're
I
insane.
respond that you're going to
You're
jump to the next
insane.
point.
You're insane.
That's not how an argument works.
You're insane.
That's not how a
You're
discussion
insane.
works. You just can't answer the question.
I'm having a discussion with you. I'm just waiting for you to address what I said.
decided to
I'm just
make-
waiting for you to address
decided-
what I
You
said.
decided to make an accusation against me, and then when oh, he left. Okay, cool. He's guys. I'll be waiting for him to tell me what I left out.
Hey, sorry.
I'm sure we'll get an answer in like 2 weeks. What did I leave out?
Sorry.
I'll answer your question after you tell me what I
What
left out.
did you leave out?
Yeah,
What do you think you left out?
You accused me of it, dipshit.
I know I did. What do you think you left out?
I'm asking you what I left out.
What do you think you left out?
Oh my, you're trolling. I know you're not good at this, dude. I know you're fucking trolling.
I'm not trolling. What do you mean? I'm asking you a genuine question. Do you think you left anything out that I could possibly have like grabbed or latched onto?
I just repeated you back to verbatim your argument, and you said I didn't leave anything out after saying I left something out. So what did I leave out?
What do you think you left out?
You made the accusation. Tell me what what did I leave out?
I will gladly tell you. I'm just curious. Do you think you left anything out?
No, I don't. So what did I leave out?
You wholeheartedly think you didn't leave anything out.
I don't. So now you tell me, what did I leave out?
Genuinely, you cannot fathom anything that you might have left out.
I can't. So can you tell me, what did I leave out? You're trolling.
Aiden, you understand how bad this makes you look, right?
Dude, you're
I'm not
delusional.
trolling, dude. I'm like trying to have
Dude,
a like
you're
at this
what did I
dude
leave
at this
out?
point this is more of a fireside chat than anything. This is insane.
Dude, are you like the fucking Riddler? Like
This is
it's like a
insane, dude.
Riddler to decipher what I left. This has to be a joke. What did I leave
This is
out?
insane.
Tell me what I left.
This is insane.
Tell me what I left out.
Jed.
Are you
Tell you what you left out?
Yes.
You left out the cake thing.
When I repeated your argument back to you verbatim, I brought up the cake thing, but that was 10 minutes ago of me trying to re-ask you, what did I leave out? I literally said to you verbatim, you brought up this
Yeah,
guy
I'm
asked-
not talking about you repeating yourself. I'm talking originally.
No, but then when I clarified, I said, what else was there besides a cake? You said there's a whole lot more. So I said, what else did I leave out? So you can't now revert back to the cake.
No,
after
you didn't say that. It was
Yes,
just the cake
wait,
thing. It was just the cake
Wait,
thing.
you realize we're on a fucking VOD right now. Okay, we're on a VOD. Anyone can rewind
Yeah.
the stream. Anyone.
I'm confident.
Okay, cool. Right. I literally said to you, what else besides...
So are you going to address what I've been saying now, or are you just going to ignore it and walk past it? Because it seems like what you're doing is, it seems like it. Hold on, Aiden. To be clear, it seems like what you're doing is, it seems like you're bringing forward all of these like retarded questions, these retarded positions. That way, you don't actually have to address anything, and you can continue to sweep for this, like, quite frankly, abhorrent behavior.
This is a troll, right? I'm being trolled, guys, right?
Egg or whatever.
I'm being trolled, right?
Are you going to address what I've said?
I'll address what you said, but before we move on, I just want to make sure you're not trolling. So I just want you to know, you have the chance to come clean to me that you're trolling right now. Wait, let me finish.
Yeah, I'm coming forward to you in good faith, 100%, and 100% good faith, 100% good faith.
I was talking
I
first.
understand, 100% good faith, good faith.
Okay, so I'm gonna engage with you. If I find out later that this was a troll, because this relates to like very serious allegations against somebody, you will be blocked and I will never speak to you again. So you're telling me now you're not trolling? Are you sure you want to go with that?
You're threatening to block me over a Discord debate if I was trolling?
Well, you're making okay. If I'm not going to engage in debating serious allegations against somebody that you're making right now, if you're later going to come here and tell me this is a troll. So I'm going to engage with everything you say, but I want you to let me know right now if you're trolling. This is what you're going to go with? You're not trolling?
Okay, how about this? Can we find a middle ground?
Are you trolling or not?
How about I mean, like, I haven't been 100% serious, but I believe what I'm saying to be true.
Okay, so you're doing.
So how about this? How about we can it's like half trolling, to be clear. Let's restart. I'll put forward my argument, and then we can have like a genuine discussion about it.
So you're trolling.
I don't think it was full trolling.
Wait, so you realize you're doing what Jalen did, right? The thing that Shud, like the thing you accused.
No, I genuinely believe the position that I have.
Sure, no, I'm sure Jalen genuinely believed her position too. But you said to Jalen,
I don't think she did.
You called it Schrodinger's retard, where you make serious points and then pretend like you're trolling when it comes time to actually address.
I'm making serious points, and I believe what I'm saying to be true.
Okay, but you just admitted you're now partially trolling. So are you not doing what you just accused Jalen of?
A quarter trolling.
A quarter trolling. So you're doing.
Sure, whatever. So I don't give a shit.
So what have you said?
Can we restart? Hold on. Sure. I don't care. Can we restart? I can give forward my argument, and then we can talk about it, because I feel like we've gotten lost in the mud a little bit. We can just go from square one.
What have you?
Because I feel like at this point that would be way more helpful to just restart and get the raw fucking arguments back. Would that be helpful a little bit?
It would have been helpful if we. What here have you said tonight that you didn't actually believe? Let's establish that.
When I said like there was a massive amount of information that you left out, probably was not true. So I think you left out like one thing.
So okay. So I think that you said that, you got cornered on it, you knew it wasn't true, and you're now claiming you were trolling to get out of that. That's honestly what I think. But I'll be good.
No, you literally just left out the cake thing.
Okay.
That is the only thing I think you left out.
So how come when I then brought up what else besides the cake thing, you said that there's more?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're doing what Jalen
did. I'm telling you, like, can we just restart with the raw arguments? Okay.
So you're doing what Jalen did. What you just came at Jalen.
Okay, sure. I don't care. Sure. Can we restart with the raw arguments?
We can restart. I'll give you a redo on this debate. I don't normally do this for people, but you're a very special case, so I'll give you a do-over.
Okay. So just the raw arguments. I'm gonna come to you with my opinion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think, based on what I am able to see, right, it genuinely seems like this girl was taken advantage of, not in a sexual way, not in a insanely malicious way, just taken advantage of in a way for like content or whatever, right? Or like a shrine video that Ishida was doing or something like that.
Yeah, so exactly
nothing
what we
malicious.
Talked about at first.
Yes, again, I'm just coming forward to you with my raw arguments, okay?
Mm.
So nothing insanely malicious. Nothing insanely bad. This is literally just weird and something I don't think Ichido should have done, right? Is that something you disagree with?
That it's something he shouldn't have done? I think it's,
like I think this is like
so when we say things
so
when we say
sure.
So when we say things like shouldn't have done, the implication for me here is that there's like a moral bad coming out of this. And it hasn't been demonstrated to me yet that there is a moral bad coming from this. Is it something I would have personally done? No, because I find it like strange to DM anybody asking them for a shrine. I think you like make yourself look stupid. But when you say shouldn't have done, I kind of reject the framing of that question because it implies that I think he did something morally wrong, which I feel like you have to argue for, which you have not effectively done throughout the course of this conversation.
Okay, the rest of this conversation doesn't exist. We're restarting. Okay, ground zero, right? So.
Okay. So you've already muddied the waters, and now we're just gonna pretend.
How have I muddied the waters? What do you mean?
So you've already like given your arguments beforehand, and now because like you apparently trolled at some points, which I don't even think happened, we're now gonna like go through this all again and pretend like that whole discussion just never happened.
I mean, you can pretend that it happened. I want to try to explain to you my position because I feel like you don't understand me. Okay, I want to try to come to you with my position. Because even if we don't agree, I feel like some good would be had if you are able to, at the very least, understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
Okay, so why I think this is probably a moral bad, right? And I'm not like fucking anchored in on this or some shit, right? Like I could probably be convinced out of it. I'm not like super hard on this. Why I think this is a moral bad is, again, to preference, anything I'm saying has nothing to do with pedophilia, grooming, predation, whatever, right? Why I think this is a moral bad is this girl, from what I understand and from what I have heard from multiple different people who are in contact with her and who have experienced like conversation with her, who whatever, right? I have been told that this girl is like genuinely mentally ill. She like actually has fucking schizophrenia. She's actually insane. Like whatever.
Her friend just
and
came
to be
in,
clear,
her friend just came in here and said that's not the case, but keep going.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't believe her.
Why would she lie?
To protect her friend, to make her friend look better.
If she's her friend and she thinks her friend was taken advantage of, wouldn't she have like more incentive to like say she was taken advantage of?
I don't think she was taken. I don't think she thinks her friend was taken advantage of, though. I think she's trying to make her friend look better.
And this is a girl you've admittedly never been in contact with, so you're gonna have to provide something you've read that would like give you an accurate assessment of her personality. So what have you read? What evidence do you have that she was so mentally ill that she couldn't consent to baking a cake and making a fan art shrine?
Sure, I'm gonna restart what I said.
Why can't you
So
answer-
the reason,
Okay.
because you interrupted me halfway through.
Okay, cool.
So you asked me to explain why this was a moral bad, right?
Yeah, we're having that's like the overarching discussion. We're going
Right.
point by point now.
So I think this is a moral bad, because this girl, from everything that I've read, extremely mentally ill, actually insane, whatever. Everything that I've seen, all the evidence that I've been given from people who either one knew her or people who two were like friend of a friend or involved in the Cheeto Discord server, stuff like that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is bad, because I don't think someone who is like fangirling, right? I don't like the assumption that being a fangirl to this extent is like okay, and it's very obvious that if you're a fangirl to this extent, your mind would be not privy to like saying no, right? Like if someone came to you,
that's a non sequitur. You're going like you've just made that point and you've reached a conclusion that you have just not demonstrated whatsoever. Being a fangirl is not like demonstration that you can't consent, right? Like I don't think that's
okay. If you're a fangirl of someone, if someone asks you to do something and you're an insane fan of them, do you think you're not more likely to say yes to them?
More likely, sure, but do you have the ability to assess it and say yes or no?
Say yes or no to what? Sorry, what do you mean?
The request, like, is she of sound mind to be able to, like, for example.
I think this is stacking. So like, one, she's genuinely fucking schizophrenic and insane, right? And then two,
but you
on
haven't
top
proved
of that,
yet. You haven't proved that she's insane. There's a difference.
Okay, just
do you understand?
Dude.
There's a fundamental difference between having a diagnosed mental illness and being insane.
she is diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Okay, she's diagnosed with schizophrenia. The question: do you think schizophrenic people like ever get married?
Probably.
Or like make big decisions, like
sure.
have sex. When schizophrenic people are medicated, their symptoms can subside to a point where they can reasonably consent to everyday things, basic things, even make big decisions.
Okay,
So
can I make like a hypothetical then for you to follow?
No, the question.
So we fucking get through this.
The question is, was she going through an episode so significant she could not consent to him the moment he was asking her, and did he know she was schizophrenic?
Okay, I'm gonna do this in the form of a hypothetical, so we fucking get somewhere. Okay.
Can you answer my question?
Hypothetically, what was your question?
I just asked it.
I think yes. I think she probably was not at sound mind to say yes to something like this or to do something like this. I think he was taking advantage of her.
Can you prove that he knew she was schizophrenic, and can you demonstrate she was so mentally incapacitated at the time by her schizophrenia that she couldn't reasonably consent to a request like this?
I have seen evidence to suggest that. I don't know if I can fucking gather it all within like a 5-minute time frame.
You don't have to. I can give you until whenever you can gather it, but you're asking me to assume that the answer to this is yes without providing me with said evidence. I think you should have come here a little more prepared.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a hypothetical. So again, we can fucking get somewhere, right?
Sure, I don't know what
Let's say
that's gonna prove.
hypothetically, what?
Sure, I don't know what that's gonna prove here though.
Okay, let's say hypothetically there is a mentally ill fucking 16-year-old girl, right? She's extremely mentally ill, actually insane, schizophrenic, right? Sure, maybe being a little hyperbolic, but she is genuinely like diagnosed with multiple mental illnesses, right? And then this girl, who is also a fan of like a YouTuber, she's an insane fan. She like makes shrines, bake cakes, whatever. Do you think that she would not be more likely to say yes to something that that YouTuber would like say to her. Like if that YouTuber made a request of her, she wouldn't be more likely to say yes to that thing.
Yes, but you're more likely to say yes or no to anything for a various number of factors. The question here that you're not providing us enough information with is she actively going through a schizophrenic episode at the time of this?
Dude.
Do you think people with schizophrenia can't live like normal lives when they're medicated or like
That's not at all what I'm saying.
But you're bringing that up as a point as if it incapacitated her decision making.
Kate, hold on, Kate. I say she's mentally ill. You're like, okay, what is she diagnosed with? I say schizophrenic, and they're like, okay, well that doesn't matter. Like, what are you doing?
Okay, what you just brought up in your hypothetical that this girl is schizophrenic, mentally ill, and she's asked me, is she more likely to say yes? And I said, sure, of course she's more likely to say yes to requests like this. But I don't know, but there's not enough there for me to say that she's more likely to say yes because of the schizophrenia. Is she actively going through a schizophrenic episode at the time?
Insane, mentally ill.
You're using the two interchangeably. The two are not interchangeable. I have depression. Many people would.
Okay, insanity. On top of that, and on top of insanity, mentally ill. On top of fucking mentally ill, schizophrenic. Like all of these combined.
You have to prove insanity.
Okay, in this hypothetical, I fucking proved it. Holy shit! Can we fucking get somewhere with this conversation?
If she is actually fucking insane at that point in time, and the person asking her is aware of it, to do this thing for her, then sure, you could say he might be taking advantage of her. Sure, he's taking advantage of her. Now the question
so we don't disagree.
Now the question is, can you demonstrate that she's insane? Can you demonstrate that she didn't have knowledge of what she was doing?
I don't know how many times I have to say yes, but yes, dude.
Okay, then when you demonstrate that, I will make my conclusion. But if you cannot provide that evidence to me now, then I can't make a conclusion because you have not given me enough information I would need to make that conclusion. Does that make sense?
So in this insane fucking hypothetical that I have to make up to fucking get anywhere with this conversation, let's say I gave you that evidence, then would you fucking agree with me?
If you gave me evidence that reasonably demonstrated that she was insane, then sure, I'd probably agree with you.
Okay, and the reason you don't agree with me is because the evidence I've given you so far isn't enough.
You've provided me with evidence that she sees a therapist. Seeing a therapist does not mean you are insane. If you think a 16-year-old seeing a therapist makes them insane, then there are a lot of fucking
I don't think I fucking said that.
The screenshot sure you provided two pictures. You provided pictures of the DMs, and then you provided.
I provided way more pictures. What are you talking about? What?
So people can rewind the VOD. You showed us two pictures. There's one where
Did you just stop looking at my screen?
When else were you screen sharing? I had it up.
The entire time.
What? No, you did not. You were not screen sharing anything else. I closed it out when you stopped screen sharing. Okay, what else did you show besides those two? What else did you show? We're not doing this again. What else did you show?
I can. Sure, I can literally. Kate, shut the fuck up! Oh my god, give me fucking 2 minutes, 2 seconds,
he's doing
maybe.
It again. He's doing it again. Can't answer a basic question.
I'm answering it. Give me a fucking second, dude.
Okay, cool.
Because this is gonna be way more effective than me fucking
We're restarting.
Me fucking just recounting everything.
Sure, we're restarting for the.
There, look in DMs or look in group chat or whatever.
You guys think if I start? Yeah, you already. Okay, you showed this to us originally. I pulled this up on stream, so I was wrong. You actually showed us 3 pictures. What morale or what this guy's just pulled up is, let me pull it up for you guys, is this image right here. So I was wrong. You actually showed us 3, not 2. My bad, dude. You said, do you guys think
I think I showed all of them.
Do you guys think if I start taking my medication again, my obsession with a Cheeto will fade out? A Cheeto, do you want that to happen? This clearly looks like a joke or like a girl being edgy. Like there are girls that make jokes about being fucking psych ward regulars all the time on Twitter. This seems like an edgy 16-year-old fangirl. There's like literally nothing here that would indicate that she's insane.
You're going so good faith. You're like going best faith ever. Like why?
Because this is not enough to establish that somebody is insane.
Dude.
Do you think there's actually medication she takes? Do you think there's stop obsessing with the Cheeto medication out there? Because I've never heard of this. This is obviously a fucking troll. Or not a troll. She's obviously either exaggerating or joking. There's no stop hating a Cheeto medication that exists.
Okay, I'm telling you, Aiden. I'm telling you. Her entire personality being online, right? Her entire personality being online is that she is like legitimately fucking mentally ill. I am telling you that wholeheartedly. I'm not gonna fucking go to her. I don't know how to prove this to you. I don't know what to tell you.
Well,
that will make you understand
well,
this.
you haven't
But there is
proved
no. Hold on. There is not a world, right? There's not a world in which fucking Cheeto didn't know, right?
It looks like she's just being a fucking edgelord 16.
You can't prove that.
Wait. What? Okay.
Hold on. So her entire personality online is being like a fucking mentally ill schizo fucking 16-year-old.
So here's what I can do. Right? Here's what I can do. I can look at the screenshot in front of me. I know logically that there are no medications out there that get someone to stop obsessing with a Cheeto. So the logical assumption would be this is like a joke or like edgy like ass tweet. This is obviously like not a real tweet about like this is very clearly like not an actual position.
Do you know what antipsychotics are?
I know what antipsychotics are. Yes.
What do you think? What do you think an antipsychotic would do?
So it depends on the type of antipsychotic. I know that there are some like fucking what is it? Abilify that can be used to curb temper, to stop like immediate hallucinations. There are medications that like for schizophrenic they can stop positive symptoms like hallucinations. They can't stop negative symptoms like lack of affect or anything. There's different kinds. So it depends on the antipsychotic you're talking about.
Sure. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, it could be a joke, but I just don't think I don't think you can make that determination, right? This entire girl, her fucking presence online is that she is like genuinely fucking mentally ill, insane, whatever, right?
Do you not understand why there would need to be something more here before I could make the assessment that Cheeto took advantage of somebody? Do you genuinely not understand why I would like need something else besides this, where there's like so much room for interpretation? Do you not like understand that? Really?
No, I do. I'm just like I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Okay. Cool.
It genuinely seems like you just we just have a disagreement, maybe.
What I'm telling you here is that there is simply not enough for me to conclude that he has taken advantage of somebody. If you can present me with something else, which you've said you might have on hand, and you'd have to have a few days to gather, then please be my guest. But right now, I don't think there's enough for me here, and quite frankly, most people to be able to conclude that a mentally ill or a insane person was taken advantage of.
Okay. So hypothetically, if everything I've given you is true, right, then you would agree with me.
What do you mean everything you've given me?
Or everything I said to you, not given you.
If this girl is insane, and how I define insane is like not having like a basic ability to comprehend right and wrong, hence impeding your decision making, then sure, if she is genuinely insane, then you could say he took advantage of her. But if you have zero evidence of that besides a tweet that can be like interpreted as like edgy or semi-ironic, then I don't know what to tell you. I can't make the conclusion that he took advantage of her. And you can say I'm sweeping for him. I don't like the guy. I literally made a whole stream this week, like just doing nothing but shitting on him. Okay, so of course, if there was something out there that was like bad about him, of course I'd cover it. But I'm telling you here right now that you're being a little reckless with these allegations because you just simply don't have enough.
I don't believe I am. I don't believe I am. I'm telling you, genuinely, this is what I believe, right?
I know it's what you believe.
That this girl, I don't think this girl was at sound mind, right? I don't think anybody with a sound mind who is like diagnosed with multiple mental illnesses would like and who is also like insanely like parasocial with a Cheeto. I don't think anybody like doing that is sound mind, right? I don't think this girl was at a sound mind.
So when you say parasocial, what you mean is a fucking fangirl, because everything you've demonstrated to me here does not extend the realm of somebody being a fangirl. Okay, like everything you've presented here.
That doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does, because you're wording it like really. You're wording it like you're wording it in a very like you word things in a certain way to like make it hit differently than like just saying it as it is. And how it is this girl is a fangirl of a Cheeto who you're alleging has mental illness that impedes her ability to such an extent that she's insane and reasonably could not consent to requests like this. The two requests being baking a cake and building a shrine. I am telling you that there is not enough here to conclude that. That is the entire discussion.
Yeah, I just disagree.
Okay, cool. Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, fucking don't tire yourself out with sweeping, I guess.
No problem.
Don't tire your arms out.
No problem, bro.
Yeah.
Take care. Oh shit. Holy shit, we just gotta tell.
Holy shit. We just, by the way, did I win that? I don't know what the sentiment of chat is. Hey, Cheeto just texted me some evidence. I'm going to share this with you guys. If he'd like to call in, he can call in. I just like him to know that I believe you on this one, and I'm siding with you on this one. Did I win that one? I don't know what the sentiment of chat is. I wasn't really reading chat. Augie wants in? Cool. Yeah, I hope you guys understand. Like, I just don't know if there was really enough there. I was just trying to be as fair as possible. I'm not sweeping. This isn't somebody I like. So so obviously I'm not gonna have a reason to fucking sweep for him. I just think that, like, Emro was being pretty reckless with how he was handling this. And I had similar criticisms for him in a different situation. And I do want the guy to succeed. So I just hope he doesn't continue to handle things like this in the future. Because I think that was, like, a pretty pathetic display, if I'm being honest. And you could, like, he was very clearly not trolling there. So that was bizarre. Completely bizarre. Who is DMing me? So Emrao's friends are DMing me that they're now avoiding him. Dude, what is going on? I'm getting... Yeah, that's a liability waiting to happen. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, I hope he does well. That was just a fucking bizarre display. What the actual fuck, dude? I don't even know, like, where to go. So I'm gonna show you what Cheeto sent to me. Dude, I haven't even finished my pizza. Because I was so busy talking. You can't jump the gun and make claims like that with, like, that little of evidence. Like, the way he worded that was, like, was I weird to think, like, when he came in, he was using, like, language you would associate with a predator? I don't know if he was doing it intentionally or not, but when he brings up shit like the age of consent or whatever and keeps alluding to that she's 16, like, in my opinion, like, it seemed like he was making a certain, he was implying, like, am I weird to think that? Did you guys get that vibe too? Because that's, like, the general vibe I got. I'm gonna see if Cheeto wants to call in. But he pulls this up. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wait, chat. Chat, wait. Wait. There's no way. Dude, there's no way. Hold on. Hold on, boys. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Cheeto Shrine to Organizer. Okay, this is him on March 8th. Okay, you're not actually mentally ill, right? Like, this is memes and stuff, but you're, like, good, doing good? Yeah. Okay, I'm good. A lot of the unhinged stuff I say is all jokes. I'm on medication because I have a super mild form of schizophrenia, but I'm not actually deranged. Thank you for asking, lol. I feel like you've been asking. Should be a sign that I need to tone it down. So she seems totally reasonable. She seems like she could absolutely consent. This is insane. She's obviously not insane here. She's obviously not insane here. She's obvious. Dude, that's like the complete opposite. Wait, I gotta get him back in the call. I gotta get him back in the call. That's crazy, dude. Mariah, you gotta reach your... Dude, there's no way. That's such a perfect DM. So, Mariah, are you aware of what I've just been sent?
What have you been sent?
Oh boy. So this is this has to be a meme.
I think that's one of the ones I showed you, right?
No, it's not. You showed me 3.
Isn't it?
Anybody can rewind the VOD. You did not show us to me.
Oh, hold on. I'm almost 90%.
No, you
sure
didn't.
I did. One
because
sec.
the only one I asked you that I
No, I did.
Where? I had it pulled up on screen.
The response from wait, hold on. God damn it. One sec.
Wait, you know what you can do?
One.
You know what you can do?
I missed one fucking. Give me a sec.
So you didn't show this one to me.
No, I did. You can dude, look in the group chat. I literally did.
Where? Let's.
Yeah, there's a top half to it. I should have sent it. I don't know where it is. I don't know why it's not sending it. Oh yeah, fuck. Okay.
You
No, that's my bad. No, hold on. That's my bad. I forgot the top half. because I'm pulling these. Not that this is an excuse. Obviously, I obviously fucked up by not sending all of it. Right. I wholeheartedly I take that or I own that or whatever. I should have sent the top half. I'm getting these fucking screenshots from like multiple different places. So I do apologize.
Wait,
that was not intentional on my part.
Cheeto just messaged me that he just took the screenshot I'm displaying on screen, so there's no way you have access to this.
I look at your DMs.
I don't see it. I'm looking.
I just sent it to you. Dude, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, I'm good, Lamau. A lot of the unhinged stuff I said. Oh, so you sent me the second half.
So I sent.
You sent me one of these messages.
Again, like I said, I apologize.
10 minutes ago.
Again, yeah, I understand. Again, Aiden,
that would have been pretty good to start off with. That would have been
dude, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I'm telling you, Aiden, I apologize. I'm getting these screenshots from multiple different sources. Right?
Okay,
I should have sent. I understand. I should have sent the top part. It is my bad for not sending the top part. I genuinely thought I did. I apologize. I own that. Okay? I thought I sent the top part.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. This is really just not a good look.
What do you? Who cares? I don't care.
I'm okay.
I genuinely everything that I have said, I genuinely believe in.
Okay. Do you not understand like how this DM like kind of like challenges the notion of like insanity that you were using earlier?
I don't believe it does now.
So this is the
again from everything that I understand about this girl, she is like insane.
Okay.
And again, to be very clear, I don't think anything like evil or malicious happened here. I just think it's like really weird.
Okay, I've said it was like weird repeatedly just to ask someone to make a shrine, but that's not what we were.
But you followed it up with like nothing burger, and I don't agree that this is a nothing burger.
Because it is a nothing burger. If it's not a nothing burger,
that's okay. Then sure, we agree on the nothing or disagree on the nothing burger thing. Then
you've already made your opinion up, dude. I don't think like there's anything. I mean,
because nothing that you've said today has made me like go back on everything that I've been told about this situation.
I don't think anything I say is gonna make you go back. I think you're so.
I'm sure there's something you could give me, but I genuinely, wholeheartedly think, like again, dude, this is something I've been looking into for fucking weeks at this point. Like I have seen way more that I probably like. I can't fucking recount everything.
I get that, but this is when we're discussing whether or not she is mentally ill. And I'm asking you, did he know, et cetera, et cetera? You should have recalled this DM right here and should have shown it in its entirety. You've admitted that was a mistake, so I'm glad you admitted that and you've apologized to me.
Again, I should have sent both of them. I apologize.
It's not me you need to apologize to. It's a Cheeto. What I'm going to say here right now is
100%. I'm never apologizing to a Cheeto. I believe everything that I said wholeheartedly. I genuinely believe he took advantage of a mentally ill girl.
Okay, you just have not provided any evidence for that. She seems perfectly sane here.
Kate. Sure. I genuinely believe that I have seen sufficient evidence to suggest that. I might not be able to bring it all up on stream right now. I could probably get with you like fucking in a day or two if I'm able to compile everything. Or even on a stream. I don't care.
I'm not going to talk to you about this one-on-one, and do you know why? There's been multiple like fundamental details in the stream that when I've said something or we've had a discussion and you've either gone back on that, contradicted yourself, or outright disagreed with what we had just spoken about. So
I don't think I contradicted myself ever.
So I feel like, well, when you say to me, and you're now claiming in hindsight that this was a troll, but when you say to me that I left something out and then I say, oh, well, what about like the cake thing? And then you say, well, there's more than that. And then you say, no, you just later on, after I had said that, like 10 minutes after I said that, you said, no, it was just the cake thing. Then yes, you've contradicted yourself. So you tried to pass it off as a troll after the fact, which by the way, is what you just got on Jalen for doing literally like yesterday or 2 days ago. Obviously I'm not gonna have this conversation with you in private. I need it to be witnessed by everybody because I can't,
it can be on stream then. I don't care.
Okay, cool. This is
like I said, I genuinely everything I have said here on stream, I wholeheartedly believe in.
Okay. Well,
to add on top of it, because I know the call's gonna end soon, whatever. I don't think anything malicious. I don't think there was a fucking grooming or anything like evil. I just think this is like insanely weird and probably bad. That's like the extent of it. I'm not trying to imply that fucking anything of malpractice took place or whatever, right? That is never my claim, and I'm never going to claim that.
You used the term that you said that he took advantage of her, and you were citing like.
That's probably like the extent of it. Yeah.
Okay, that's a.
But past that, I don't think there's like
Wait, when we say taken advantage of, that pretty much implies that something malicious took place, right? Is there a way you could take advantage of somebody where it's not malicious? That's my question for you.
Maybe, probably not. Maybe my wording's just fucked. When I say malicious, I'm meaning like insanely like fucking evil. Like I don't think there was grooming or predation or anything like that.
Okay. Your wording here has implied, all of your wording here has implied malice, and now you're going back on it. You're
sure, if it's malice in terms of taking advantage of, sure. If it's malice, like I think he was taken advantage of.
I'm trying not to get angry at you here, dude. But
dude, you're so fucking like, dude. I'm gonna be honest. Your view of like what is ethically right and wrong is like really fucked. Like you're just genuinely optics brained.
We're talking about a guy taking advantage of somebody, which is what you alleged. We have to be, I said to you at the beginning of this discussion, we have to be very careful about how we word this, okay? And you've been everything but careful. You've been outright reckless. So I don't believe so. I'm not resetting this conversation a fifth time, okay? I've given you like so many chances to prove your point. You haven't. And in fact, I've been given evidence that actually disproves your point entirely. Okay.
I don't think it does.
I've made it clear I don't like. You've accused me of sweeping. I've made it clear that I take issue with the Cheeto. But with something as serious as this, I know that I have to be careful about it, and I can clearly tell that there is not enough evidence here for me to reach the conclusion that he did anything wrong. So I'm just gonna. You
don't think anything wrong happened?
No.
I don't know how you could possibly come to that conclusion.
Okay. Cool. You have to prove that he did do something wrong, which you've yet to do. So
I believe I have.
He actually seems to have taken so many precautions. He interpreted apparently her tweets the same way I did because he's double checking. I saw her like medication tweet that you cited as like just like an edgelord 16-year-old fangirl. And he apparently took it the same way because he's just double checking with her, which he didn't have to do. And he goes to double check with her, and she gives a perfectly coherent, reasonable response that would indicate to any party that's reading this that she's clearly like not insane. She could tell the difference between right and wrong. You've obfuscated having a diagnosed mental health condition with being insane, when obviously the two are very different when we're deciding like someone's ability to consent.
I think again, I'm not saying that they're the same thing. I'm saying one on top of the other. She is mentally ill, and from everything I have seen and like heard about her, she is insane, right?
Okay, you have yet to demonstrate that. Nothing here indicates insanity. Nothing here indicates insanity. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know how to say this like any nicer, but like you're a fucking idiot. Okay, you were like one of the
we just disagree. Like I said, every single thing, Aiden, every single thing, every single thing I've said.
Fucking people I've ever had a conversation
absolutely every single thing I have seen, whether it be things that I've shown you on stream or things that I've seen behind the scenes, have suggested to me that this person is not of sound mind and probably could not have like seen the ramifications of this. Right? This seems probably really bad. I think Cheeto did take advantage of someone, and I genuinely believe that. Okay?
It's over before it even started.
Sure, maybe I didn't provide enough evidence to suggest that, right? But genuinely, my belief is like the same as I had joined this conversation.
You're done. You've proven yourself to be. You've proven yourself to not be able to handle the most basic of fucking allegations, and you've handled this so recklessly. So unbelievably recklessly that I have no faith in you that you'll ever be able to handle something in regards to commentary covering someone else ever again. You are unwilling to admit you're wrong. You're unwilling to back down.
Because I don't believe I'm wrong.
You've negated crucial evidence throughout the course of this discussion, and it's reckless.
I don't believe I did.
And
what
it's
are you
about somebody
about?
I don't even fucking like. You're a fucking idiot.
I mean, you can do your whole your whole content shit, but yeah,
how can you not even if you fucked up to begin with, how could you not back down after the fact? And how could you do the thing you just accused Jalen of doing last night? That's fucking crazy. That's literally insane. You're a fucking crazy person. I don't think she's insane. I think you're fucking insane.
Yeah, I mean, to repeat myself like the fifth time, everything like I genuinely believe with everything that I said.
Last night about the fucking Schrodinger's retard thing, and now you're doing it. You're over, dude. It's done. It's done. You're over.
Sure, like I said,
maybe,
I agree with everything.
Dude, maybe you'll have a shot in the furry community. Take care, dude.
Okay, everything that I've said, I wholeheartedly believe in.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you're stupid enough to still believe everything you've said. Take care, dude. Bro, there's no way. Dude, there's no way. For fuck's sake, bro. For fuck's sake. That was so bad. That was unironically worse than the Jalen debate. I'm fair. I am fair, okay? I'm fair. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be fair. Hey, Cheeto, I know you're watching. I'm not talking to you about any of the other controversy. I just want to get your read on this. And I want to apologize to you on Morale's behalf. Get in here. Yo, dude, what's going on? First of all, I'm sorry that I know I've had some issues with you over the past few days, which I obviously still stand by, but that was insane. I'm sorry that allegation was levied against you. It seems like you took like every precaution to make sure that you were not taking advantage of somebody here.
Yeah, how do you know this guy?
I met him approximately a week ago. Apparently I spoke to him last year because I was watching his video on Femios and he joined, and I didn't remember talking to him then. And then we met like a week or two ago. I think it was through Chud Logic server. I think I met him in the Chud Logic server about 2 weeks ago or a week ago. He's in like Chud Logic's community. And he's been like asking me for advice. And we were talking about maybe him getting a potential editing job.
Yeah, just don't platform that guy again.
I'm not. Do you not realize like I contested like every? You don't realize.
I was watching. I was like, there's no way this guy takes the hate train and stops at the allegations. Like, there's no way that's what's about to happen. That he takes like my lyrics fuck up and turns this into like a, like, you know what I'm saying? And then I watched you push back, so I'm like, okay, thank God.
Yeah, I these allegations have been like anytime someone ever brings this up again, just link them this stream because it will show the fucking absurdity of the nature of this allegation.
I mean, he just kept saying taking advantage of, and I just didn't think it like. So basically, what happened? He also got some details wrong. So what happened was like, Adia, I saw like she was making shrines for Turkey Tom on Twitter, and I asked her if she would make one like with like my photos and stuff because it would be like a funny video or like a segment of a video. I don't even know, but it would just be like funny, like, oh, like a funny bit, right? Like, oh, crazed fan, whatever. And she didn't end up doing it, but I think that's like this Joanna girl does it. I don't think I asked her to do it. I think she just saw me asking Addie to do it. Addie can join the call and like fact check me on that.
Yeah, I'll add
her. But anyway,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
Anyway, yeah. I had asked her to like make a video of like the shrine, like a tour of it and whatever, and then I watched it back and I'm like, this just seems a little too unhinged. And that's when I send the message. You can see the drive link. I'm like, okay, like, are you like actually mentally like insane, or like are you like self-aware that this is like insane, or like are you actually kind of nuts? Either way, like, I think me just asking that was like enough to like, either way, I'm like, okay, not gonna like use this for content. Like, if I'm not sure, I'm just not going to.
Did you end up using it?
No. I didn't.
So you didn't. Oh my God, dude! So you didn't even end up using it. You didn't even end up including it.
I remember you posting something about that on your story, on your Instagram story, and I'm like 70% sure I have like literally like screen recordings of you saying that like you don't think you're gonna use it because of that reasoning.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That was you're right. You just reminded me. That was a yeah. Either that was a video I did or someone, you know how on Instagram people can like, there's like a box and they can like put responses. I think someone it was either I did a video unprovoked or someone had asked like, is there going to be an Cheeto shrine? And then I made a response, but yeah, I never ended up using it like in a video. Mm-hmm. Just because I thought it would be like, either way, like mentally ill or not, it's like
people would interpret it wrongly.
Yeah, well, this also isn't like some like vegan teacher like you know, she's not like a public figure, so it's like I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I just rubbed me the wrong way. So
No, that's totally valid. So you took, in my mind, because like I also, when he showed me her tweets, I read that as like a semi-ironic like edginess. Like I didn't see that as like the obsessing over Cheeto medication thing. I didn't see that as like her genuinely trying to like claim that she's like so mentally ill she needs to take medication to stop obsessing over you. It looked like a 16-year-old fangirl who was being like a fucking edgelord. And in like, from my perspective, that's how I interpret it, and I assume you probably saw it as like a similar light. And you took every precaution to double check. And then at the end of the day, when you had made sure that, okay, maybe this is the case, you didn't even end up using it. So
yeah. Well, it's like either way, it's like I also know that like, you know, like what if she like regrets it, and it's just like, then it's like she asked me, hey, can you take this down? And I don't want to have to like not take it down if I don't want to. So it's just like I'm just not going to do it.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And he was saying like, what's the worst what do you think the worst outcome of this is, Aiden? I said she gets laughed at. She makes herself look stupid.
Yeah.
Which, and you didn't, that wasn't even a risk. That was the worst outcome in my mind of this, and that wasn't even a risk because you didn't even include it. That is, oh my, dude. You're vindicated on this one. You're completely vindicated on this one. There's no.
Well, I also saw, I was kind of confused because you were like replying to like this tweet from Adia in February, and you're like, she don't want you, little bro. I'm like, what is this guy doing, bro?
I was memeing on you. I wasn't actually, I didn't know that, I didn't know her age or anything, or like, I was clearly memeing.
Yeah, but like going back to a tweet from February, like for what purpose?
Because you realize people are spreading that around about you right now. That's not from me.
Yeah, I
Is that
wasn't even.
true? I have no idea.
Yeah, I got her in here. The reason I got her in here is to check.
Spreading what? Wait, hold on. Wait. Spreading what? That I'm like a pedophile?
Not that you're a pedophile. Or I guess
Like what?
I guess that's what they might have been insinuating.
Who's they? I feel like I'm kind of entitled to know this.
There's like some small. I have to figure out who sent it to me first, but I heard it like originated. It may have. I don't want to falsely accuse the guy.
I'm so curious.
It may have originated with some guy called Domino. I don't know if that's true. I don't know where it actually originated, but it's been spreading around. I have to figure out who sent it to me.
Yeah,
But then
I don't know.
people were sending it to me on Twitter, and then like just today and yesterday, and then when Aiden asked me to come on soon, I decided to do it, and I just came on and I was like, yeah, no, it was like nothing. Like it was like one interaction. It was just, there was nothing.
I mean, I know people are like mad at me right now because of like the Sniper Wolf video from August, and like I'll take the L on that. Right? People can do whatever they want with that, you know, like shit on me, and I understand that, but I don't know. When it comes to shit like this, it's like I don't really fuck around with this. Like I'm gonna shut this down. Like I'm like, yeah. I mean, like there's a certain line you cross, and it's just like I'm not like I can't.
Of course.
Like that's such an indictment of my character. It's like I'm just not gonna like.
Yeah, that's why I didn't fucking instantly believe this, and he's like, you're being too good faith with this. It's like, yeah, because I don't want to leave any possible room for interpretation when you're making an allegation this damning. And then he's later trying to say, well, I wasn't trying to say he was doing anything malicious. It's like you quite literally said verbatim that he was taking advantage of him, right? Like that, or taking advantage of her.
I don't know what that guy's problem was. Whatever.
He jumped the gun on this. He jumped the gun on something else.
Or something.
He jumped the gun on something else, which we talked about like a few days ago. But I didn't think that one was as bad. But this is just absolutely like absurd, inexcusable. This was completely reckless. And there's a fundamental difference between being reckless in your coverage of Sniper Wolf and taking advantage of, as he put it, his words, not mine, a mentally ill 16-year-old. He kept emphasizing the 16 and mentally ill part. So obviously, like, there's like obviously there's a big difference. And I think I think that, listen, dude, I don't want you to be falsely accused of some shit like that. So I wasn't gonna just let him spew it. But I'm sorry that was made about you.
It's all good.
And hopefully.
And just because, you know, I feel like you keep bringing it up, like in terms of the Sniper Wolf thing, like I know you allowed me not to or whatever talk about this. Just because like people keep asking me, it's like all I can do now is just try not to make the mistake again. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like people are like respond. It's like I feel like the response is just to not make the mistake. Like what am I like? This is 3 months old. I haven't done the same thing since. You know, gonna do more research when I do that sort of stuff, and it's like, okay, well then what is there now? People keep saying respond. It's like, okay, well the response is that I've continued to make dozens of videos that have not had that same critical error. You know, I feel like that's sort of the response, in my opinion.
Okay, so you admit you were in the wrong on that. You don't stand by the things in the lyrics debate?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, like I
That's all
like,
you can say.
I think,
agree.
I think the video is like, yeah, I mean, yeah, what else is there to say? Like, I took the video down, like, yeah, maybe it took more pushing or pulling than it should have, and like, yeah, I was stubborn. I think at the same time, like, the output is what it had to be, and like, okay, like, you can call me cringe for that. You can say like, okay, like, what's the word? I don't know, but it's all right. Like, whatever. Cheeto's about to cry. No, bro. I've been up for like 30 hours, bro.
They're one guying you, dude. Listen, I can't hold that against you. If you don't stand by that and you don't do it again, I'm not gonna hold that like again. Like, obviously.
Well, what else is there to say? Just, don't try not to make them. I mean, I've done 1,000 videos. Like, I'm gonna cook myself every now and then, right? And just try not to do it, and try not to make the same mistake.
Yeah, that's yeah.
What else are you supposed to do, And people say it's like the problem with the slop daily grind. It's like, well, just, like, just try not to do that.
Yeah, you made a mistake, but if you can acknowledge that, I'm not gonna beat you up over it forever. I was pretty hard on you, because what I had read, it didn't look like you were like.
But you also said something that was kind of upsetting. You were like, I went into this neutral. I'm starting to despise this guy. I'm like, well, that's kind of unfortunate. I don't know why he despises me.
Because I thought you were still standing by that take based on what I saw in the lyrics debate. And just so you know, when I probably
brother.
Okay, so if you don't stand by that, I can't hold it against you. That debate looked really fucking bad. I'll admit that, and it was making me be like, "Oh, this guy's like completely reckless."
It's true. Well, I think it looks. He just uploaded it, right? But that was back in, I think, August or July or something, which isn't to like. I don't know, but like, not to say what am I trying to say here? It's like I don't know. It's like if I don't think he was doing this on purpose, like uploading the call to make it seem more recent than it actually was. But if was that the outcome? Like, did you think that was a very recent chat that I had with him?
I didn't think it was recent. I thought it was like a month or two ago, but I didn't see any like formal concession. So I didn't know if this was like something you still stood by or not. If you like when I watched that, and admittedly I was gonna save the second debate for another stream. I saw the first one. It seemed like you genuinely didn't realize what you did wrong, which was like making me like, what I didn't even despise the initial mistake.
The whole thing though is like, I think the angle people were kind of going with, and like I can see why they were going with it, but it's just unfortunate because that's just not where, what's it called? Like that's just like not kind of like when people were like, oh, he cares more about money than the truth and whatever. It's like, that's the conclusion you reach. That's the conclusion you reach. I understand. I mean, it's just sort of like, it's like you either believe that or you don't, and it's just like that's the thing. That's a character judgment, and all I can do is just try not to, what's it called? Like, have people give them the resources to draw that conclusion again if I don't want them to, right? So
yeah, Yep. So when obviously I use the term loosely, but yeah, I haven't made it a secret about my thoughts on it. And I just...
Oh yeah. Also, what the fuck what were you doing when you're like looking at my try not to laugh video, and then you're like, his comforter moved, or this isn't over 2 days. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, the video took me 2 days to do. Like, what's going on?
Okay, there's no way you're actually mad about that, dude. You literally you make fun of people for a living, bro. I'm on stream. I'm entertaining people. I'm like pointing out that your bed isn't made. Like, I'm sure you can handle that. I'm sure you can handle that.
No, not that. But I said in the video, I'm back. It took me 2 days, and you're like, wait, it didn't take him 2 days. He just changed his shirt. Look, his comforter didn't move. I'm like, is he really trying to like tell me people that I'm lying based on that? Like,
I was obviously like semi joking. I mean, I don't know, like the comforter was like in the same position.
Obviously semi joking.
Wait. Do you? Okay. If you rewatch that clip, that entire segment is like me like trolling, right? Obviously, the comforter was in the exact same position, so I was questioning like, oh, did he just like change his shirt or something? Because the comforter literally is in the exact same position on your bed. So I said either he doesn't sleep. I said this is what I said verbatim. Either he sleeps on the floor, or this video was filmed on the same day. So I don't know if you sleep on the floor in a different bed or something. I don't think that was like a crazy allegation. I don't know.
No, it's not. I skimmed through the stream, and it just kind of seemed like you were like nitpicking, but
I was.
right.
It's content, bro. It's content. I feel like I'm doing what you do to everybody else. Obviously, when I say I despise you, I don't actually fucking I was kind of pissed off at how that debate went. It's not like unforgivable in my eyes. And
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like I was just doing to you what you kind of do to everybody else. I don't think it was that big of a deal.
I don't. Okay, I mean, fair enough if that's how you
Well,
if that's how you see things.
is it? How do you see it?
Well, how do I see what?
Like, how do you see what I did? Like, do you disagree with my
Like the stream?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I just for the way I saw it was like it's just okay. This thing I had with this call, whatever, it's like months old, and you just somehow see it, and instead, oh, and then it's like you took that and then made the stream about it, and then you kind of like transitioned the content into like, also this video sucks that he made, and this video sucks that he made. And it's like, okay, like, you know, you can do what you want, but again, like I don't know, it just felt like a little overkill.
Yeah,
But
so
again, you can do what you want.
So I have two goals as a streamer, obviously to cover stuff and to entertain people, and I try to cover stuff pretty accurately too.
Sure.
I didn't just dig up this thing with you on lyrics. Nick was covering this on his stream. I think I covered this after Nick had covered it, so I was even late to this story.
Yeah, it's entertaining. I understand that it's entertaining.
It was being talked about, and I thought that it would be an appropriate, because it was recent. I thought it would be an appropriate topic to discuss on my stream. With that, we didn't have a lot of content. I thought your new video was kind of
Sure.
cringe, and I'm like, okay, cool. We'll poke fun at this. I don't actually hate you because you made a bad video, but like I just thought it was kind of funny, and I did to you. Like I felt like what you guys do to like everyone, so I didn't think it was like that big of a deal.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, cool, chill. All right, well, Cheeto did not take advantage of a mentally ill 16-year-old, and I hope that's the conclusion. Thank you for talking, dude.
Yep.
Take
Ciao.
care. Take care. All right. Dude, what the fuck is going on, bro? First I'm getting accused of sweeping for a Cheeto. Then I'm getting accused of going too hard on him because I'm getting accused of going too hard on him because like I said he didn't make his bed, or might have like, dude, what is going on? I was not expecting this stream to be like this. Oh my god, dude, which one is it? Am I sweeping or oh my? All right, if you guys enjoyed tonight's stream, I don't know if it's gonna get any better than that. If you enjoyed tonight's stream, make sure to like, subscribe. My Streamlabs link is pinned. If you if you want to tip, that really helps me out. If you like it, that really helps me out. If you sub, it really helps me out. Thank you guys so much for the support recently. I think this was like our most viewers ever. So I mean, yeah, this was a very good stream. We are going to the moon. We are rising to the top, Aiden Nation. So, thank you so much for joining. Take care, guys. Peace. Yeah, until next time.